independence from South Sudan, it's the leading the reasons are, the operations that have taken place, the major issues that are happening in South Sudan, the religious issues that are happening in South Sudan. I mean, sorry, in Sudan at large. If you think that uh, those issues were big, then why repeated these things in South Sudan, in the new geographical location that's called South Sudan, the unnamed country? Why did he repeat the same things? And then, um, whereby it leads now, he talks about that, the rebellions that have been created, the Anyanya one, then the Anyanya two, then it leads to SPLM and stuff like that, which has gone longer than Anyanya one. Then what happened today? We have a lot of also mobilization that has been created, a lot of rebellious mobilization that have been created under him, because basically he has never brought anything new. He has never proved to people that, what they went into the bush was to give people justice, what people deserve, to give people closure, to give people the everlasting security, the identity of themselves, the dignity for the people of South Sudan. He has never proved. But rather, he was into just the tribal politics. You see, which led us now to a lot of creation of, you see whatnot. There is the IO came up out of that, and then you find out, then there is so much, and you find out the same thing is what is happening with Sudan, the movement that started in back then in Sudan. Then you find out that there is the movements that are happening in Upper Nile. You find the Kirguang and then the Agwelek, which is Agwelek return now, and then you find out then there is, I don't know, Peter Boy or something is there, and then there is more, that is going on, is still to come. And then you, then you find out also there is the movement of the self-independence that is going on right now. These are all opposition, which are opposing, fighting against the oppression that is happening. That no, I can no longer identify myself within this. I cannot see myself within this. I cannot be represented. I cannot even, you know, have the qualification to be qualified to live in my own land, in my own native land. I do not have the right to possess, even anything in my country. For example, in where I came from, I can't. Basically, they chop the air out of you. You can't. You're not in charge of the resources in your country. No, neither the financial, neither you can even speak, neither you can eat. They deprive you from eating, from farming, even let alone you could farm, but they don't want you to farm. They create man-made hunger. What is called the famine. You see, these are the things that are happening over there. I like to describe it as the apocalypse. You see, one horse bring death, the other bring sickness, the other one bring famine. These are the things that they created, and then the best jobs that they want to create, they love to create a non-gunman, followed by before a non-gunman, then the fabulous job of what do you call him? That guy that likes in charge of the security, you see. So, and then you got the looting, they support this kind of things. These are the kind of things that they support, terrorizing people, terrorism in their country. Can you imagine? I don't know why South Sudan is not in the list of the terrorism countries, because I don't know if they are or not, because even the UN has labeled these guys as terrorists. The acts that they're doing is terrorism is in the UN report. So it's stating that these people are terrorizing their civilians. You see, and these acts are being done through the government, and it handed down to the community leaders, and then they organize the people. People are pitted against. You have to be obedient, or you face harassment. And these are the things, that reality that people are suffering in that country. So I'll just leave it here, you see. And I'm going to go back and fix the stream here. Thank you guys for giving me another chance to weigh in. And I'll leave it here for now.
All right, Didi. Thank you. Let's go straight to Mr. Mayaldit. Go ahead, Mayaldit, and then you can come back in commenting or rebuttal to what we've spoken. Go ahead, Mr. Mayaldit. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. What is it? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you for giving me opportunity to be part of your panelists. And yes, in fact, you asked me earlier if I did listen to a speech of the Kir did of yesterday. Is that the question was?
Yes, yes. Yep, go ahead.
Yes, I listened to it on the stream actually, not even on the what you got it here in YouTube. So it was a great moment to see the Department of Justice the benefit of doubt out of it. It's also something involved international bodies like Human Rights Watch and some others governments, Western and African, some of whom they also uh, worked in similar issues before. Work in Rwanda, work in Kosovo, work in even recently in some in some part of Middle East, like the crisis that went on in between Israel and Palestine. So the bottom line is this: I think Kir is putting himself now before the people of South Sudan to to allow the law and just takes its place and find the people who really involved in causing all those things. And
Hello, Didi, do you hear me? I'm in StreamYard. I'm having a hard time. Uh, your network too, and my network. But anyway, I'm trying so best to kind of like, because it worked here, but suddenly it cuts again.
something he promised for it, and for sure, we believe that it is going to keep it. So that's what I can really say.
Yeah, I think General is finished, or is that my network here? I don't know. General, did he finish? Or maybe his mic was muted, or
Look, the code itself is going to be a hybrid code, of which some will be appointed by, agreed by the Department of Justice within the South Sudan. And similar cases before, like the Rwandan one, the one that went on in Arusha, in and some of them also, they are like, if you were there to listen for the contribution of the attendees yesterday, you'll get some of them from South Africa, some of them as far as from Europe, who works in similar issues. That's similar to the hybrid code that we are actually aiming to establish it here in South Sudan. So for sure, yes, the victim itself are the core. They are the most important part of this code itself, because the victim will put in their witnesses, and from there the judges will be able to establish the case itself. You're not going just to make the random case, as people say sometimes. There was a massacre of 20,000. Some they go for 400,000. Some they go for it's like exaggerating the numbers by aiming to so the case is the code is work case by case. It's not going to just generalizing it like a claim. I don't think there's any code will work in that way. So let us wait to see the process of code itself. As long as if you are not someone with predetermined sort of judgment that you want to put it before even the code establishes itself, that's fine. As we all, so many South Sudanese are very negative people, or particularly the group that call themselves the Equatorial Nationalists. I don't think there will be anything that will happen in Sudan that they will really celebrate it, regardless. So for that reason, I would be like looking at it, maybe allow those process results into the cases. That's what I can say. But otherwise, this is in both international bodies, is in both international organizations, and South Sudan is actually heading toward the right direction. Not in that structure of government where it's mainly combined, the appointees and their governors are going against the people will, So make no mistake, as nationalists, we know what is going on there. You can't, you can't empower a criminal. People who have made corruptions, who have got money laundering records, and then blood hands and all that. We should have somebody as a criminal behind bar. If I'm not mistaken, look at Yugoslavia. How do things played? I wonder, those kind of bringing criminals, the offender and the offenders, and the criminals and the victims, try to put the criminal as victims. It's unfortunate. A criminal cannot judge a crime. We have seen it. Money laundering. When Barack, went on calling for government of Kiir to bring those who are involved in money laundering to a court of law, the means to get them pay back, put back the money. A number of people went on saying, if we are to be exposed, I will have no doubt to point out everyone's around us, including the president. So look at that. Is that distraction? Yeah, you have seen how the world is playing the games. They can let others got killed and said,
Yeah. Yeah. They can time. Today's army, tell me, what is today's army in that country? A tribal army, militiamen, police, when it comes to police and everything. Do we have peace and order in that country now? You know, there's a lot to be said, gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, so we gotta move to the next speaker if you don't mind. But go ahead, General. You got
No,
like
I think General
1 minute.
didn't finish his thought, what he was saying. If he can just finish,
Okay.
he can finish and then we can interject with them so that they don't forget what they're saying.
Okay, thank you, Odessa, and also to Didi and CJ. Look, CJ, if we're aiming to fix the problem of our country in South Sudan, we will have to start somewhere. We're not going to get an alien to fall from heaven. I'm not trying here to be disrespectful, but as long as we're not going to accept from within our own, okay, within our own communities, if there are 10 judges and all of them are dinkas, and a situation dictated that we cannot find any other relevant judges to do the job, then you have to take it as it is and leave the cause of the law take its course. That's what you really need to do. And if not, then you're going to look for maybe a like if you're going to say now we all have everything is tribals, tribal armies, tribal government, tribal justice, justice department, okay? Tribal, everything is tribal. Within those tribals, that's the system itself. You're going to take as it is. So as long as they're going to do things fairly, in open place, in a public arena, those codes, they're not going to take a place in a closed room or closed doors. It will be publicly, even if the judge is a denka and the judge is going to do not do it as it's supposed to, then the attendees will actually have their own says. And don't forget this hybrid court, when it's going to take the place, it will be witnesses by observers who will have their own opinion about what is going on. It's not something that you're going to say, I'm going to play to serve my personal interest. Other than that, I believe there are so many judges from all Dinka's background will be part of the system itself. The only thing I know, maybe the Chief Justice is Dinka, and it doesn't mean if Chief Justice is Dinka, is going to be the final decision making in every case. That's not the case here. That's not how I look at it. But what is important here, it is itself the two parties that who agreed to have this process to continue. They're actually working hand to hand together. Riek Machar went on and has been doing his best to establish, at least something that will work. Maybe if not for everyone, it will work for few, but who will expand it to make it greater for the others later on. As he went on, now you see other people are going in, and everyone is just, and we have people in Rome are negotiating the peace process. And in the end of the day, we're going to go in together and then work. No one will going to be having upper hand on the others. It took us so long, my brothers. That's all I can really say here. But I want to ask you, CJ, put in your opinion. If you are not interested with what's going on, then what do you suggest? What is the best solution that you have it there that could be alternatively replacing what we are doing it here, or what has been actually started by as they're brainstorming, and then if they agree, they're going to establish, it is going to be an act, the parliament will vote to make an act, and then that act will be a law, and then that law will be taken to appoint the judges, and, it's not just a simple process as you think. So I will stop there. Just give us your opinion. What do you have as a suggestion? Better than what we have now. What do you have?
People that have said their call, last time conference, there was a conference, there was so-called a conference that was held in Juba, where people come together from different kinds of aisles and then voice their voices. The word was Kiir and Machar should go. It's unfortunate. It went on to Rigar Bissell at the end of the day. Kiir was handed these decisions, which was clear. It's unfortunate. So this is what the 2018 peace deal is not a peace deal of South Sudanese. It is a peace deal of Kiir and Machar. Remember, Kiir and Machar had been involved once in a war in 1982 during the civil war of again in 2000. What does it tell you? By the time when the neighboring countries, African neighboring countries, they don't interfere, what are they supposed to do? They are supposed to establish a ground for us, we the people of South Sudan and Equatoria. So we could sit down and go through what Kiir and Machar did. It's unfortunate. It is the same elements we are now talking about, or regional and international communities. We have just come in observing the thief holding a conference where he has to say that, I'm innocent, claim that he's innocence, and they will listen to it. You know why? So it was the reason of ourselves being supported to become independent because of our resources. So this will be a circulation to fight. War after war, we will be involved in it. That will not end. Because if you wanted to correct a problem, the first thing to start with is peace and stability, where the 2,000 South Sudanese, particularly Equatorians, who are in the neighboring countries, are supposed to come back home to their hometowns. Then from there, you'll start bringing all those people, hold them accountable, establish what's so-called reconciliations and peace building. This is something that has never taken ground. So what do you expect? Is that fair? For me, I will dismiss, because those of Kiir and Machar, they came through 2018 peace deal, which is irrelevant. None of us have agreed upon it. These things should have been taken to its context as reconciliations. If we were to be left with this issue as civilians in a civilian court, in a civil court, means the Mahkamah Lahiyah, would have settled it easily. We would have bring Denka and Nuer and resolved the issue. Then we'll go to the second round, which is the establishment of the country. A real country where everybody will see himself in, police and all that. That is what we should do, not the other way around. We have seen it in Yugoslavia. Those people got relief. Over the time, it resolved. If you look to Rwanda, you're saying, you seem to have brought an example of Rwanda. Remember, guys, it may take us years taking bombs. Where a guy came and overcome the government and start moving the government his way. Today, Paul Kagame is not exempt. He has a blood on his hands. People are still crying, despite all these buildings. Because after all, the development of a country is not a building. It is a peace and stability. It is relief of people from pain they have gone through, from suffering. That's what it is. I hope you get me. Thank you.
move on to the next speaker. I think her name is Princess Machar. Are you there? Unmute yourself if you're ready to talk. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, CJ. Odessa.
All right. I think Princess Machar may be having some technical issues. Didi, you want to jump in and say something, or Hacker or Raj, just like Didi first, and then see if possible, and then later I'll come in. I'll put my thoughts here because there's some things also I want to say. Are you there, Didi?
Yes,
you can
yes.
unmute yourself here.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just thinking about the the justice, not that one. I'm thinking about the victims. Yeah. The fact that I felt like words have been formulated and been put into the victim's mouth. Yeah, like I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, I hear you, Didi.
Okay. So I felt like words have been formulated and put into the victim's mouth. Like, for example, as he spoke, he said, uh, you know, I don't know whether they're saying that the victims, they will go to the victims. Yeah, good. Welcome. I don't know whether.
Yeah, go ahead, Didi.
Good is there.
Voice was cutting, but you're okay. Go ahead. Now you can speak. Now, as long as you stand like this, you can speak. That's good.
Yeah, I can hear also a good in the background. I hope it's stabilized now. So he said, the victims. I don't know whether he meant before the victims come out of where they are, whether they're in the camp or they're, abroad, or they are, in the refugee camps or stuff, or the IDP's camp. He said that the victim then they will probably they will go there and question the victim, and then the villains, or maybe during the judiciary time and stuff like that, the victim will be the villain will ask the victim, those who are guilty will ask the victim for forgiveness, and the victims will have to find it in their hearts to forgive the perpetrator, you see. And then they will be deserving of, after they forgive, and then they will be deserving of compensation and repatriation. So these are two or three different words, you see. I don't know whether if you have a Lego or something that you're trying to put together, or you're trying to build a house or something, and then you're bringing different things and trying to put them together in one. I don't know whether how does that work. Like, is that like the victims will remain over there, and then they will go to the victim, and then the victim will have to forgive these people, and then they will receive the compensation and then the repatriation, or how does that work? I really didn't get that part. But I felt like forgiveness has to come willingly, because forgiveness is for the victim themselves, how they choose to move forward and stuff like that. It's not something that you can force someone into it, or you can make someone to forge it, because that's not going to bring peace. Actually, it's going to bring another problem, because somebody will be harboring something in their hearts. So it has to be something that is willing, that somebody has the will to do so. God forbid if it's going to be, they're going to do a little bit of that they don't do what you call intimidation, towards people, that people may feel intimidated, and then they had to say that, forgive Mr. So and stuff like that. So yes, and also the other thing is because they're wagging some compensation to you. So I don't know what's that compensation going to be. Money, somebody's lands or something, I don't know, because they have already pretty much looted the country. They have sold the recruit of the oils ahead of time, you see. They've sold it, I don't know, up to year what, 2027 or something like that. I don't know. They're selling it in advancement. So I don't know where they're going to get that money from. So like what CJ has spoken earlier, people like to usually often use Rwanda as an example, that like what happened in Rwanda. But I feel like Rwanda is not really the best example yet. Rwanda has not even happened yet, to settle in peace. Rwanda is yet to go another, to go another temptation, because Rwanda is still having some issues, especially in their borders.
My dear, So double.
Rwanda.
So
A good dagiga. So Rwanda is still having some issues. You know, we have witnessed even worldwide, publicly on the news, whereby some people are fleeing to as far as Britain. You see, they ran to Britain and almost they've been deported back, and then luckily the opposition party over there rescued them and said that no, you can't take these people back because if you send them back to Rwanda, they will die. You see, this is what is happening here. So I will leave it here. There's something that I wanted to mention, but I need to go back to my notes, but I will come up later on. So I just really wanted us, instead of, like, for example, when we were saying that South Sudan, like the system is heading towards the right direction, like, the regime is heading towards right direction. So, but I felt like this is something that should be created by a what you call it, private sector or something like that. Would that be the right term, private sector or something like that, that will be dealing with that kind of issues? Should not be the same perpetrators, the same criminals, the same people that have violated the people in that country, the same people that have supported the abuse. It's the same person that is standing up there, that people are so intimidated by them, that have silenced people, took their rights off them, that have scattered people left and right outside their country. And then the same people are creating a mechanism for a justice system, transitional justice system, for the future. But for the future, who are they trying to hold accountable? That's the problem now. If you're going to hold somebody accountable, it got to be somebody else creating this system. It got to be a different royal commission doing these things, not the same people that are guilty. And now he's standing there trying to prove, he's speaking as if he's innocent. He has never done anything. And then the fact that he's highlighting, saying that the wars that had happened between 2013 and 2016 is unjustified war, you see? But who created this? Who are those people who are fighting this unjustified, fighting that had taken place? Who are those people? And now you like, I came here and I violated you, and I say that these are all in, it's not right what I've done. I'm not saying it's me, but I'm saying that what was done was wrong. Obviously, I'm pointing finger towards someone else, not me. Hey, so yeah, I'll leave it here. Thank you, guys.
دقيقة بس توضيح أقعد هذا Mr. Rajab over there, he mentioned something. This activity that was done yesterday, according to what is written, said not about was not actually about the High Court in for South Sudan. It was public consultation on the legislation to establish the Commission for Truth, Healing, and Reconciliation. Because yes, I read when I heard him talk about the truth and reconciliation. For truth and healing reconciliation, the foreign nationals were sharing their experiences in reconciliation and healing. Some, like we have seen most of Europeans or what's so-called countries that host, seems to like they want to work with us and they want to help us in our issues, especially in the West. It's really sad. Like they will come and work with these criminals, and like you mentioned, Didi, there's a lot of things that are really not right from the start. These people are completely criminal. If I could be a leader, and one thing about it is, even if there is, if say let's set up this hypercode as according they claim that they did, but what type of hypercode is going to be? There's a lot of question on that. And looking at the other side of the issue, also you go back to the situation with what you call it, reconciliation. Reconciliation comes under what basis and what ground? Because right now there is no ground for this truth and reconciliation. That one group is dominating, or an organization that is encouraging and supporting this tribal system which is running the country, that hey, we are the dominant, we are the majority, and yes, we have to dominate the rest, and we will use also our numbers, our position in this political system, and no one can argue us.
And when you try to talk about the politics, they will try to give you some language, different language. And then when you talk about the reality of that, hey, you guys are really controlling this thing based on a tribal kind of like, domination. Is like, no. This is for all South Sudanese. You wonder. And then you talk about hybrid card, you talk about reconciliation. The same aggressor want to come and play. He is also one of the people who's going to bring the solution. Like, it's just, it does not make sense. And like, there is a lot of things, like you mentioned, they try to justify, or they try to kind of like similarize us with Rwanda. Rwanda is a different case in some extent because Rwanda, the issue of Rwanda was clearly one have defeated the other. It wasn't based on international community came and stopped them both and then establish a government there. Or they came into their place and condemned the criminals. Instead, it was Paul Kagame who won and then brought these who aggressed on his people or committed crime against his people to punish them. And then now he's a dictator. So dictator replacing a dictator, or saying, you know what, there's nothing new. It's just like Eastern Congo, where groups out there are instigating a problem within Congo, and these groups, once they sheltered in Congo. So there is a lot of things that's going on. But when we talk about South Sudan, it's completely different. South Sudan, there is a tribal notion behind the SPLM when SPLM was established, and yet the people who are encouraging SPLM and support SPLM, they reject that idea. They say, oh, no. SPLM actually had a vision. When you ask them what vision they have, they cannot tell you. If you tell them, okay, John Garang, when he established this thing, did he actually stay down with all the South Sudanese, or he just went straight arming his tribes and then going in and killing and making chaos, and then later he began to come to his senses and say, okay, let me bring all South Sudanese. Because even there is a situation that people, incident that happened. I'm going to talk about the Shukudum conference that happened.
Can you also please define vision? What do you mean by vision? They do not have a vision.
Let me focus on my point. Okay, I know you try to play a game, but we can do that later. But let's just focus on the main objective. Okay, so SPLM have never came up to the point of bringing South Sudanese together up to this moment, even with it. Okay, let me give you a few more minutes. They didn't cancel this one. It's further. فضل دين كانسل تفضل my best انا صعبه كده كنت خدتني في الكتريك شاي انا ما صعبه my dearest friend is here how you doing I miss you والله ديدي والله العظيم اخبارك ايه يا سيدي انت لخبطت البلد طول بالك لحظه انت لخبطت البلد برايس للعالم كله يلا بقيت تعمل ايش غادي ايوه بريء السلام عليك يا كير مريض
I go thank you. How are you?
السلام عليك also honorable friends السلام عليك انت يا جماعه انا جاي اقول لكم معلومه انا طول الشديد انا ما لقيت معكم my dear friend Didi and my good friend Mudasu see like yes literally you are a separatist and no parama so these are all sorry but also I want to say like one garden here nagman as Rajab le Salman le Bashir nazukulum and kulum
a good Odysseus said you want to dry him on the electric chair and you're here calling him your long time good friend.
I don't accept it only Didi you are the person you will never go there. Giga God it has a katani haja there kalambita na Salva Kiir ya God you know it has sabi ladi duguk talga ita akhu ya uze yom na barat galit na cousin actually what come na lisa cousin ana maru there to cousin there to friend it to kill us best also my meeting bara you are my brother you are well fajit you kasal jumuri boom وجه الخرطوم ما هو النظام لكن طبعا ديدي ده will never go to prison لأن she's very great woman I respect her a lot I love her so much لكن أوداس ما يصير على طول ما يجي لك تركير طوال المهم نعم big story short أنا بسمع لكم والله أنا مبسوط شديد التوبك طبعا توبك نظيف وتوبك كويس لكن زغري ما كلام ده رئيس الفكير ده لانه ما عارفين تماما if they bring justice يشتغلوا مزال ما يسجنون ذات so for them I think they are just speaking for the sake of speaking لكن ما بيجيب قانون في البلد يوم ده يا وداسو during the corruption time يا كوار كده خواجه كده بيجي بكره كتاب بس and it's getting paid like $1,000 a day في يوم واحد بس $1,000 في يوم كده كتاب بس so anti corruption ما شوين جورا على فاضي so الناس دول ده كلام ساكت just ولا سبت الناس شبانين but they will never bring high blue justice to جنوب السودان لكن when they are out سيطرون بعدين إذن معنى القانون الصبي لأنهم وصلوا في النهاية هم مجرمين أرجع الشعبية طبعا النهارده يا جماعة ده يوم التحرير ده يوم عظيم ده يوم الحركة الشعبية للسودان May 16 ده يوم للشعب الجنوبي للشعب السوداني ده يوم عظيم شديد الحركة الشعبية جاب التحرير جاب النجاح جنوب السودان طلع لكن ما يشتغل مع بعض لكن الحركة الشعبية نجح في ميلاد ثاني tear down السودان لما بقى حقيقة السودان we have tear down السودان ناس العرب ما جاب في القصر الجمهوري قضية عام يوم ده يوم قال we must tear down السودان ده شكرا جزيلا يا قائد الراحل دكتور جون قرن we miss you so much انت الزعيم العظيم للشعب السوداني للشعب الافريقي الحركة الشعبية one of the greatest revolutionary movement في هذا الغارة ده يعني one of the greatest successful الحركة الشعبية المشكلة يا ولدسو المشكلة ده الحركة الشعبية ده يا صاحبي لأن الحركة الشعبية شاكل مع مؤتمر وطني ده مؤتمر وطني كمان ده is the peace ده شيطان كبير ودكتور يونغرن admit this in 1990s when Bashir took over the power قال الزول الجاي ده is dangerous وما خايف بشير كبشير لكن خايف من الحركة الإسلامية ناس عبد الله الترابي دول ناس ميزوب خليفة وناس الهاي دول وناس مصطفى سمال إسماعيل وناس مهم والناس تعملوا كلهم ده because الناس جايين بهدف بتاع إسلامية هدف بتاع الدين زي ما جرى المجاهدين الجنوبيين وكده
كده وريني بس عن كده هسه موضوع كده والفيديو بتاعه الان انت خليته زمان ونسيناه احنا في دولة جديد دولة هسه في انهيار كده ورينا what's perspective on this do you think Salva Kiir must
في حين الشعب هم جابوا التحرير ابدا الراي ده في السبيك بتاعه كمان السبيك بتاعه مبرمج ده وبرمج من الجلسه بتاعتين خطوه او دينك بتاع ده المساله هنا اللي انا عايز اسالك عنه في الوضع اللي احنا عايشين فيه حاليا ده انت انه التحرير جاي من الزيتون عنده ابعاد. لو تلاحظ الخرطوم كانت تحت ضغط شديد جدا جدا، حتى السفاره الامريكيه والبريطانيه كان بيقوم بيعمل بيطمن نيروبي. لان يعني في واقع الناس اللي اتخنقوا كان في خناق عليهم، عارف كيف؟ كانوا مضغوطين، لذلك سعوا على اساس انه يدونا حقنا. ما في حاجه بدون مقابل زي ما قالوا يقولوا there's nothing free so don't dream بتاع قاعد تقولوا خايف بتاع ده كانوا بيحلم عن تحرير السودان بحكم انه حسب الدينك قال انه سمينا حاجه اسمه خرطوم ده. احنا كنا في درمان ولحد هسه الجلابه لسه قاعد يغنوا انه ناس دينك وانتوا ناس دينك ده اهلنا. so where do you belong where do you belong exactly؟ أنا يقول شنو؟ أتيك ده ولا أنت كويس يا أخي وده يعني الدنكاوي هو مشتت فكر. يقول لك أنا معك وبعد بكرة أنا مع إعلان. This is bad. So خليك زول عدل، خليك عندك مبدأ. Be a man of principle. Have one word. Stand for it. Thank you.
Yeah, let him finish. Can you finish? And no matter that, go ahead. Finish your point.
I don't want to go talk because if I go around, I can bring what you right now. I know that very well. لكن نرجع شعبية جمال السودان عمل إنجازات كثير. نشكر ربنا. أقول تاريخ طبعا بدأ من 47 until 1955. السودان القديم ده ما لقوا الاستقلال قبل كده. السودان never get independent. It has happened independent. Other Sudan that is ready for a scramble. He's only يجوا تاني منه. You know. الحركة الشعبية ترى السودان بغير هذا الزعيم الكبير and he predicted a lot of things. ولا يكون he predicted happen. اليوم نذكر أخوان وأخواننا أو كمرن في مرحلة القتال جيش الشعبي ترى السودان والمواطنين. أنا الجنوب ده ما طلع ساعة الجيش الشعبي. المواطنين كده معروف بدم جاب كل الجيش جاب لوين الجيش. But when Dr. Jongan was assassinated, people in Madiankin, because if you are ولقب رئيس رئاسة Salva Kiir والناس بتاع زمان ناس بقنا مهم ناس وين دول بقى كمان become so ambitious they want to become president instead for them to support Salva Kiir كنيجا عايزين يكونوا مساسات وده كله لقب جاب مشاكل كله Salva Kiir أنا كم بقول زعلان Salva Kiir at the same time it does not speak based on the situation في الواقع. أصلا أنا بقول زنا قاعد زنا رئيس شوف situation happen now I will change my speech according to the situation الموجودة. لكن الادفايزر رئيس البكير دول ده يكمل بس ما فاضل الجنوب زاد. لكن ربنا كمان يقعد يشوف كتير. الاركان شاف ترى السودان tear down السودان ده الاركان شاف ما قدروا يعلوا لكن طلع جنوب السودان. What's what happened? الشيطان دائما الشيطان قال المجرم you can be مجرم لكن one day قال يبي dog as one day. أصل الكلب تاع السودان القبيل أصل وقع بشرك. مش ينلوم ميليشيات وميليشيات جاب بمصر الجمهور جو دمر البلد ده. السودان خلاص انتهى. 1956 دول المجرمين اللي طلعوا السودان عملوا العربيين والاسلام ده وقع في الشرق. لكن ده منو عمل ترك الشعبيه ده. اذا فيلم طارق ما كان ناضلا هلا الحاجات في السودان ده فريدم ده كان موجود ما كان ما في. سو يا جماعه ندوا شكر للاس بي ال ام سلفا كير ده ندوا شكر نقول لسلفا كير شكرا جزيلا. لكن يا سلفا كير try to change your language على كلام لغه الكلام بو change a little bit. المواطنين في جاي من السودان ده let them stay on the borders ده ما يجي في جوبا هناك عملوا مشاريع لبي عندهم يعمل مشاريع زراعيه عشان يشتغلوا هناك يكونوا في ميلا قاعد في حدود عشان يكون جاي هناك دول وتعلم يكون فري وحاجات كتير كده. this if we do this one نمنجا كتير. انا لي كلام كتير لكن انا ما جاي لي كلام انا جاي عشان اسلم انت ودس and my dearest friend Didi لأن I miss her so much and ما شايفه يا مدول. We come here, even though you and I have disagreement, I respect my brother. You are a good comrade. طبعا الزي الموجود الأركان الشعبية الحكومة القاعدة ده حكومة الامتيازين حكومة المديانكين يعني. You know في بعض من الناس مديانكين ده يكمل الساكت ما ده يمشي قدام. بعد المصالح العالم ده العالم المصالح يا جماعة. You cannot just get from somebody and then you don't want to give. You know Sudan was assisted because when America بربنا زي رابيندو America hukumana ka majima Sudan chana tola bultana kulbul tola akwan tana dul da jibde ebsakala americano ka wala amu it nazu mafi go wala ana gode zaite ya udasu ana gana dikulu maka din amba tola dinak because ma basha tare so was siyasa na kali shoya number ثلاثة أرجع شعبي السودان other opposition leaders قالوا في الجنوب ذات يا جماعة نشتغل مع بعض. جمهور السودان يسجل في الجنوب. أنا مبسوط شديد وجود جوسون وليندا. لأن الجماعة ده ربنا ده خطوا حاجة بقلب بتاعه. ما king of chulu ده والله ربنا يبارك يا أجل ربنا يبارك ده والله. ده زمن ربنا كمان عمل حاجات أنا كويس جنوب السودان وقع في النار في شهر 5. شهر 5 ده زمن زمن الزراعة يا جنوبي يا أغنى جنوبين. Why don't you be like Bibi Ali, ma Shigai more well, who are supporting people, shelter begin at home. Let us support ourselves, but you know, be. Padang Namchil in Tagaba, Native Ganu to Gabalia, Igabi Rasgo, Natuku, Ganu, and Ganu will be better than the Kodu. I just sell a kid, they will be Ganu, Mariam Maja without her. They cannot bring anything because the Nazdo, they are complicit. She must not have Kulu. But they are in the power. It is very difficult for us to prosecute them. Shangara nin machine mama salam mutamda na lizu mam na kunya kwane kwesi no kalam gati baranu shin tagaba zinin shinum bar badak say you know what man you have the right to remain silent you say you use and so and so and then we start to investigate them because you can investigate all that big mama belt a war the tola dinek la indim gurush win ma yirkul ngana go of Israel ya sabe. So let's try to work together. You know, I just want to say thank you so much for running this show. But also, yeah, kalam tagma ko ida brother. أردنا على قبيلة. بس الشغل مودون بيصير وكان معكم مصريين. أزور بريم ده سجون كرتون كله جنجوي ده. أصلا كلنا شكر. لا يا جماعة قدر يخش في السنتر بتاع الشيطان. أصلا مصر ده سيريس 1899 سيريس 1856 مصر ما طلع من السودان لكن هسه بطلع فرقود. مصر طلع من السودان ده it is a new beginning for Ethiopia. Ethiopia is taking over. The whole of Africa will be very very great. Let us try to support Talim by all means. زي تخطوا أطفال المدارس. نقول لكم جنوب السودان التعليم تعليم يكون فري لكل طفل جنوبي. فقير وغني يريد أن فورج نقرأ جماعة. التعليم ده will change our people mind. لأن 70% 70% من الجنوبيين ومين ساكت نان مديانين ما بقرأ ولا بشوف أقول كم ولا or أقول بديكن تايده. They can die for me. So let us try to educate them. عشان ما يمر ورا أقول تاني ولا يمر ورا ودانسو ولا يمر ورا my dearest friend Didi ولا جونس مريالدي جرا مريالدي ولا جنرال براي ولا honorable دول أناك ولا سيجي أناك دول ولا سلمان دندرة يا سلمان دندرة إنت ماله يا brother إنت you don't even talk about سهاجر كويس سهاجر تتغابات you know with the rules زين بارشة تكون واحد the Western Barakazat. You know, I like this guy for Rajab Majab, Rajab. This is my Majab, this is my Majab. So on the show, any machine go down, any machine work on quiz. Military quiz, any machine quiz, Usalama Jai Salam Nogi, but the Wula Kwana, my good guy will enjoy a girl is surrender. No. This guy is come for peace. Jama Salam Salam. Let us try not to embarrass ourselves. There's no winner if you harm. Not a winner. We are all guilty. We made a mistake. Brother getting brother as a big cartoon. The mood of share could not do it. Not to Arab. Could you move Darfur would now go away to Maba. They are used because they're good money there. When you have money, you can change everything. As zones you can buy a person. So I haven't seen my brother for a while, and I'm absolutely cool mark for CJ. Change your mind, brother. It's about the cool while with somewhere in Victoria. Did you know it would be the first lady? I know this because I respect her a lot. When she speaks, even though she's angry, I respect her, man. She presented herself very well. As in as they did either. This great leader, this is on the ground. This is on the ground for that, yeah. So your separation is not going to happen. We're going to have election, inshallah. We're not going to convention, but that will take place. We will acquire more land. Will take over Sudan. Secularism will be implemented. Inshallah, as well party listening. long live the SPLM. SPLM much to Kudama Jama, what other parties. I don't think that SPLM will lead by itself. As in, as a Butani, in a Koji fil Marakada, can fin Takabat, and Azadia, I want to say to be as we reach Gilbert and so as that, my good number. So we will go and listen outside to do well, good things. And I'm not feeling Makalam, yeah. As in Zara, as in Moya, as Doa, as in Talim. It is Samia Salva Kiir Mayadi, Mataya Batagla, Manata Guy Waragla. Lakin I believe she had up to SPLM. Lakin Naz Gari Food is a highness here. Then you compel Sagan. But inshallah, Zamanda, the Zaman Quiz, Nijim Abad, Ninijinubin, Umagabel, Mahenia brother, I want to say, may God, the Creator, bless the Republic of South Sudan and peace be to all. We shall defeat the test of our time. Didi, and be proud of you. Be proud.
Well, propaganda, like I said. Okay. Let me start. Dita قلت مصريين. كده مصريين أنت قاعد تقول لهم مش في مصريين ذاته في جنوب السودان. أنت بتعرف الكلام ده ولا لا؟
Yes, I know that. Now after being captured في مروة they are done. مروة طبعا ده بيقولوا إنه يقولوا
أنا كنت أعرف أنت بس. يعني أنا بس الناس على أنت قاعد تقول يطردوا مصريين من سوريا. أنا ده نطردك. ما أنت ذاته مصري هسه. يوم ده قلت مصر ده بتاعك. أنا نطردك من إكواتوريا أرجع لمصر ولا بتجيت من وين المهم قاعد هناك. That's what is good. Like أنت بركة أنت عرفت تقول تتوما من هناك. So كويس. تما من أرض بتاع إكواتوريا. So leave the Equatorian alone. So another thing أنا ده الناس على هنا. كده وريني من كير ده وين. What did he achieve? ما تقول لي قال يا أخي هو جاب independent. كده وريني exactly the real achievement كير. الآن أنت قبل شوية قاعد تمدح كير هسه قاعد تقول يا كير مفترض يعمل كده وبعدين تيجي تقول لا كير is not is innocent في ناس الجنب ده بس كده exactly tell me where is achievement كير.
One of the Odasu Azola Jama Ladu Shukura Jama Azola team. It has scary, yeah, Odasu scary. It are a little American or little Israel Arbasar, who has Jama Shaka to Bishop Door. Azola one is Sana, well, Bishop Door, well, Budu Bongo, well, Budu Way, Azola Lviv, Yakatalo, Jabal Kulum about and in search of Kondola. A Jama Zola Taban, Ola Zola,
Why is he leading? Kanu Taban, mentally Taban.
My name, no good Mabas, and one Mabas and a Shilu Barfin Taban. And the Zola to the Taban Zata, La Uzul go shit. Azolu is a bad guy. Like he has done like both I get. Yumdag, I want to tell you a story. Yumdag, as happy Zul can't check out your boom without Azoldom, Ado, and ugly much built out your work at the Taban, not the Tamal, I get my quiz. Much anak. But sugar race can guard them who raise much away. Joe, but sugar Zul double telephone. Kalasma, ya lado. Girl, raise my love on a race another. It is what I get to. Laruga is a much I'll super lisa. Should come the remember based on Kalaman's widow. Then I'm going to come to the dictionary and give to community and stuff and celebrate time. And you want me to let the cousin, but I have signed the paper for $1 million. As well about some of the Wali. So raise the as well the what it is of her. Who could be cool to man, the white Jabbe Alam, Talajimo Sudan, Atala, incident of Daga, the Kula get Tapulu. Sudan. 1995 Zola Uzul Junubira. I want him to speak situation that's and how they come to water and that can come down about that. Like when it comes to nationalism, that's all go with it. I give his position. Some people don't figure it out. So we need to give him thank you. Well, I get a 10 Amoroda who is up as a Kalam girl 991 will never feel that is a mistake. Little can't talk like that. And I believe his advisor. If I was the advisor, don't talk like that. Don't say anything like that. It's a pickle, but exactly, and you want to one of the para. Then the shield because come to raise بيشيلوه ولا يزبوه ولا زي بيشيلوه كحقيقه. So my brother Salva Kiir عمل حاجات كويس وسع حركه شعبيه. الحركه الاسلاميه ده يدمر حركه SPLM لكن SPLM was very strong
أقول أنت بس قاعد تتكلم حركة شعبية عمل حاجة كويس وسلفا كير عمل كويس لكن لسه زمان what did he done؟ أوكي ناس هناك أصل بلد في $1 billion debt. Okay, even more than $1 billion debt أكتر من خرطوم. What are you talking about؟ وعمل حاجة كويس. Okay, and again أنت say يا أخي زول تعبان وذاته mentally. Okay, كانوا mentally incompetent مفترض ما يكون leader. So معناته في contradiction هنا. You feel like this guy he's gonna protect the interest of Dinka أكتر من ما هو قاعد protect interest of South Sudanese. لأنه هذا ما قاعد تجيب a clear answer كده. What did he achieve؟ حتى ناس ذاته هناك complain. ناس هناك تعبانين. فقري is increasing. Economically he failed. Okay, he must be held accountable. لو هو ده يكون دي ده ما شغل عجائز ولا ده شغل تناس ما بتعبوك ولا امك ولا اهلك ده شغل بتبقى responsible to
لكن الدول هو فشل. ليه فشل؟ اذا انا كنت في البيت او اليوم في صوره تعمل تصفيه في كل صوره تصفيه شديد يبقى وزهم ولا في ادفايز جنبه انا بقول يا سلفا كير قدروا 80% من الجيش الشعبي ده الجيش الكبار من ده كله وسياسيين اقوم فوق execute طلب دينهم عشان كده هو صور بنجا لكن الصور بتقل الناس جنرال كبار مجانين دول والسياسيين طبعا ما بنجا في كل صوره تصفيه ما هي برادر سلفا كير اما نفسه زول ربنا اثر زول ربنا ده Sudan we have lost almost half million people is just around 80 people 80% من السياسيين وجنرال ده it would have been less than 200 people يطلع دينه مشيله برا يقول ده تاريخ كده جمله كان لكن خلى الناس دول المجرمين دول اكل شيل غريبلت ما يبقى في السودان وجنوب هذا what I mean man لكن زول يا جماعه زول عمل حاجه بتاع يا جماعه نقول حاجه زول عمل حاجه بتاع لكن it's time for him to get out here now I agree with you Salva Kiir it is time for you we don't want more then machine تغبات وما دايرين لك ام يبيتك يكون go and rest over there تلقى كوبي بجابنا تغيير وكلام كثير ورياض مشاهد ام يلير بتاعنا وود ده يكون رئيس ما ديدي ما وداسو ما سيجي ما جرى مريالي وشكرا جزيلا بعد اسمع last year brother انا ما كنت I didn't say but mentally ما دا كوني blue house my brother don't put in blue house انا ما كنت زول mentally unstable
انت خايف blue house انكل كور قاعدين ولا شنو؟ ما تمشي بعدين تلقى حالك في ما في بور في blue house ها اوكي اما قاعد يرجع بلدي انا فهمتك
اسمع hold it can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. I know Kaman House says, but go ahead, CJ.
Is trying to twist the subject.
أنا فهمت كلامه. عشان كده أنا ما like.
We're not here to say Mr. فلان وإلا رجل ده طيب ورجل ده كذا. Please, the topic is clear. إنك نسأل إنه السبيتش بتاع الزول ده الopening speech بتاعه هناك في الجلسة العمل بتاع reconciliations. What's your ideas? What's your perspective? That was what we're looking for. سؤال بسيط بالنسبة لي كان عاوز إجابة مختصرة لو تسمع. Salva Kiir,
yeah, CJ, I agree with you.
Salva Kiir, hold it, my friend, hold it there. Salva Kiir قاعد ينفذ سياسات بتاع الجرن على التشايل وصورة بتاع الجرن على التشايل على الإجازية والأعمال عارف كيف؟ وقاعد يشيل أفكار بتاع الجرن. لو سألناك أنه جرن ده شال شباب بتاع دينكا وعلمهم في خارج البلاد في استراليا في امريكا وهنا دون المجموعات الاخرى في إيكواتوريا أبناء البحر الغزال. انت بتشوف توجه بتاع قرن هنا لو هو يا قاعد يزرع البذره بتاعه دي بيطلع شنو شكله؟ عارف كيف؟ هل هو بيطلع لصالح جنوب السودان ولا هيكون ضده؟ هذا الرجل انت قاعد تشكره وتعمله. عارف كيف؟ قرن لما قام بالحركه، الحركه تحولت بعد مرور الزمن الى حركه وطنيه شامل للسودان القديم. السودان القديم كان بيحارب الجلابه، في ناس في غرب، مقاومه في غرب، مقاومه في الشرق البجا، وعندك الجنوبيين في الجنوب. عارف كيف؟ هؤلاء المجموعات كانوا كل والفور جاء ظهر في النهايه، مع انه فور كان واحد من المؤيدين بتاعت الناس. دي شكل الحركه، فالحركه واضحه جدا جدا. اليوم العملوا كير، العملوا كل ما فعلوا قرن هو اللي بيعملوا كير لنا. كير في يوم من الايام قال شنو؟ السودان دي ما بتاع دينكا ولا بتاع نوير. Today when I ask you how do you look at Sudan الزمان قاعد يتكلم فوق ده؟ How do you look at it؟ وإيكاتوريا كان مشكلة بتاعه. كير قال الحرب مشكلة بتاعت الحرب اللي
دقيقة don't interrupt this.
مشكلة الحرب الاثنين اللي حصل، اللي قال في اثنين حروبات حصل. زي إيكاتوريا شنو؟ زي بتاع ناس واو شنو تمشي تضرب أطفال هم قاموا في مظاهرة سلمية. مش كير يضربوا، كير قال كان قال لهم أنا فرقتي بصفة خاصة، قال لهم أنا لو كان يا أخي أنا كنت حامل الكعب. Should you embrace this guy and say إنه الليلة اليوم بتاع SPLA؟ Please my friend. In the topic, you should concentrate on the topic rather than twisting it, please. لو انت قاضي انت بتخط كير ده وين هسه في مرحله ده؟ انت بتخليه وهو بيدي speeches ولا بتخطه behind bar as somebody who knows something in the law? Please tell me about all that. Thank you.
اسمع عشان احنا ما نعمل one on one person please. That's just انت كان عندك حاجه بس ناقد في الكلام ده Mr. CJ and let's move on, but go ahead. عندك like 1 minute and a half عشان نقدر نمشي للنكست سبيكر، لانه احنا زاد انا لحد هسه في حاجات I want to نركز عليها في الموضوع ده كله. فتفضل أقول 1 minute and a half please.
طبعا قبل يا ولد كنا نجيب فوق انا قلت له الكلام بتاع الرئيس اللي قال فوق ده ادزغري جزء لانه وزاره مع الناس بتاع القاعدين الحكومه ده ما بيجيبوا جاست في السودان because they are complicit. So I'm going to really be like this. ما في الكلام ده. I said very clearly. Salva Kiir إذا هو مجرم ما مجرم ده داعي ثاني. هسه حاليا هو عنده سلام على الأمر ده. جابت فيه ولينا وريان مشارة. والناس دول سلام يدوم مندي. يوم الماشين في تغاب دام ده نشيله برا بعدين يقول investigate ده كل كده investigate is the president. Salva Kiir ما دكتور جون غرام مو كان سوري. لكن Salva Kiir ده nothing like دكتور جون غرام. The younger is philosophical, you know. Salva Kiir, it is a committed man. He wants to fight for the people of South Sudan, but at the same time, he's supposed to reach the people's lips, you know. الكلام بتاع يوم ده مش بواوده والوين كل ده كلام فارغ فعلا. الرئيس ما بكلم زي ده, you know. So I agree with you. Look يوم ده كلام ده look ما كويس, but it come the past. We want to encourage leaders, not only him. Don't speak like that. A leader, you have to always. Don't speak that language that will fire on people, that will be able to kill people. No quiz, you know. So is his speech Kulu? I disagree with his speech as well, and I don't like his speech. This guy. That's why I don't listen to most of his speech. I listen to one or two. The rest I don't listen to it because it doesn't admire me. You know, I get admired from John Garang. I get admired from Fidel Castro. I get admired from Thomas Sankara. I get admired from American Cabral. You know, no Kuru. Salva Kiir, Kareem Tai is still my president. What about Didi? Oh yeah. She's the best man.
You see, he was quoting actually the peace agreement. In the peace agreement has spoken about the resettlement of or the return of the IDPs to their homes. كلام اللي قالوا ده ما فيه غلط. لأن because after the court is actually established, so he was asking people that, you know, return of the IDP or refugee is totally different. The refugee they become in neighboring country. Has lost so many things. We can lost their house, lost so many things. Like in Zol the victim can qualify for compensation, but may not qualify for repatriation. Repatriation ده باللغة الثانية ده توطين، يعني إعادة للوطن. والتوطين ده يعني يمشي يوطنوك ويخطوه في بيت، ما يبيه في بيت، بنوا له جاهز. زمان في زمن النيوان كان في حاجة اسمه توطين لازم يتبعه. So he's talking about توطين, and that's what actually he meant. لما حاجة بطال is not a confusion. Number two, وانا داير اجيب هنا بس انا ما بمشي كتير لانه all there are so if you guys have some questions I will answer them. كلام my brother what is not inspired by the speech of President Kiir. Do you know, let me say this, President Kiir is he's actually reading a speech that was written to him. And we talk about this for so many years. Through the leader, and this, because when somebody wrote your, even Dr. Machar, which is also a PhD holder, in 2013, when he was reading 2013, before the war broke out in that conference, he was reading something that was given to him to say. He was struggling that to try to read it and to talk because it's not his. When people who took like a speech, natural public speakers, Mr. Asakir, preachers, teachers, then teachers, religious leaders, they have a public speak skills by nature. Lakin لما نكتبوا لك speech that one, even though if you are a preacher and somebody else written your speech or what you are going to preach, you will startle. يعني انت بكون عندك هنا انت بتتمتم انت بتكون مقلق وده مشكله. ده زمان كانوا يقولوا انه شوف listen to همتي، شوف همتي ده زول صباح معلش ما اقول صباح ده زول يعني
1 minute and a half 1 minute and a half just
okay in 1 minute انا داير اقول بس يا ريت لو كان بريزيدنت كير كان بخلوه يتكلم براه من راسه بس I think he will deliver a good speech. And also كمان يا brother Agwad, entire John Garang was a teacher, was a professor. That's why it's very good. في جيش عندنا ناس أنا طبعا بتكلم كزول عسكري. عندنا ناس they are very good to speak. In particular ناس بتاع وناس بتاع supply ديل هما they don't work with the soldiers كتير، ما بقولوا جيش كتير. كلام بتاعهم بكون قليل. President Kiir, if you see his background, there's all the intelligence. Intelligence, they don't talk that much. What they do, they collect information. They have a very good characteristic of listening and observation, to observe things. As long as President Kiir, all of you, President Kiir will look at you from the bottom to the top, and he will never forget you. You see, they are the Muslim President Kiir, Mazul public speaking. Lakin is a very good memory. He has a very good listening capacity. When we give him a station, man, she can take a man.
بس in this one, like from your perspective or your knowledge, Kiir, when did he get to the military?
Thank you so much, Audacity, for Suwal Bitagda. Even in his speech, if you listen to him, he left Anyanya, is one of the students with Joseph Lago. In 1955, who was a part of him, he left his school for wow. He was 16 years old. He had 16 years old, Manado, he was going, according to Zamanda. My daughter, she's 14 now. She's a junior. She's a sophomore, or she's يعني كان الأداب وكان ممكن نكون في سنة أولى ثانوي كان ماشي سنة أولى ثانوي ولا سنة ثانية ثانوي and then he left في 16 years old إذا كان ماشي مدرسة في عمر 6 سنة he was 16. That's the time that he joined the military, and then when he came back in 1972, 17 years in the bush, 16 years but all of the you will see he will make about 33 years. He came back like 33 years. Am I wrong?
71 years.
No. In 1972 when he came back. 1972.
Oh, okay.
He went to the bush when he was 16 and he spent like 17 years in the bush.
Oh, okay.
Okay. 33. Yeah, 33. And then 33 Gamja, when he was actually integrated into the Sudan military, and then he took some Dorad with the Istakhbarat, and then from there, Akad Imtihan with Safadubat, and he was Kulliya Harbiya. Kulliya Harbiya with the Sudan Zaman, if you are a CJ, Kulliya Harbiya, when the Kuntazo Sabdabit, Etamazol is fresh from the high school to another Bishara Sudania, Buduk Hetesima Tibet, and can guide you General Thomas Cirillo. So that's the time that there was a man who had a just for.
Yeah, Marco. Let me say something in 30 seconds, please, if you don't mind. Salva Kiir ما دخل عسكرية في الفترة اللي قلت ده يا أستاذ ماكول. هو دخل في early 60s. Okay, so هو ما عمل 17 years complete of Anyanyaiwan, but it was part of it. Even John Garang ما عمل 17 years of Anyanyaiwan in the bush. Okay. John Garang joined since in middle of the 60s. Joined the one. But if you want to get the correct time of their enrollment into the movement, that's something you need to maybe make a research about it, discuss it, but not the entire 17, because they were kids. The Manada of 1955, John Garang was 10 years old. And maybe Salva Kiir could be 1955 could be maybe 3 or 4 years old. He cannot just start the fresh. What he was.
No, General he joined the movement when he was 16. The Kalamba, Takash Muzada President Kiruga Kalamba. The Kalamba Uzatu.
Yes, when he was 16, but that will be when?
When the movement broke out. And look at the movement broke out.
Movement started in 1955. Salva Kiir and John Garang, they were kids, whom are like 10 years old, or maybe Salva Kiir could be younger than that. As Salva Kiir Umrukam Kaidena like Basia, Mia Call or a general. How old is he? I believe it could be around 70, maybe early 70, 71, or maybe something around that. At least 72, maybe. I don't know. I don't have a correct one.
According to his claim, 16 years for Bushka, that will be 71 years.
Will be 71 years, okay. So is that like meaning he was in the beginning of 1955 in Bush? Is that what calculated to be 71, 72?
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
But I think that need to be verified because I don't think he joined the movement while he was just like maybe 10 years old. What can he do in the bush there? But the thing is this: he was a part of it. He contributed in movement as a young teenage. So that's the correct. But I don't believe that he started exactly in 1950s or 1957, 58, 59 or whatever. Maybe early 60s, around maybe middle of 60s. Yeah, something. I have one of his close relatives who knows him very well. He will get maybe verify all the facts sometimes. Yeah. Uh-huh. To the mic. Good. No, the reason General Mariani. Yeah, so he was 16. So when he came back, so he was 33 years old. Dictora Didi, Tanuncholis, no? Is clear? What is it? Okay. What is it? My answer, I hope my answer is clear.
Yeah. There is a reason why I ask you, and you're right. You mentioned that you heard it. Good, you heard the speech that Salva Kiir mentioned about 16 years old, and it's just kind of like mind-boggling. And if about this is not right. Known about the Anyanya can be recruited at fall. To him, he was a child because Anyanya can be recruited nasally, masalan fi age of 18 or adult ages اللي هم understand the meaning of that revolution. واكتريتهم كانت لهذا في كاتوريا كان الاكتريت كان الناس اللي قاموا بالحمله بتاع انيانيا. But they call every South Sudanese, and add to it also كان في الصبايا الصغار ديل بس بيكونوا كمثلا في كان مثلا هو teenager 18 years old. They will look at him as a يكون كشاف مثلا. That's the time he joined the movement. Well, that's what he claimed. طبعا ما في دليل ما في any evidence to it غير هو قاعد يكليم لانه حتى الكليم اللي كمان قاعد يقول كان جونجرن كمان كان في انيانيا which is still not accurate لانه الناس اللي بتاع انيانيا they were known, but there was also something happened and ده حاجه actually established Kokora. One of them during that time of the peace agreement happened. A lot of people, especially Dinka, they began to join the police في جوبا هناك without mind and qualification. But that time لما عملوا قال خليه يعملوا جيش ويكونوا الجيش integration all that stuff, some people even claim هم في جيش كان في عنيانيا وحاربوا when some of them never even seen the military and war. عشان كده كان في misuse. This is with evidence of it. A lot of people that live at that time and also witness it as children or witness it as adult actually it was disturbing. So في حاجات هنا claim of people joining عنيانيا ده حتى ناس أنيانيا اللي joined, a lot of them هم كثير منهم either died or they just moved to another country. في واحد أنا بعرفه he lives in the United States. This man was an Anyanya, okay? He's from some of the tribes in Equatoria, and he told me clearly, they were very strict, regulation. They would not bring children in their midst. Actually, they fight mom, like what SPLA did. SPLA recruited children, so there is something here different. Anyanya is equal the same like Naman SPLA can commit this crime against humanity. Hatta today, the legacy of SPLA still continues. When Malaysia بيقوموا في غابات, طوالهم بيشيلوا أطفال, and they put them as soldiers, which is wrong. This is something.
Something to you, mungkin best in 1 second.
Go ahead.
In that what is this? You are a very young, intelligent guy. أنا ما أدري تمشي في راوت بتاع الناس اللي بيتكلموا كلام ما منه بيز. You are not you and Didi. You don't qualify in that كلام بتاع قبلية كتير. ده is not you. Other thing, Kaman, I want you to know very well, as a South Sudanese, whether you are Equatorian or Lentashiro, again, your history, you should know it. Look, 16 years old for Sudan,
when you compare it to Western world, 16 years old, زي زول عمره 25 سنة هنا, or maybe 30 years, the way they behave. وانت شفت الكلام ده, I can tell you the history have shown us. يعني شوف زمان هناك في جنوب السودان بزوجوا بنت عمرها 14 سنة, she's already mature. 14 years mature, she can get married. لزول زار كبير جدا بزوجه لزول عمره 30 سنة 35 سنة. And she's ready to carry out the business. And you have seen it here, they came here to the Western world. Until Kawaji Yamado confusion, Galo no, into Sohar. You see? So maturity bibda min badri. So 16 years old, أنا بتكلم معك أخوي أوديسي. يعني to be honest with you, قدام الناس كلهم قاعدين نحلف كله بأي حاجة. في معسكر في خرطوم. I jumped from a cigarette لسنة ثالثة متوسطة. Simply because أنا بس داير شهادة إكمال عشان أخش في الشرطة. And I did it. لكن my puberty جمع حصل جوا المعسكر تاع الجيش. وأنا كتبت أنا 18 لكن I'm not 18. Just from 6th grade لسنة ثالثة متوسطة. ومشيت. أنا was a police officer, شفنا أنا أصغر وزول في المعسكر. وفي ناس كتار زي ده 16 years old, زمان زول ببلغ عمره 14 سنة. في زول ببلغ عمره 14 سنة بشوفه طوال ده زول راجل. في زول ممكن يبلغ عمره 18 سنة. our culture ما يعني childhood بتاعنا في أفريقيا they take it away in a very early age. Some of us they don't live their childhood. You have seen it. I mean, she carry out the business of the house. She's come to cook. She's actually they train her in a very early age to become responsible. عشان كده don't be surprised تشوفينه في عيال صغار في in the movement هنا في أمريكا يقول لك والله ده جينا صغير. You know, here in America we put مو زول جينا صغير from جينا صغير under 18 مش 17 سنة is still considered like a child مش
أنا بس my point is أنا فهمت كلامك. البوينت الأساسي إنه SPLM can be recruit children clearly واضح كمان بدون خجل. لما he talks about أنيانيا ما كان recruit children. Let me be clear. أنيانيا كانوا recruit ناس اللي هم بيشوفهم mature enough, able to comprehend and able actually to carry a gun. لأنه حتى كنت لاحظت في missions بتاعهم أنيانيا ما يوم هم ارتكبوا جرائم ضد الإنسانية زي ما بنسمع في SPLM. أنيانيا كان target بتاعه is the military فقط. هم كان بيركزوا لوين عرب ديل معسكرات العرب ده هم بالتارجت them. حتى العرب كان بيقى بيخافوا إنه في local قاعد يوقف مع الميليشيات. فالميليشيات قد ما هم بيحاولوا avoid the civilian, مرات هم بيinteract مع civilian لكن in a distant way. And to respect the children. So this is the difference هنا. You know, whatever في ناس yes حتى في أمريكا في history إنه في World War II وفيتنام في kids أقل من 18 they lied about their certificate calling the هم adult and they went to war. And when they came back they just found out إنه هم ترى صغار. That's known fact. لكن لما نتكلم إنه like by the organization he allowed such people to come in, that's not allowed. That's not allowed. لأنه حتى ذاتنا لما هم
أنا بتفق معك في حتة بتاعتنا صح فعلا أنيانيا they were responsible to be honest with you. And if you look into it because أنيانيا هم طالعين من الفاميليز. أنيانيا كانوا طالعين من الفاميليز. They care about the family. And their objective was very clear to the people. وكان الناس لسه عندهم culture بتاعهم. SPLA to be honest with you committed a lot of crimes. لأنه وده كلام زمان أنا سألت الناس what is the difference between أنيانيا الناس جو من لاحظت الناس جو من أنيانيا 2 أنيانيا 1 when they established the country وعملوا peace agreement Addis Ababa, South Sudan was stable for 11 years. Responsible, خطوط البوليس were responsible ما في corruption. لكن الناس كلها لما جو صار فعلا a lot of corruption حصل. Do you know why? لأنه لو لاحظت الناس SPLA they went أسسوا الحركة بتاعتهم in the neighboring country. لكن they were within the country ذاته في وسط في جنوب السودان السودان ما مش بعيد very was الناشونال كان حركه من الداخل بتعرف مثلا داخليه and they were caring about their people. I agree with you 100% ولسه اللي انا عملته زمان. انا قلت what is the difference؟ ليه ناس SPLA لما جو في bad behaviors ما في stability؟ ليه ناس نيانيا لما جو what is the difference؟ But I found out لأن نيانيا they did not displace مواطنين. لما نيانيا كان شغال ما في مراه شالوا برا، ما في الواق حرقوه، ما في غريه حرقوه، ما في غريه حرقوه، كل حاجات كله فيه كله ستيبل. ده نيانيا بس كان بتارجت بس الحكومه بس. لكن لما الناس كده جا things fell apart. ناس مشوا في neighboring country behaviors change وده كاب حاجه. That's why I said it. لكن نيانيا ما عملوا الكلام ده. نيانيا عشان كده أنا sometimes I disagree with the SPLA to be honest Odysseus. إنه هم they rush لبوش. لكن if they stay a little bit شوية ويخلوا جنوب السودان كان قاعد في محل بتاعه ده شوية، كان a lot of generations في جنوب السودان a lot of families كان على الأقل بيكون مستقرة و a lot of generations could have been educated. كان هيكون يعني جنوب السودان كان يكون في تنمية. أنا بتفق معك في الحتة دي.
اسمع الموضوع كان قبلية الموضوع كان قبلية تنظيم بتاعت الحزب اللي يعمل أساس طبع قبلي النمط قبلي عارف كيف يمحومن يعني. أنا طفل أنا شاهدت مواقف يعني غريبة جدا في أوساط بتاعت الأسواق دي. كانوا جو وقدموا أنفسهم، قالوا هم كانوا ضباط في الجيش ما بعرف في ذاك أي بشكل وصابوهم عارف كيف. لكن طبعا هناك كجلابة بحكم العدد الدولة كان كجنوبية 6000 جندي، لذلك وزعوا الناس يعني بغض النظر الكابتوريين كانوا محفظين قوي يعني كان ممكن تمشي تدعي، لكن الناس كانوا بشدة جدا مين وقالوا له يا أخي أنا بعدين نبغى نلعب دور كبير وقبل ما يلعب دور كبير يعني حاسة القبلية اللي حاسة القائم في جنوب السودان دي جذور دي كله ورجعتها في أصل هو قبل اليوم وروبن ماج تجي معه باله بونا المجموعات دي كل يوم قاعد يبني يعني ده مشاهد هنا شاهدناها وقائع واضحة جدا جدا. ففي SPLA كان مجالات كبيرة حتى لما هو دخل في الحركة لما قامت كان عنده نفوذ لحد زيمبابوي ونازل يتعاوروا معهم يعني فرص بعد SPLA ما لقاوا النيانيا كان فرص بتاعهم محدود. حتى انه تذكر انه زول بيقول لهم عهد المشاهير اللي ما جوزيف لاغو ده قتلوه في وين؟ يوغنديين قتلوه عارف كيف؟ قتلوا اليوغنديين. ففي حاجات يعني نكون مضايقين جدا جدا. اللهم الا لما لاغو يلقى فرصه مش اسرائيل يا دعم بعد سلاح. لما ده القتل حاجه اسمه 1982 اللي هو بيس ديل اللي موجبه ادونا الحق تغيير المصير بعد 5 سنوات. ابن الير هو اللي كسر حاجه اللي اسمه اللي هو السلف اتومي ده the right of self determination. ابن الير كان هو الحليب بتاع النميري يد والراجل ده حتى لقوه في الايام الاولى شالوه الدف مع النميري هناك عملوه غسيل مخ. يروبين بقى لكوري بقى يشتموا انه يا اخي زول بقوا مع عرب عارف كيف. ده كله وقائع تاريخيه واضحه جدا جدا. فده حاجات ما ممكن نحله. على انه هل ده الشكل اللي احنا ماشيين معاه في بلد هسه بلد بالشكل ده انت بتشوف له انه في مستقبل لبلد ده في ظل الصراعات القبليه وده واحد قبيله محيمن على كل شيء واحنا بنأيد بنقول عايز صح الكلام ده. لا لو انت عاوز تبقى اخوي يا اخي خليك زول عدل. لو انت عاوزني مثلا تديني حقي ما زمان انت لو كنت تضابط في الجيش هنا البوليس شوف التركيبه بتاعت الحياه اللي كنا عايشينها. كان الاهالي مدينهم
سيكاي معلش كده انا اقدر اسالك سؤال. انا قصه بتاعت الحيمنه دي قاعد اسمعها كثير وكان اسمها قبيله محيمنه على كل شيء كده. دي هاتوا قبيله المحيمنه على كل شيء كده وريتني كده. انا داير اسمع كده يا أخوي ما تكون سالب، ما تكون سالب، هذا ما واضح. دينك من توب تو بوتوم هم أكثر ناس مسيطرين على الحكم. رئيس الدولة منه. ولا أنت قاعد تقول لنا قاعد نتكلم كلام غلط كده، أكيد لنا إحنا غلطانين كده.
اسمع دقيقة كده الحيمنة دي أنا سدينكاوي. أنا سدينكاوي لو كانت القبيلة كلها متحيمنة معناته القبيلة دي ما يكون في ولا واحد من الناس يكون ما موجودة هناك. أنا سدينكاوي ما مستفيد من الحكومة سلفا، لأن الحكومة دي لو مشيت شفتها أول حاجة دقيقة بس، لو مشيت شفتها نائب الرئيس الأول من وين؟ نائب الرئيس الثاني من وين؟ من وين؟
يا ميكول انت قال نائب الرئيس الاول دقيقه نصحك نائب لسه خطهم النائب ده كان انتخبناه؟ هل في انتخابات الشعب كله صوت عليه؟ هل في هناك حقوق لمواطنين عشان تقدر تقول لي ما هناك انت كميليشيا كيف اكثر الميليشيات المعروفه هناك هم الدينكا والنوير، انت قاعد تتكلم في عالم احنا عايشين، ما احنا شايفين جري قدامنا، احنا ما ورينا امبارح جيش بتاع النوير هم كانوا السكن افتر دينكا، لما دينكا حتى الحركه اللي حصلت في 13 ده ما كان كله خلفيات بتاع السلطه، لكن في نفس الوقت عنده مرجعيه قبليه، فانت اديته لنا شنو يعني الاستواء كانوا ورينا وين هم شكرا دي قبائل اللي غير الناس
ممكن اشرح لك الحته دي بالراحه بس. انا طبعا قصه الحيمنه وما حيمنه انت بتعرف كويس، لو كان الحيمنه القبيله انا ما ياكل ما اكون قاعد في امريكا، انا تعبان ديني طالع كل يوم شغال قبيلتي وحيمنه للدوله دي انا تعبان ليه؟ لكن let us be honest الحمد لله انت سالت وجود بتاعت الإكواتوريا وانت تكلمت عن الحيمنه بتاعت الدينكا والنوير. انت واديت معلومه مغلوطه. انت عارف بعد انه الحركه بعد ما انه جنوب السودان طلع معظم الدينكا خلوا الجيش وطلعوا رجعوا مدارس، مشى في السوق. انت عارف لو قلت انه كان النسبه الكبيره بتاعت الجيش كان بتاع جنوب السودان 60% بتاع جيش السودان كانوا نوير. كانوا نوير لانه ريما جاب الجيش بتاعه كميه فولين المتي طبعا نوير كان اكثر ناس ميليشيات، كانوا ميليشيات في ورسائل هم كانوا نوير. سلفا كير مشى جابهم سلفا كير حتى تايجر ده زادوا النائب بتاع واحد بتاع تايجر ده ما حركه شعبيه دي ناس فولين المتي اللي هم النوير كان اغلبيه كلهم نوير. كوميسيرو اللي قال الكلام ده انه النسبه بتاعت النوير كان 60%. طيب والدينكا كلهم رجعوا في السوق، لما في ناس رجعوا في السوق وانا بديك دليل الكلام ده مش عامل واحد اسمه ولا يوم لما دول عمليه يمشي في بول قاعد يتكلم باللغه بتاع الدينكا، قاعد يقول الدينكا قاعد يقول الدينكا بول قال انتوا وين؟ انتوا دي يقولوا لا يا اخي هذا اذا قاعدين قتلنا وحرق بلدنا ما انتوا رفضتوا الجيش، انتوا قلتوا خلاص تعالوا وريك هاي أنا ما نبدأ بإكواتوريا. ليه إكواتوريا ما عنده موجود في جيش السودان جنوب السودان؟ أننا ما نرجع زمان كانت حركة طوعية ما في قروش ولا كان ده حكومة. في أحداث حصلت فيها إكواتوريا رفضوا. إكواتوريا زمان لما كانوا بيجندون من كان ألفريد لادوغو جوريم يجندون في إكواتوريا هناك بيجيبوا ناس في معسكر بشردوا بيرموا سلاح يا يبيعوا سلاح في معسكر هذا لا يجري في يوغندا.
ده كده عارف الصحة اسمعني والله ده بروباغندا بس ما
كويس الكلام ده في دوكيومنتري او ده كل كان يتكلم باكر لما صار وانيقا وتمشيروا قال الكلام ده. تمشيروا قال لما كان في الحركه الشعبيه في كامل ناس كتوري جو سالوا قال له يا اخي
the oppressor. Okay? This is the fact. ده الحاجة المفروض ديكتاتوريين
كانت قبلية لحد
ما دقيقة يا
it is wrong.
انتم كلكم كنتم في قوات دفاع جنوب بتاع المرلاوي ده ولا اسماعيل كوني ولا وتانا ده اسم كلمة يعني انت تقول ناس زي حكيم ناس زي ناس سايمون ابوي ده كله ده الكذابين صح؟ ده جايين من الجيش بتاع شمال السودان. ناس كان كيف حتى ناس التهيلي ده واو في كمية بسيطة comparing to the other
الحركة انتهت.
انتوا ليه؟ لا كان دايما بيجي بيقول يا اخي لو ما كان سيريلو ما كان هنا ده ما جيش ايكاتوريا ما جو ما كان احنا انقذنا الحركة الشعبية يا جماعة انتوا سيئتوا كلمات كده تطلعوها سنتا I laugh at it man but go ahead نسمع. Thank you. ما بس قاعدين ايكاتوريا ما قاعدين لكن ما كلهم حتى ولا ايكاتوريا بيقول الكلام ده. They become a really
نجي الموضوع بتاع التوبيس قبل المعروف بليز ما نحرف الموضوع. احنا عايزين نتكلم عن الموضوع ده.
يا فينا نجي نتكلم نجيب الناس اللي كانوا هناك. دقيقة كده يا سي جي انت قبل قاعد تتكلم على الحيمنة قاعد تتكلم عن القبيلة وقاعد تتكلم في حاجة انت ما بتعرفها خالص. انا ما نقول اسمع هلا يا ميكون ده استفزاز هنا انت قاعد تجي احنا اللي عايشين دقيقه listen احنا اللي عايشين تحت ضغوطات بتاعتك انت كان ما تقبلوا ما انت ما تقبلوا ليه انت ما قلت للشماليين هسه الشماليين هم مسيطرين في الدوله ده انما هسه اليوم احنا عايشين في ليه فصلنا يا ودس انت ده تقول لي قال يا اخي انا كنت بكون في الجيش انا ما كان بكون هنا ما فيش شمالي كان برا لا تتكلم شيء ودسي كده لجني انت بس انت حاول ما تتكلم باستهزاء كانه احنا ما عارفين شنو احنا بنعرف ارضنا ده احنا من استواء انت من على النيل ولا من بحر الغزال المهم انت بتعرف مناطقكم لكن هذا الجنوبيين في استوائين جوين حركه الشعبيه في استوائين رفضوا ويا انا بقتنع بالكلام ده لانه ناس كلام لما وقف ضد الحركه الشعبيه لانه كانت دينكا وجه السلاح ضدهم وما تقول لي ما في ادله كان واضح قتلوا منداري قتلوا جبره قتلوا قبائل كثير ليه اسمع دقيقه بس اقول لك ليه تو مسيرو كان قاعد هناك ليه موقوته ما اسمع ده بتاريخ له ولا مهتم بتمثيله اهتمامي هو بالقضيه الاستوائيه لانه الاراضي اللي الناس استوائيه انا فهمتك دقيقه ما لا تتكلم دقيقه تتكلم كأنه احنا ما عارفين قضيتنا وما عارفين منو الحيمنه ده الحيمنه موجود يا انسان الحيمنه موجود عاوز تنكر الكلام ده عاوز تعمل احنا ما مجاملات تفضل يا شكرا كده نسمع نفسنا اول حاجه كده اول شيء انت في كلامي قبل قلته لانه الحكومه هل نائب الرئيس انتخبناه انا داير اتفق معك بالحكومه دي حتى سلفا كير ما يادي ذاته ده ما رئيس بتاعكم انتم ما انتخبتوا. Do you know why? Because this government قاعد هسه فيه سلفا كير ما يادي ده ما government بتاع المنطقه الجنوبيه. دي حكومه زيها وزي اي لجنه مكلفه. الحكومه بتاعتكم انتهت من ديت بتاعها انتهت من 2015. سلفا كير ما يادي لما انتخبوه في 2010 وقام الكرايسيس بروك اوت 2013 الناس اللي طلعوهم من السلطه ناس دكتورين مشار وناس تعبان لما كانوا طلعوا وقاموا رفعوا سلاح لما جرى جايين الاتفاقيه. انا بتفق معك انه حتى سلفا نفسه ده ما رئيس بتاعكم. الحكومه الموجوده دي حكومه جابوها to be honest with you لانه they come to see الجنوبيين ديل زادوا كله they don't know their rights. حتى دكتورين مشار زادوا كان بينادي عن الديمقراطيه الغرب وشرق افريقيا وسلفا كير ما يادي ثبتوا للناس على انه الجنوبيين ديل they don't know what they're calling for. حتى دكتورين مشار ذاته he's calling for democracy but he allow himself to be appointed by agreement. You see? So أفارقة الخواجات يعرفوا على الجنوبيين ديل ما بيعرفوا democracy ده شنو. So let us appoint the president for them. لأنه because الشعب الجنوبي شعب ما intellectual وما خدوا كده. لأنه because if you read the agreement مش مكتب إنه President Kiir should remain the head of the state. And then the government should be divided into this way, based on the stakeholders. You see? Then as they believe in democracy. America is a part of it. حكومة ده حكومة الأمريكان، تا بريطانيين، حكومة النرويجين، حكومة الإيجاد، حكومة الأفريكان يونيون. أنا ما عندنا فيه حق. لأنه none of you can oppose Salva Kiir Mayadi. None of you can remove Salva Kiir Mayadi. None of you, لأنه حتى Salva Kiir himself he cannot remove with a vice president من جماعته. لأنه قال لهم أنتوا just like a government that is a caretaker. لأنه is not based on our constitution. عشان كده أنا أقول لكم إنه أنتوا you're right on that. إذا كان الحكومة دي أننا ما انتخبناها، إذن لا هي حكومة على دينكا ولا هي حكومة الجنوبيين. هي حكومة البيس أجريمنت. إذن الدينكا هنا وين؟ دينكا ما باور. اسمعني. أنت قلت إيش يا والنوير؟ جزرية متن جاب علم. كير جاب علم. كل زول كان بيصارع على أساس إنه يكون هو رئيس الدولة ده يا أخي بشوية. بيسطوا. ده بيعتبر انقلاب على الشعب. على حق الشعب. الشعب ده كان واعي لما يشوف انتخابات هم كانوا واعيين بيعرفوا الصح من الغلط، بيعرفوا ألف وباء وبيعرف لحد الياء. ولو حرام يا أخي ده كان يا سيجي لا يا أخي يا سيجي أنا هنا ما في حصة عشان نقعد نقول كلمات ساكت. أنا بس على سؤال الحكومة الموجودة دي اسمها يا أنا كلا اسمع ما تشتري أنا تقول أنا ما حصة وما حصة بعد حركة يعني هسه حركة الحكومة دي اسمها Transitional government. حركة وطنية يا مكنية كل ده نعرفه كويس. You playing games but it's okay. You can play with others but let's hear to others. لأنه في صراحة إحنا ما you're not gonna convince me on the basic. بعدين في حاجة واحدة دقيقة. في إيكواتوريا بقى رئيس للبترول عمل والله أنا ما فاضي للبترولهم ده إن شاء الله يشربوها. أنا عارف في حاجة. المسألة هنا واضحة جدا جدا. نازل يعني بيحاول يغطي. يا أخي ما تغطي الحقيقة واضحة. أنت بطريقة ده البلد اللي جاي يجزع عشرات الأجزاء. يعني اللغة بتاعت ده أنت تقدر ممتاز مثلا خدمتها في السودان القديم. ألف مية وإلا كنت مثلا عقد فصل الدولة ده فرصة كان يعني وانا أولى الناس كان ما كده ما كنا عندنا شيء. كانوا من يقرأ الضباط الكبار وبيسموه كده عسكري. تيجي ما نقول فاشست قتلوا في 2013 ده مشكلة سياسية كده لكن لما في صديق
يعني عندك الدرايه والوعي الكافي يعني انك تفهم. احنا لما نقول كده بنحاول نصحيك. انت كديكاوي انت المفروض تقول لي ليه الناس كله قاعدين جدي؟ هل انا عملت غلط؟ تراجع سجلاتك وتراجع نفسك. You know, you have to review yourself and see where did I make mistake؟ والخطأ وين؟ وانا المفروض اعمل شنو للاخوان بتاعي؟ if indeed you have that feeling بتاعت الوطنيه. لكن انت مجرد من الوطنيه لانه انت كلامك ده كزول مسؤول، عارف كيف؟ يعني محسوب عليك يا اخي. لو كان في 100 ديكاوي جاهل وانت اول واحد منهم، انت المفروض دورك يكون شنو؟ توعيهم ولا تحاول تجوطهم ولا تحاول تشعل النار؟ يا اخي انقذ قبيلتك، انقذ الناس
يا سيدي
قبل كده. احنا شفنا يكون مع الشماليين ما قالوا لك رجع لي كده كان بيفضلوك اكثر من اكواتوريا. انت تعرف الكلام ده؟ في شمال السودان لما عملنا 1972 كان بيكره ونقول كان بيكره اي اكواتوريا وكان بيفضل الدنكاوي. قال لا رجع لي ده مننا. انت نفس الزول قلت شنو؟ احنا يوصل من الخرطوم ده في زول غيرك؟ بليز.
شكرا. سجى دقيقه كده يا استاذ جرى عشان ما ننسى. بس جرى ادي الفرصه لما يقول بعدين دقيقه بس عشان ما ننسى. بس دقيقه بس. انت عارف يا سي جاي، انت قلت كلام مهم جدا. انت قلت يا اخي ما يحدث في الخرطوم او في السودان سياتي الى جنوب السودان. انا ما اعرف انتوا كنتوا وين في 2013؟ ما حدث في خرطوم حدث اوريدي في جنوب السودان بدري في 2016 وفي 2012. مش ناس اتضاربوا في جوبا، مش ناس اتقاتلوا في جوبا. وهسه الناس اللي اتقاتلوا ده رفعوا سلاح، ما دارين تاني سلاح، دارين سلام. الكلام ده حصل بدري. ده واحد. قصه دي ما يسمينا الخرطوم ده ما تاريخ. ده تاريخ، ده حاجه معروفه. نمره اثنين، لما تقول لنا نحن كنا مفضلين بالنسبه لاخواننا في السودان القديم، ده بوريك انه فعلا انه لو قاعد نتكلم بلغه بتاعتك نقول دينكا مثلا حسب كلامك انت as you address me انه دينكا ده كانوا العرب او الشماليين بفضلوهم، بيقولوا جاهلين وما دي الناس بفضلوهم عليكم. ده بوريك انه نازل they can live alongside with other people. معناهم بيقتنعوا، معناته الدينكا بيقتنعوا بوحده السودان، لانه ليه ما نقتنع اي واحد قاعد في السودان هو سوداني. اذن وفعلا عشان كده كله نواب بتاع الرؤساء في السودان القديم كان بيجيبون من ابناء دينكا. جابوا جورج كونغور عرب لانه عارفين الناس لما يجي يشتغلوا بيشتغلوا كسودانيين، ما عندهم اجنده. لما يشتغل بيشتغل باخلاص. جابوا موسس مشار، جابوا تاني جون جارن مبيور، واخر واحد فيهم كان سلفا كير ميادي. لانه ليه؟ بنؤمن بان السودان، لانه اصلا بنؤمن بسودانيتنا نحن بسودنا، ما بنفرق زول. لكن عشان الدوله كانوا يسموها قاعده دوله عربيه، قلنا لا، الدوله دي دوله سودانيه بتشيلنا كلنا. ده معناته انت ذاتك يا سي جاي انت عندك مشكله في قبول الانسان الاخر. انت لسه بعيد جدا 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 من الحضاره، التمدن، من التقدم الانساني. ده بعيد جدا. واو بدل تستفزنا والله يا امير قلنا فاكر تعرف ده جميل. اتفضل كمل كلامك. let's move on لانه احنا عزاير ما هنوصل معاك في اي تفاهم في حاجات. انت طبعا انا شفت اللغات الكثير بتغيرها. بكره تقول منو يا ربنا بتاعك بكره منو. المهم زول لما يقول لك غير ربنا تاولك كم مره، انا بعرف انه زول زي ده يعني بكل احترام ده ما بتقدر تثق فوقه. وصراحه دي قد تاكد لي عدم الثقه فوقكم اكثر. خلينا نسمع جنرال ولا مير ديتا المتزوج، تسميته بالعميل المتزوج. يعني انا فاهم، ما هو يمكن ده بيشتغل مع ناس الثانيين اللي بيحبوا مجاملات ودعايات، لكن لا يا مير دي فرصه للمحارب.
Okay, I will make it quick. Why كاي كراتي؟ Not because دينغا كان العرب بفضلهم يا جنوبين. ما حكاية تبطيل. هو حكاية نحن كجنوبيين ولا السودانيين كلنا يعني المفروض يكون نحن الكل السودان الناس السودانيين اللي هو تقول عليهم مثلا يعني indigenous، نحن المفروض كنا يعني لو كنا فعلا متحدين يعني كان بنقدر نسيطر على الامور ونسير سياسه الدوله في الدوله. طيب حصل شنو؟ لما المستعمر لقى مقاومه من الجنوبيين كله جمعا من اكواتوريا من بحر الغزال من وين كله قبائلنا دي، لما لقى مقاومه شرس مننا قام ماشي فضل الشماليين. لكن بعد ده كله the greater danger is always being coming from south. That's why Sudan never rests even before the Anglo-Egyptian condominium left the country. They couldn't already in volatile, and we request and also we demand something called confederation. كجنوبيين اوكي ده كان لغه موحده بيناتنا كله. طيب لما الحكومات الشماليه اللي بتجي لما بيجي بفضل اللي هو داير يكون partners in ruling, it's not because that is just a handpick. It is because they know this is the second most powerful. عشان كده كان النائب لسه بتيجي من الغرب، بما انه لو بسكان لو بالبوبوليشن غرب السودان عندهم سكان اكثر من جنوب السودان. لكن did you see one time جابوا الزغاوي يكونوا النائب الاول رئيس الجمهوريه ولا النائب الثاني؟ Okay? No, did not happen. They only know that the most confrontation they always face is from south. Okay? And they know where who is the sphere heading south. اللي هو الناس اللي هم بيشوفوا the danger coming from. They know these are the people that they have to be partners with them to share at least. So that's I want to correct it that way. So do not the way Michael put it, maybe people might get it as like if we have something special about us, that's why Arab were treating us better than others. But no, that's not the case at all. To be honest with you, it's because they know the greater danger challenging them is coming even from Dinka people, in particular from Wanjang. Okay, even in Harab, they know their enemies were Dinka. Okay, the second in the line was Nuer. That's why can be some يعني بيشتمونا. غالبا جابوا دبابات سموه قال ده راجل Dinka. يقول أكتب Dinka ونوير and you use بعض الجنوبيين as slaves. That's what they used to say because they don't see a threat coming from other Junubin. They always see the threat is headed by Dinka and then second is by Nuer. Whether you agree with me or disagree, that's fine, but I'm not trying to exaggerate or to make any stories. But at the end of the day, Nena ka Junubin, we have our own responsibility.
جنوبين تاكم ده ما شغال في البلد ده. كلام ذاته ما
But you are still a citizen of South Sudan. That's why you requesting to have your national.
On this point that you have just.
Hang on, please. Let me just finish that point quickly. I will let you continue with your discussion.
Go ahead.
Okay. Odessa, whether you agree or not, the fact is that you are a citizen of South Sudan. اللي هو قاعد تقول بارتفيشال
اسمع انا عندي ارض بتاعي انا عندي ناس بتاعي الكالتشر بتاعي محتاج سيتيزن بتاعكم التاجر السودان ده ما عنده لناس كله متساوي عليك الله yeah go ahead go to your point best go to your point.
Okay, the point is الارض is known by international treaties is the land of South Sudan. And South Sudan is a republic. So you don't have a republic of Equatoria. Okay?
We are an entity. An entity. قبل الاستعمار احنا entity. We were entity, my friend.
Okay? You don't have
entity called Equatoria.
أنا answer him. He asked me that question.
You not recognize.
Give me a chance.
First of all,
let's okay, can I just finish Mir did عشان أنا أقدر answer you to your point. Just go ahead. CJ أنت تيجي دورك.
Okay, you not recognized internationally. And that is dismissing your claim. But to say Equatorian nation, I would say, okay, that's fine, Equatorian nation. Equatorian nation within the Republic of South Sudan. If that's what you're demanding for, you want us to have a federal system, whatever. Even you cannot demand a confederation within the state because that's something we have to agree
in the Parliament of the Republic of South Sudan to establish a system that we will divide ourselves into three or whatever, territorial. Let me stop you there. I think you're saying the same thing. You're saying the same thing. And then we have to unite under confederation of people. Okay, you're repeating that thing. Let me just... Okay, let me correct you here. Let me stop you there. أولاً ما في حاجة اسمه قال international community recognize me. Listen, أنت صاحب الأرض بتعرف أرضك وين. إحنا قبل الخواجة ما يجي يعملنا قال إحنا دول وكده. إحنا we know our lands. Okay. في دول حتى هسه في today we can give an example of what what's that place, Taiwan, if I'm not mistaken. Even it's not even recognized according to the international UN. China is disputing this, like they're not going to be independent country. They have to be country. Of course, this is a conflict bigger interest with West and China, but going to even other countries like Somalia and Somaliland, they didn't care about others to recognize them. Even though Eritrea had difficulties why some countries even give them that recognition, even though they are somehow stable and all that. So let me just go to Equatoria. Equatoria, the land bitana. Okay, compared to you guys, أنا قاعد نستغرب حتى ذاته قاعد نسأل origin of Dinka. واحد دينكا بيقول لك هو جاي من مصر، تاني بيقول لك جاي من فلسطين، تاني بيقول لك جاي من خرطوم، وتاني بيقول السنغال. You can tell لأنه you guys never understood the value of land. That's why you have been nomad, and nomad will never understand an issue of land حتى لو تجيب له كتاب المقدس يعني. To be honest, so one thing I just want to remind you here, إنه this issue اللي قاعد تتكلم فوق الدولة ده لما تكون غلط من بدايته. وزي ما mentioned earlier with the Semit, we mentioned that this SPLM who hijacked everything from the time of Goering. يعني Goering was used as a tool, and also Goering used it for his own interest. طبعا هو عنده هدف. وزي ما قلنا حركة الشعبية عنده هدف معين. They want to empower Dinka. وحاجة دي كتير واضح. طبعا أنت هتديناي وهتقول لا ودينكا ما united. Well, this is not my issue. أنتوا كمان united, لكن in the picture, in the outside, they are dominating everything. You're making sure that they go to bed as well time برازقوي وعايزين تعملوا displacement others, and then you want to kill somebody and call foul later تقول يا أخي أنا ذاته innocent, أنا ذاته part of the victims. No, you're not. You're not victim. لأنه أنتوا عندكم كل الpower اللي أنتوا تعملوا فوق developing yourself, but you refuse. أنتوا بس to develop only to kill. So one thing about الحاصل هسه SPLM لما مسك بلد ده مسك بدون حق، لأنه قال هم يا هو شنو؟ قال جنوبيين زي ما قبل لك CJ mentioned. All the South Sudanese are شنو؟ SPLM. In reality, we were not. Even with SPLM. أنا بقول لك أنا واحد ذاته من الناس I hate SPLM. SPLM is the greatest enemy to Equatoria. Hang on, Mr. Wadese. Do you have a sovereignty recognition that will qualify you? Let's get to the topic, please. But I'm fine. I want to open a door, a room for you. Yeah. But okay, let's stop there. Let's get to our point. General, I don't think it أصلا it's a radical for it. ذات نفس الزول دقيقة نفس الناس اللي بيمشي في غرفة بتاعهم كان فوق وناس أهله هناك بيقول يا والله كتوريك المهم أنت بتتكلموا النيجاتيف بتاعكم ده you can go ahead. لكن let me tell you أنتوا طبعا today you are laughing, you can enjoy say oh ناس separatists there they are talking. أنا بقول لك صراحة رغم أنت بتقول لنا separatists, let me tell you one thing, we are realistic more than you guys because we know what is at stake here. Compared to you to عايشين على أساس you will try to بلبسوا ناس يا أخي ده مشكلة بتاعنا كله. في ناس فعلا they coward, they accept it. يعني صراحة they accept this kind of language عشان هم دايرين submit to this oppression أو هم عاوزين يلقوا خانة. لكن this thing is not going to get them free because the way how SPLA have betrayed Equatoria, betrayed SPLA أصلا who organization that it benefit only Dinka, it does not benefit us. This thing is not going to go forward. But then Kiir have committed crime. Dinka لما قتلوا نوير في 2013 وانا بسيك بالشوية ميوكل قال يا أخي أنا قاعد نتكلم defending نوير. No. What we're saying is that there was human being killed in our land. Okay. I'm not saying you defend. أنت قلت هنا قاعد نتكلم عن نوير كأنه إن defense بتاعهم ولا أنا غلطان؟ No, I did not say no. معلش I don't say that. أنتوا قاعد تاجروا بقصة بتاع نوير and you want the نوير to fight for you. This is another term also. قاعد تاجروا بقصة بتاع نوير عشان تغلق بدل نوير مع دينك عشان كل يوم تذكروا نوير. لكن أنتوا عندكم مشكلة. And you guys don't want to face your own problem. وده مشكلة كده ورينا بليز مية كنت expert كده ورينا مشكلتنا شنو يعني. شكرا. تقول لي شادي جنينا بالتام جديد كده ورينا مشكلتنا شنو. لخص بصورة بس ورينا مشكلتنا شنو هنا كدكتور. ولا انا ما عرفت قصه يا ناس قصدنا هنا separatist ولا قصدي Equatorian in particular? Separatist. Okay, yeah, go ahead then. Specify your point, please.
Yes. You know, أول حاجة طبعا أنتوا قبل أنا مدير كلامتكم قبل كان موضوع كله هدف كله دينكا. separatist مشكلتكم كله دينكا لأنهم مفتكرين لأنه دولة جنوب السودان ناس المحملين على ده دينكا وزول ما بديكم دولة وتاكم ده دينكا. وقبل كلام أخوي
أنا ما محتاج دينكا سوري بس أصلح أنا ما محتاج من دينكا يديني دولتي أنا هطلع دولتي بس دينكا ما يقع في أرضي that's all I say but go ahead speak your point.
شكرا هاي. أنا مشكلتي بس أنا ما المشكلة هم ذاتوا قاعدين في الأرض بتاعتك وقام يزيدوا كمان كل يوم قام يزيدوا كل يوم ده المشكلة ذاته الغريبة أنا كل يوم كل ما تقول أنت ما دايرهم ده ذات قام يزيدوا وأنا ما أعرف ما حددت الوقت ذاته طلعوا 200. في كلام قبل سي جاي قالوا على إنه بتعرفوا
اتذكر كوكورا بس كوكورا
سونامي هيجي
طبعا كوكورا أنت بتعرف كوكورا طبعا كان أنت ذات قاعد تتمسك بحاجة ما حاجتك. انت لو تعرف كوكرا كويس ده كان جعفر محمد نميري تاني ما في جعفر محمد نميري تاني ما في
جعفر نميري ما عنده رئيس لاقوا للحكومه للبرلمان
يا سي جاي لما قاعد يتكلم قبل انا بديك فرصه عشان شنو شوف حتى الكايه دي ذاته عشان ادوق الاغليم الاستوائي كلنا كنا اقليم واحد جنوبي لكن جعفر محمد نمير لما جاء عشان يقدر يقسمنا كان عارف انه في زول ويك هنا ما بيقدر يعني هو داير اللي هو قام قسمنا هذا قسم ده على ميل وسمى ده بطال وسمى ده استوائيه عشان كان فكره بتاعت جعفر محمد نميري وانت كلمه مسكت فوق وقال ده حقك انت هسه جعفر محمد نميري ما في الاستوائيه بتاعت انت دايره دي هتلقاها من وين؟ الا ترجع للناس اللي قلت ما دايرهم ده ذات مقتنع بقى المهيمنين ده الناس اللي ممكن يدوك الحق بتاعك.
اوه ماي جاد.
نمرة اثنين بس دقيقة نمرة اثنين كمان يا سي جاي انت كمان كنت بتعرف الجنجويد اخوي اوديس قام عليك مسيرية قام قال لك مسيرية عملت تسيير مش صح.
يا اخي ده ما حجة لك لا هو بس يتكلم حتى ذات انا بعتبر جنجويد ذات الناس قاعد يعذبكم كمان هناك ما بس مسيرية برام.
دقيقة بس
المواعدة اللي انتهت دينكا انتم اطفال دينكا هسه انتم اطفال دينكا لكن بسبب دينكا ما فينه يا
دقيقة بس ما شو بس دينكا ده لو كان ما ناس قويين انت واي انت لو كان ناس ويك انت بس فين يا سيدي ما خلينا نكمل كلام بعد كده
انا ما هنتكلم لحد صباح
يا سيدي
اوكي سيدي خليه يخلص بس 1 minute عليك الله وبعد كده عليك الله يا مايكل وقف البروباغندا بتاعك لانه حاجاتك ده كله ما بياكل ايش الا في على النيل او في مكان ثاني بليز so just get to the point quickly.
اوكي سو نمرة واحد الجنجويد ولا هم المسيرية ديل حمدتي في 2018 مشى لبيتر قديت في البيت قال لي بيتر قديت قاعد تعمل شنو في خرطوم هنا قال لي انا لما اعرف جنجه بس قال انا جنجه دقينا بطيارات ما قدرنا له دقينا لنا بالحسين مشينا لهم بالحسين ما قدرنا له دقينا بدبابات ما قدرنا له ادينا ارض اكتافك اطلع من الخرطوم يا بيتر قديت قام جاته سكته قلبيه وصدمه قام مات انت علينا لما تقول انه ناس الدين كده شو انا مياكل براي بس شو بس انت عندي جوتنا كيف انا بس مياكل براي بس انا براي بس
لك اسمع وقف كلام فارق يا هنا يا ميكو الان انت قاعد تعمل لنا بروباغندا وجارة ساكت انت ما عندك اي بوينت غير ده تجي تقاسم نفسك خليك انت وسماه ده اللي كان مسك الخرطوم انت لو ما كان امريكا ده اليوم ده كما بكون في راس ناس ثانيين ده مأكد لك الكلام ده لو ما امريكا ده انا قاعد نقول لك انتوا ما كنتوا حتكونوا الرجال في راس الشعب ثاني لانه الدينكا هم لقوا الفرصه من خلال الاتفاقيه ده بليز عليك الله ما تعمل انتوا انتصرتوا انتوا كان قاعدين تدقوا خبركم من ليفت اند رايت انتوا بقيتوا تعمل حتى ذات لما جون جارنج بدا الحركه بتاعه كانوا بس لقبيلته هو شكل ما كل القبائل في النهايه راجع نفسه قال اسمع حاجه ده حيجيب لنا خساره قام غش الباقيين والباقيين وقعوا فوق انا بس بستغرب عشان كده بقول لاهلنا ده عليك لما تقول غشت الناس بيتفلسفوا يعملوا ما هم بقى كوبي اند بيست على شمال السودان ما نفس البلبسه اللي بيلعبوا ايكواتوريان قدام ده كانوا واضحين ما دايرين زول يجي يعمل لنا اللعبه دي كان ما واضح بليز تيك اغراضك والله معاك ايه احنا شعب عندنا اصول بتاعنا، عندنا الكالتشر بتاعنا. انتوا ما قاعدين اسال دنكاوي في جوال النيل ما بيقدر يقعد بسلام الا ما يشاكل. ما تقول لي اسال فيك انت مدي بيجا جونسون اورلينيو شنو ده كله جيم بتاعك. انتوا قاعدين تلعبوا وقلت انا نازل، لكن ما بتلعبوا استوائيين. انا باكد لك الكلام ده، استوائيين بالتاريخ يا زلمه. ما قاعد نتكلم حاجه من الفراغ. استواء اليوم هو بس محاصر لانه الشخصيات الضعيفه اللي ادوهم وظائف وقالوا هم يا قيادات استوائيه هم ضعفونا وفشلونا. لكن الشعب وصل لمرحله يعني تاكدوا. حتى كوكورا ده عشان قاعد تعمل فوق مسخره ده، كوكورا هنا من قام شفت المواطنين نفذوا الحاجات ده. مواطنين طردوا ناس اللي كانوا قاعدين في جوجو. ما تقول لي بس انه هسه هم ساكتين وانت هنا تعظم حالكم. يعني قال يا اخي ضربونا بالطياره. يا اخي ده اللي قدرتكم ما ضربوكم بالطياره ما جريتوا ريفيجي. انتوا مشيتوا وين؟ تلقاكم في مصر، تلقاكم في يوغندا، تلقاكم في لحد امريكا. وامريكا دي جابوكم كيف ما شو عمل توصيه.
الفراسه ده زاد هتنزله كيف؟ انت هسه ما بين عندك مشكله هسه كل يوم قاعد كوري كل يوم.
اسمع وقف اللعامه يا زول. احنا بنعرف كيف نطلع، بس انت خليك صابر بس. اسمع انا وريتك واضح. ما تقول لي دينك بيجي بيطلعوك كيف بنطلعوا. انت منو يطلع كان بيجي ربنا يا يجي بنطلعك ذاته. ما تفكر منو انت. اسمع قال شفت ده نوريك شيء في حاجه انت فيك تضحك. انا قلت لك اضحك كويس ها، لكن انا باكد لك تايم ويل تيل. ما تتمسخر في زول المسكين يا زول. انتبه هيك، انتبه شديد. So let's focus on you هناك بالبروباغندا بتاعك. انا بعرف انت كويس تقدر تعمل بروباغندا مع باقي الناس زين. فانا ما اعرف محارب لو انت موجود بليز اتكلم. يعني انا قاعد نشوفك هنا لكن ما شايفك.
الله يرحم جعفر محمد النميري.
ده رئيسكم ما رئيسنا كان.
هذا قرار كده قرار ده من رئاسه الجمهوريه. لكن هسه جعفر محمد النميري بقى ما في هسه.
اسمع انت قاعد تسمع عربي. هسه قبل شويه فسروا لك حاجه ده واضح. قال لك البرنامج ده ما النميري. اوكي الشعب لسن دقيقه. استوائيين عندهم برلمان كان اتكلموا في الموضوع ده انه بقى في فوضى. كل زول يمشي يعمر حاله. النميري ما فاضي. النميري بس قال اسمع انتوا دايرين تعالوا. هو ذاته كان داير قبل اليار يكون رئيس تاع بلدك عشان يقدر يعمل منشآت بتاعه. وقبل اليار فعلا اللي استخدموه وكان جزء كبير للفشل تاع الانفصال تاع جنوب السودان. والحمد لله احنا ما انفصلنا وقت ذاك لانه ما بنعرف كان حيكون شنو النوايا. لسه شايفينه يا ظهر عند الدينكا واضح انه هم عاوزين يسيدوا البلد ده بطريقه بتاعهم. لكن اكد لك انت هسه فيك تقول انت قاعد تجوا تعالوا. ما كله ما يجي يمكن يكون ده مقبره اخيره لمكان بتاع الدينكا هناك. عشان كده انتوا ما تلعبوا بدماء تاع ناس زين. بس لانه عندنا ضعفاء في قيادات ما معناته احنا كلنا ضعفاء. ما حاجه ده بس وقت بيجي انت بتفهم يوم ده تاريخك ده بدا كيف. لانه انت ما تيجي تستهتروا في الناس دي. انتوا هناك عايشين في صراعات. ما دام تحلوا مشكلتكم السياسيه ولا عايزين تحل يعني مشكلتكم التاريخيه. اصلا عندكم مرجعيه تاريخيه. لا عايزين تيجي تلفوها ده مشكله سياسيه. حتى السياسه تبقى تتنفسوا حاجه. هسه البلد ده ماشي وين؟ ماشي بمقلوب. كانوا ورونا يا دوله في العالم بيكونوا 5 نائب رئيس، يا دوله في العالم بيقدر يجي قال لنا عندهم جين كونسل. ده شنو ده يا عالم احنا عايشين فوق هنا في عصر الكم. ده تيجي تفلسف لنا هنا تقول لنا انت كنت بتعرف انت ناس العظمه. حتى زي انا بستغرب تيجي تجيبوا التاريخ كده قال احنا كنا ذات فراعنه. يعني مش زي نفس السؤال قلت انت ذات عندكم جزء مع اسرائيل وجزء مع فراعنه. انا ما عرفت انتوا كنعانيين ولا انتوا هو اولاد سام. فاتفضل لانه انا ما اعرف محارب وين. دي كان ما في نحن نرجع بس نقدر نلخص لانه ما عايزين نقدر نجد على التوبيك because it seems like we're just gonna argue based on this. مية قال انت عملت propaganda بتاعك well لكن لما يأكد لك this propaganda is not gonna work. الحاصل المجرم الفكير ده he's talking about establish يعني شنو بقول لك we're not shying away from the establishment of the hybrid court in South Sudan. طبعا هو جا في قال لك في كان قاعد بتاعهم قبل 2 days and they were talking on that specific point as if they are, he actually agreed that, something must work. بعدين هو اتكلم كتير من حاجات حتى عن hybrid code in particular هنا ركزنا عليه. وبعدين في حاجة تانية كان ركز فوقه وهو let me remember. هو قاعد يتكلم إنه الحركة الشعبية تكونت على أساس هو تكملة أو continuation to Anyanya, which is not true because Anyanya لما جاب المبادئ بتاعه كان واضح. Anyanya حتى ذاته ما ارتكب جرائم اليوم الحركة الشعبية ارتكبوا ولا حتى قسم القبائل كقبائل. يعني هو كان أكثر واحد حارس على أساس إحنا كشعب جنوبي نقعد سوا. مع إنه Anyanya الفكرة بتاعه كان شريف لكن عملوا خيانة. ومفترض إحنا كاستوائيين، أنا بقول أنا كاستوائي نتعلم من أخطاء ده تاني ما نعيده. فاليوم هسه الحركة الشعبية بيتكلم كأنه is almost like هم they are the carriers of the baton to the next level where the people are now free. When in reality it was international community أوليه دور كبير في establishing this country على أسباب بتاع المصالح بتاعهم وواحد منه الثروات المعدنية and add to it also the condition اللي كان زي قبل سيجي mention خرطوم كان قاعد يعمل block to any Western in particular US وبريطن لأنه كان ده ناس اللي sanction لخرطوم على أساس إرهابيين وكده. فلما هم شافوا مشكلة South Sudan ده ما كان على sympathy، ما كان على أساس sympathy بتاع إنه في كده، هم كانوا شايفين حاجة and they even had suspicion of getting على أساس هو communist and they would never support this kind of man. لكن في النهاية هم did على أسباب جارين بيجي ببرنامج بروباغندا قال يا أخي مسيحيين ضد مسلمين، وده كان الكثير الجيم اللي اشتغل فوق. عشان كده جابوا كثير من لوست بويز هنا في أوروبا وأمريكا ومناطق ديل على أساس إنه ديل what you call أيتام بتاع South Sudan. لكن الرياليتي إحنا كنا كأننا witness tribalism in establishment. قبيلة دينكا أكتر ناس كانوا بيجيبون من دينكا بور بيجيبون كلهم بيوزعوهم في أوروبا على أساس هم يا بكرة بيكون القادة الجايين مستقبليا. واليوم إحنا بنشوف كثير منهم اليوم هم بيجي يظهروا بتلقى منهم ثاني بيظهروا في السوشيال ميديا بيتفلسفوا في باقين كأنه هم أصحاب البلد ذاك وما إنه نسوا and it was them they were assigned by the late leader. عشان كده تلقى التمسك بتاعه في جون جارنج as a قائد. يعني أنت بتفهم what does that guy mean to them because he's the one who brought them to establish themselves. ولما الدولة دي تكونت جارنج of course ما seen it عشان يقدر يعرف كيف الدولة دي حيكون، لكن أنا متأكد كان جارنج موجود ممكن كان في game حيكون different. لكن الانفصال كان بيتم because الانفصال already something was set على أساس هم take over into this country عشان يقدر يعمل resource بتاعه. حاجة اللي أنا بس بلخص هنا دي and so you can take over is that right now the crime اللي these people commit 2013 and even before that. طبعا 2013 has become one of the evidence الواضح والأوروبيين documented it based on the crime وخدوها، لكن ما في any تنفيذ على أساس عقاب. فهم قال خليه hybrid code يكون، وhybrid code ده ذاته يعني في question. الناس اللي ماسكينه ما يعني they were not even saying the word qualified لكن they supposed not to be there. لأن الناس كلهم هم نفس الجروب اللي كانوا مع المجرم الواحد ده. And all of them are participants of this crime. أولاً هم violate the right of the people by writing a constitution that does not even represent the whole people. Instead, it's just a constitution that actually help and serve a specific group. وأنت شايفه. وفي نفس الوقت لما الكرايم ده حصل لحد هسه nobody is accounted for. ولسه الكرايم قاعد يكونتينيو. هسه في في how many genocide is happening. طبعا في ناس هنا بيundermine كتير ما عندكم genocide, but let me tell you we call it genocide. You don't have to. لأنه حتى Jews لما جاء طلعوا في عالم ده بعدين later جاء argue about their case. They're the one who actually told about this genocide. ما تقول لا أوروبيين. لأنه حتى some countries can rejected Israelian لما هم قاعدين run from Germany عشان find some shelter قال لهم no we don't want Jews. This thing happened in history. لما في تاني رجعوهم هتلر took them طوالي to Auschwitz and حرقوهم هناك. ففي كثيرين لما تاني رجعوا في فلسطين and then they built the nation of Israel. That was something of that's the moment accountability. كده حتى هم prove to the world in whom they will make their own justice. لما هم قبضوا Eichmann الجنرال اللي كان في الجيش النازي and they executed that man in their land. على أساس this man killed 6 million Jews at that time. So أنا بجيب هنا دي please take over and please كان في حاجة تاني عشان ما نقدر نقرا على التوبيك. انا شايف كريتو هسه فاينلي جاء. انا بس داير اقول كلمه واحده بس. انا داير اشكرك تاني يا وديسي
Really, I like you. I've been watching you for some time. Into Didi, even الكلام اللي قاعد تقول in particular when تتكلم لما قاعد يتكلم عن دينكابور أنت ما عندك معلومة عن دينكابور. You heard it Denkabor. And Denkabor, it's from Equatoria, is your neighbor. And it's very shameful. In the Kunga, my neighbor, you don't even know your neighbor's name. You don't even know your neighbor. It's very shameful sometimes. Lekin,
ميكل انا ما فاهم انك تقول شنو دينكابور ده منو ده حلنا من وين؟ كده ورينا لك ده النيبر بتاعي شنو؟ انا ما فاهم لانه انت تقول شنو؟ What are you instigating here?
You see,
no, please go ahead. لانه دينكا اسمع دينكا هم في على النيل في بحر الغزال، انتوا ما عندكم مكان، انتوا بس تاخذوا اي طريق تقولوا ده بتاعكم. So nobody complained unless Dinka stay on their territory, Equatoria on their territory. فيش ناس ده تقول لي احنا ما بعرف عن دينكابور. What do I need to know about them? هم ما في territory بتاعي. Odysseus is my body. Hula tuka. So I think body they know my son. يعني ده تقول لي شنو كده انا ما بعرف كده ورينا history بتاعكم بتاع دينكابور ده فوق شنو عشان specific unique كده انا ما بعرف عنه انت تعلمني عنه يا ميكو.
أنا كنت أقول لك شنو it is very shameful for somebody who claims somebody كل يوم قال لي مشكلة بتاعته neighbor بتاعه and he doesn't know that دينكابور الناس منه. والحمد لله إنه أنا بشكر أستاذ براش إنه جاور أنا سيتل أتوكاوي. To this hatred, we got this Minas Danin, and that's why you did not have a time. That's why you are.
Can I please propaganda this stop it? What irritates me is when somebody lies to me in my face acting like he's smart. Can I worry exactly where is my hatred to a Dinka? When you got to kill Dinka, when you got to kill Dinka, Equatorian, he not got to give through them. 2 million because of your people, we are displaced. Exactly. You're the one who are running out the country and oppressing us. مش انت عمبارك كان قاعد تقول جاي من يوغندا، انت مش عندك نفس الرومات كم تفتحوا بتحقر تشتم كتور وانت كان قاعد تكتب يا ملايكه. كده ورينا انت. And انت talking here كأنه احنا ناس we're just driven by hate. So please this language of condescending language we don't like it. Just be a man of principle شوية and speak like a gentleman on the point. لأنه في ناس ناقرين يموتوا okay? And your people are the one who are killing our people. Your people are the one who displacing.
أنا ما أصل مرة قلت إنه إيكواتوريان ده جاي من يوغندا. I never said that. لكن في كلام أنا قلته I will never deny. And I was responding like Dr. الحاج. أنا قلت الإيكواتوريان الكويس ده إيكواتوريان المات. I will never lie about that. And I was actually responding to Dr. Al-Hajj, the Mangalino, Denka Del, Bishatim Denka, Gal Ganun, Tanganun Talwak. Like I never said, Equatorial Jaim in Uganda. And I'm the Balik, and I will always say that, and I was responding to Al-Hajj. Like what my claim was telling you in Aginta, you don't know nothing about Denkabor. Denkabor, ma Denkabor, that's Maminas, and now you're going to say that again. Alhamdulillah, you become a Latuko. And you are hiding behind something called Equatoria, Alua Jalaba Daglo Zato, Jafar Mama. Winter command. You see, شو بتواجه تصبر.
أنا بس كلامك is very funny, but go ahead. اتفضل. You don't have to take it like no خليني سيجي خليني finish لأنه أنا قاطعته بس دقيقة.
أنت جاي من وين سي؟ أنت قاعد في أي محل بس. تجيب من محل لمحل. أنت سي عندك أصل سي ولا؟ يا ريت أنا كنت أعرف فصلك وأصلك.
أنا سيجي كمان ببدأ بقول قلت كلام كويس جدا. أنت قلت يا مياكول يا أخي أنتوا دينك ديل. الناس كله بيقولوا ما دايرينك. أنت ليه ما قاعد تقول مع نفسك تسأل نفسك؟ Why do you don't ask yourself? أنت عارف الكلام ده عجبني جدا. أنت عارف يسوع المسيح ده the whole world was against him, even including his own brothers. لكن was he wrong? No. He was not wrong. He was right. The reason why I come up like this, that we are very jump. We cannot take a look at that. What about being a worker? They are practicing their citizenship
Hey, kon ko je malum. Hey, you ma sun kalam. So be la kin din ka jay ma la kalam kam.
No, ده بس دقيقة بس اسمع. Go ahead محارب. ده تسجيلة. دقيقة ده تسجيل عشان لانه النفاق المياكل قاعد يتكلموا ده يجيف. قاعد كمل محارب سوري. سيدي بس listen.
انا قاعد كنت مار صوتي جميل زي ده من اسمع.
Okay, just hold your horses. اتفضل محارب.
They are not moving forward. If they want them to move forward, the situation of South Sudan must be banned out. So there's not a right of movement. Again, if there's a country called South Sudan and there's a constitution, I can move my board, my big account, my big Juba. No good. Who can you count any mood? Can you mood? Why take a white mood? I shall buy a mood. I shall buy a mood. Which one? Was a structure. They hit him. That's why the Dinka, if the Dinka have taken the initiative to become the leaders of South Sudan, they would not expect South Sudanese people to love them, to be honest. Because when you are a leader, nobody will like you. Even including you become a leader today, the closest people to you will hate you. The nature of the human being. The why. Number 8, based on this Muharib, I want to thank you to play my voice. Yes. I said it in response. أنا كنت قاعد أتكلم في كلام بتاع اللي هو المير كان طلعوا برا ده اللي كان قاعد يمشي mobilizing باريا. أنا ما قلت إكتورين قلت باريا. إنه باريا must be
اسمع بس دقيقة أنا وقفك هناك. باريا ده إكتوريا ما تقول لي جوبا ده وين؟ جوبا ده مش عاصمة إكتوريا وده منطقة تمرمج تباري. so please عليك لما تتكلم كلام كانوا تجاي من مرا كلام واضح. كلام ده منطق. انت كلمت باري انت ما قاصد بس باري انت قاصد every قبيله تاع إكواتوريا. ما انتوا حاجات دي ما عملتوا بس في باري انت عملتوا في القبائل كله تاع إكواتوريا. so please stop this hypocrisy. Be sincere man for once. At least انت got to confront us in a way. You don't have to. You can say anything you want, but just don't like us in that kind of language. Equatoria, Bari belong to Equatoria, and Juba is Equatorian capital. It's not South Sudanese. So go ahead.
Yeah, shukran. I like your response, by the way, Odessi. Odessi, I like you so much, my brother. Entire Manatu, when you say Dinkabor, or you say the Dinka, so you mean the whole Upper Nile, and you mean Barghazal. Mushida? When you mention the Dinka, so you mean?
Yeah, all of you, Dinka, everywhere. Kanta fi Barghazal wala fi Ala Nil, and Mimita Dinka with it. We know you are.
No. You mean the Gabail Kula fi Barghazal. You mean Lua. You mean Balanda, you mean Jurbe.
اسمع روتان بتاعكم شنو؟ روتان ده دينكا ده بيختلف من دينكا تا بحر الغزال ولا دينكا تا بور ولا دينكا تا على النيل؟
ايوه.
Okay. في ناس بيعرفوا دينكا كويس يا جيك. Don't mock them. But go ahead.
Are you telling me that Latuko مع باريا بيتكلم بلغة واحدة؟
انت ما دينكا ما باريا ولا توكا يا جيك. انت دينكا واحد. كانت مشيت بحر الغزال ولا مشيت حتى في مريخ دينكاوي ستيل دينكاوي. هو بيقدر يكلم ملايين بتاع زول بيقول ده مكان تام يلا بيسمي حاله دينكا كده. مشيت سمعتوا حالكم دينكا معقول دينكا جوبا وكانات ديل كله ولا انتوا نسيت كلام ده؟ حتى جبل دينكا ده سميتوه هناك ولا دينكا ده بيقدر جبل دينكا ده تامنو ده تابور ولا ده تناس بحر الغزال؟
جبل دينكا ده بتاع الناس بيتر شيريلو وتومي شيريلو ده كان مربوط بحبيو دينكا زمان عشان كده يسموه جبل دينكا.
يا propaganda. That's a lie. يعني تقول تومي شيريلو ده بحر دينكا هناك.
تومي شيريلو بيتر شيريلو كان بحبيو دينكا هناك. بيتر شيريلو كان قاعد هناك ده حاجة معروفة.
وكيف جون جارين تيب كانوا قاعدين بعد دينكا ده كان لو جون جارين تيب ما جون جارين كان بيتباهو. تسهيل logical my brother.
كان أقول لك حاجة. صادق المهدي ده قتل دينكا في دين حرقهم لحد يوم الليلة دمهم لسه قاعد في وطاني جون جران. صادق المهدي John Garang Zadu. Man, what do you
go ahead. I notice how narcissist, Galo narcissist does the behavior so good, man. Go ahead. Very nice. It's good. I know you very well. Go ahead.
Asma Paul, he was killing Christians and he joined Christianity in Nihaya.
Asma, let's move on to somebody else.
In the voice that actually this another Muharib has played, I was responding the deputy mayor, the woman Baria. When you say Baria, mana you mean Equatoria. Mana from now on I become to know when you say Dinkada, you mean the South Sudanese. That because Baria is a Gabila fi Equatoria. Dinkada Gabila fi Upper Nile. Ufi Bargazal, Manatu, you mean the whole Bargazal and the whole Upper Nile. Now I become to understand.
Bingo, you got me. في نقطة مثلا صحيح زول. في حاجة واحد عن مهديس وقال جواري جوين أيد جونجرين. ناس ما جوين جونجرين. كان في حاجة اسمه التحالف الوطني. تحالف. تعلم في التحالف ماذا يعني التحالف الوطني؟ لازم يتحالفوا عشان يكبوا حاجة اسمه نميري دي برا. ده تحالف هنا اي عامل بيعمل تحالف وليس جوين. جوين كان عنده قوه الى جانب قرن وريني انه كان في قوات صديق المهدي قاعد يشكل لجانب قرن.
يا سيجي دقيقه بس اذا معلوماتك ناقصه جدا. صديق المهدي لما انضم للتحالف بتاعهم بتاع الان دي ده جعفر محمد نميري كان قاعد في مصر من زمان طلعوه بانقلاب
زمان ده كان زمان يا انت ما كمان تتكلم زمان كانوا اليوم دي كان لسه جدك ما ولدوا ما الناس كله حضروا نميري ده 200 طلعوه من الحكومه. انت تعيش في العالم. الانتفاضه بتاعت ابريل انت حضرت ولا ما حضرت؟ ابريل انت حضرت ولا ما حضرته؟ ما حضرت يا اخي. انا اسمع انا عضو بتاع الحزب يا زلمه ما تتكلم ساكت.
انت عارف ليه؟ ما كلامك
تتكلم ساكت يا زلمه.
ما كلام
تبنينا الوقائع دي كلها في ابريل 6 ابريل لو تعرف ميدان 6 ابريل تبنينا الوقائع ده كله من هناك ومرة ولكن ده كان اللي الاسفلي دي صار جزء لا يتجزأ من النضال الوطني. فهي مش جوين. لما تكون جوين انت هل سلاح جماعه ده سالوا سلاح وضربوا مثلا من الجنوب كانوا مع جرن كان عنده قوات مع جرن زي مثلا مجموعات زي سريلو وكده وشايف ازاي النوبه هم اللي موجودين. عندك ياسر عرمان هو الموجود هناك كان ده بتقدر تقول عنه جوين لانه النوبه وكل المجموعات الاخرى السودانه السودانيين الاصليين دول كله كانوا انضموا مجموعين على اساس انه تحالف نحو تحرير الوطن وليس الجنوب. وقرن قال الكلام ده بصوره واضحه جدا لما نوصل الجنوب اللي عاوز جنوب فليأخذ الجنوب. اعترف في النهايه بعد ما قتل عشرات من الناس.
كيف؟ بيتكلم باللغه الجلابه. سيجي تعال اقول لك حاجه.
بليز انت كلامك مطول. انت عاوز جلسه طويله عشان تفهم اكثر واكثر.
سيجي شوف لو في زول سيبي بيتكلم كلام ده جلابه كلام ده سماسره في سوق العربات ده انت براك قلت انه صادق المهدي جوين
ده الورثه اصل لغتك ده. اسمع ما قال لك جوين انت قاعد تفهم عربي كويس. قال عملوا تحالف وطني يا زول. لما انا ضيع وقت انا ضيع وقت ما مية كل انت ظاهر انت يطلع بروباغندا يمكن انت بيفهم معاك في غرف ثانيين بتاع اهلك هناك لكن ما معانا هنا يا زول. انت بس كلاماتك كله ما في محله.
يا اودزي دقيقه
انت عندك دقيقه انا بديك 1 مينت ما اكثر من كده 1 مينت بليز.
انا حاجه شفتها منكم انتوا ناقصين التاريخ بتاع السودان. دقيقه بس سيجي دقيقه بس سيجي
خلاص بليز. اسمع يا ميكول اوكي شكرا. انا ما نسمع انت قلت ان ناقصين اتكلم انت علم تلاميذ ثانيين خليك انت الزول الفاهم انت عامل نفسك انت مؤرخ بتاع السودان ليس اقدر امشي اعلم ناس ثانيين لكن خلينا هنا في موضوعنا. عندنا ارض اسمها استوائيه انت محتل وين عاوزينك تطلع منه يا بالعافيه يا بالطريقه احنا بنعرف بعدين بيجي كيف. سوف تكتر عليك لانه انت كلامك ده كلام بتاع زول نرجسي وزول مستفز وعاوز يعمل نفسه هو هنا داير يتفلسف مع ناس ثانيين اللي يمكن بيقبلوك في كلاماتك لكن كلاماتك ده كلامات سخيفه جدا وانا بقول لك بوضوح. لا صراحه انت بتضحك ما طبعا انت اصلا يعني we are non controversial person so you're good you like that kind of behavior. Let's go to Carito. لانه كلامك انا صراحه ما
خلينا ننزل بس انا بس خلينا ننزل كلمه اخيره.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for joining us anyway.
I think محارب ما يتكلم. I think
yes محارب لو جاهز.
ننزل بس one word ننزل.
welcome كاريتو.
كلمه التحالف، شو كلمه التحالف اللي قالوا اخوي سي جاي ده؟
ما عندي نام يا انت بتعرف اللغه العربيه صحيح. التحالف ما عندي مام. تعلم كويس العربي ده.
نتفق معك بالتحالف، نقول التحالف. انا اتفقت معك بالتحالف. قال لي انه صادق المهدي تحالف مع جون جرن عشان يطلعوا جعفر محمد نميري. لكن شو جعفر محمد نميري طلع سنه كم؟ جعفر محمد نميري
تحالف سياسي
84. جعفر محمد نميري كان مات في 6 ابريل، طلعوه قاعد في مصر، عملوا له انقلاب. صادق المهدي كان جاء بانتخابات. كيف انه صادق المهدي مع جون طلع نميري ونميري كان ما فيش اوريدي؟ ده بورينا زول ناقص المعلومات. وشكرا.
اوكي خلاص اسمع يا شاطر، خلاص شكرا. انت قاعد تكتر لنا بحاجات. امشي جو راجع تاريخك بعدين. ليتس جو ويز محارب بليز اتفضل. انا ما صراحه المجادله في حاجات زي ما عندي اي فائده، لانه هو عاوز يقول لنا صادق المهدي 200 وصادق 206 ابريل 200.
يزني جدا القضيه انه لازم قاعد يفهم غلط، انه عاوزين يرفعوا
6 ابريل ده كان 200 وزي يقول لنا 6 ابريل ده كان خلاص نميري ما في.
عارف كيف؟ 1985 شالوا نميري برا من السلطه. عارف كيف؟ كان في سلسله من جلسات واضحه جدا. ده كان بدايه الطريق. كيف ناس لما كولجوا على الاضواء. عارف كيف؟ مجموعات كيف وصلوا للوقت.
يا سي جي مش كان يقولوا تحالف كان داري اساس كان لا
هو اساسا انا ما اعرف مخططات على السرابي ومجموعات دي كلها. يعني الناس زين يعني اسهل يفهم الزول الوعي وبيفهم الواقع. اللي بيبي الاشاره بيفهم. جلبه كان لما هم انضموا للجنوبيين اللي الزول اللي قاعد يقولوا انضمام ده ما كان انضمام. الناس زي كان عندهم الثعلبيه، طريقه ثعلبيه. عارف كيف؟ يعني هم عاوزين يتلاعبوا بيك، يعني بيخشوا بيتكلموا معاك ويداك. عارف كيف؟ الناس اللي تقدر تؤمن بهم ما هو كان لك منصور خالد، فيليب قبوش، ده مجموعات يعني درعين بتاعت شمال الله يرحمهم. يعني شخصيات كانت ممتازه جدا. دول اللي كانوا بيروا انه السودان الجديد، حلم السودان الجديد يجب ان ينطبق على عوده السودان الى النظام العلماني، لانه كانت السودان اساسا هي دوله علمانيه قبل ما يجي نميري. لما النميري جاء حول الموضوع من خلال الضغط بتاعت الترابي وجعلها دوله اسلاميه. يعني حتى انه قالوا انه كانوا حمم انه يضعوا زول بعد فتره يكون امام اشبه بالائمه المجموعات بتاعت السعوديه دي ويلبسوه عمه. وحتى النميري كان خلاص يعني اللبس بتاعت نميري ده اللبس بتاعت مولانا. زول شخصيه مثلا في جامع بيصلي بالناس، ده وقائع. فالناس زي الجوبس على بيه وخشوا للراجل، خاصه لما يعني صديق المهدي حتى لما سلب بتاع ده يعني كان في مخططات واضحه جدا من الطرفين. لكن الناس ما كانوا بيفهموا الوقائع دي. الجنوبيين ما كانوا بيفهموا. يعني حتى استخدام الدينكا عارف كيف؟ كان هي مبدا بتاع ضرب العبد بالعبد. عارف كيف؟ ده وقائع كانوا الشماليين بيعملوها. الناس
يا سيدي what do you mean استخدام الدينكا؟ Are you doing just reverse psychology or what do you mean by استخدام الدينكا؟ يا أخي ده ما reverse psychology، ده واضح. كان في سياسيين تا دينكا هم كانوا قبل اليار واحد منهم. أوكي ده كان اوكي let's go.
ممكن نمشي لأجل محارب and كاريتو and then يلا نرجع تاني because they waited really long.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah.
and then نرجع تاني يلا.
ما كان نسمع ذلك الكلام ده ديدي اول حاجه كده، لانه النسوان دي عندهم حكمه نسمع منهم كده.
لا كلي هنا ده هم ينتظروا زمن طويل خليهم يتكلموا. يلا هنرجع تاني.
تفضل.
محارب ما بيتكلم الا يجيب صوت ام ياكل، هو بيجيب صوت ام ياكل بس لما نقول له اتكلم ما بيتكلم، لكن لما يجيب صوت ام ياكل بشغله.
يا ام ياكل ما تكبر
هو بكون بعيد شويه.
محارب
ماشي دوري عاتكة أنا شوية كده بس مشغول ماشي. Did I tell you?
هو بقول مرات هو في الشغل عشان كده.
Okay, Carito, brother.
Yes, I'm here, brother.
Welcome. اتفضل يا كورينا. يلا go ahead talk.
أسمع كل الحدث. انتوا شغالين براج يا قدام كده يا جماعه براج يا
لا براج نتكلم انت كمان ما تعملنا لغه إننا بنعرف إننا متابعين إننا ما ناس يا أخبار اتكلم قبل ما أنت تشوف دنيا ذاتها.
Thank you moderators. You never win an argument Miracle. Miracle have been following him and he's one of the most active members of this clubhouse. But it's all about talking the truth. Because for me personally, we're supposed to be thinking of how we can move our country to the next level, to South Sudan. Like for these languages, like things that are coming, like from those of Miracle, for example, right? How are we going to move our country to the next level? And we've been circling around like this. Now, if I to jump back to a speech of Salva Kiir, and in this speech, and it's not a speech that's supposed to come from a leader. He was just rambling, and he sounds intoxicated, right? So, that's an embarrassment to a nation. Now he's forcing himself, he was talking about the coming election. If we are to do a SWOT analysis about Salva Kiir, about the achievement of SPLM in general, what has SPLM achieved since we got our referendum and independence? What has apart from the division of Junubin, the languages that we're talking about during the liberation struggle, Junubin were not talking like this. I remember in 91, I was in Kapoita. We used to have every Sunday, all the tribes of South Sudan were having traditional dances in Midan Huria. That was in Kapoita. Junubin were just like this together, solid. But since Salva Kiir took over, it became something different completely. The word tribalism is in every Junubi mouth. See? Now we hate each other. The looting, no development and nothing. And Salva Kiir is talking about want to impose himself on Junubin. He's actually, he's not even a president. I'm not going to agree with you. You mentioned some points, really. You know? I thought you would continue with this kind of rhetorics. Because as a mature person, truth has to be the norm of whatever should be coming from your mouth. You know? Do not jump here and there. Today you are this, tomorrow you are next. You're doing something, you're talking about something. You have to be consistent with your message. This is how we can move ourselves to the next step. But Salva Kiir mentioned some stuff that is not making sense. He's talking about the transitional justice. I know for sure why Salva Kiir don't want to leave this chair. Because he's scared of justice. So this one is just to blindfold Junubin, okay? To blindfold us that they're working on how to continue with the ARSIS. ARSIS technically, Ajama is already dead. For me, as a member and supporter of SPLMIO, we are being disappointed. ARSIS is nowhere to go. None of all the facets of ARSIS are being implemented. And now he's talking about implementing the peace agreement and all that. This is all a waste of time, waste of Junubin time. And even though he imposed himself and conducted this election, I don't think any of the Junubi will even accept it. Unless there's freedom of movement of opponents, because for now we don't even know who is going to be Salva Kiir's opponent. Because he's the only one now, you know, doing the talks, doing the campaign, and his campaign is limited to these states that he bribed. You know, there are few states he already bribed the leadership of the states, and then the chiefs and some kings already bribed. So basically, he knows already where he's going to get his votes. So
the Dinka are celebrating. They are celebrating basically, and it's so unfortunate. I thought maybe the well-informed and educated Dinkas supposed to be the voice of the other Dinkas that are in the Mura. But unfortunately, the eloquent, the well-spoken one, like those of Miracle, instead they're falling, in this tribal rhetorics. They're supposed to be the voice of the other gang in the Mura, to talk the truth, how we can move ourselves to the next level, how we can move ourselves, become better to be, and develop our country. See? Yeah, it's so sad. I will be listening and I will doing something here, but I'll join. I'll be listening actively. Thank you. بس في حاجة سؤال لك كريتو في كلامك ده كله, and I will try to kind of like there's some things I want to kind of correct you. Well, first of all, between us and Miracle, we don't care if it's not really a debate or anything. It's based on the truth. Okay, if somebody does not accept the truth, he will always stay, becoming a devil advocate. He will always say, all the nonsense he want to say. But for us, we know our case. We don't have to worry about debating him to convince him, because we're not going to get anything from him. But what I want is us as Equatorian, we need to wake up and see the rhetoric. Like the question acknowledges a rhetoric that somebody like him kind of shows you where this country is heading. But when I'm talking to you here, a simple question and your point that you mentioned, what do you see this organization or this regime as legitimate? And when did it lose its legitimacy? Or if you don't agree, did they ever had a legitimacy to start with? So could you explain to me, please, bro? Karita, the question is to you. I hope you're there. I think Karita, because I didn't admit myself, sorry. Yeah, that's a very good question, brother. This regime is not legitimate. Yeah, this regime is not legitimate. First, this thing started from day one, when SPLM was supposed to have a convention. Okay? That was the beginning of the building blocks of our country, supposedly. Right? Until Salva Kiir made a coup to himself, basically to force himself into the leadership of SPLM. You see? So he's basically a president by default. So it's not legitimate. Like you mentioned before, I've been listening to you. What kind of a country that will be led by a group of tribal elders from one tribe? What kind of a country in the first place that have more than 5 vice presidents? Okay? So there's no legitimacy here. But unfortunately, they are supporting it because they're getting something out of it. Okay? There's a bigger agenda than that. There's a kingdom here getting built. But this kingdom is going nowhere because Junubin already noticed it. Okay? Junubin already noticed it. There's something he mentioned about the Nuer. The Nuer are just responding. Nuer will never go to a village and attack you and kill people, innocent people. Okay, like what happened in Kajukeji, what happened in Juba 2013. Nuer will never do that to other tribes unless they're being agitated and they're just responding. You see? So this country is at the status quo because there's some people benefiting from it. They're benefiting from these resources. We can see this evidence here in these neighboring countries, in East Africa here. You see? They're building villas. Their children are coming overseas here. Their children are here in the United Arab Emirates, enjoying themselves, flashing money, right? And here, those of Miracle is supporting it. You see? I don't know where they're benefiting from this. Instead of us moving together by the direction of the country, it's going nowhere.
Perito,
yeah.
Do you have a border with Nuer?
We don't have any borders with Nuer.
Okay,
maybe any Equatorial here will help me. I may not be very good with that.
I want to know what's that question got to do with?
Okay, because he said something that actually is not true. Nuer, as the people of Jungule, as the people of Upper Nile, as the people of Unity State will tell you who are the Nuer when it comes to the attack. Nas Rushi Bana Asan Nas Bargazan, Nas Rushi Bana Abunas, Bana Bakar, Nas the Nuer. Recently, Kedasa Nas Murle. Yes, and Abia.
Why I'm saying like that? I grew up with the Nuer and Dinka. In the bush, by the way.
In the bush?
In the bush, I grew up with them, with the Nuer and the Dinka. I studied the behaviors.
You grew up as individuals.
I studied the behaviors.
Sometimes we make a mistake. Sometimes we make a mistake. The same thing. We make a mistake because I went to school with you as an individual, as Christo. It does not mean that I went to school with your tribe. I went to school with a different people. When you met with people in different places, in the church, in the school, in the places, public, that's not a tribe. You must lead with somebody.
You're very interesting, man. Very interesting.
Don't think into Kalas the bidder, you must bring that woman to the house and take the tariff no matter the same and you live with her or you know. If you go to Masri as to Gulu, Yakim Yakol is all quiz, do you know what Masri will tell you? To Gulu Al Ashartu and Muashara. When you go to school and you meet somebody in the school or in the church or in the mosque or the people.
لا ما في حاجه زي ما في حاجه اسمها وين انت بتعرف عشان كده انا قاعد نقول له وضوح وش انا ما قاعد نجامل هنا فينا نلعب لعبه بتسالب لكن this is not ده ما مكانات هنا فنها بس واضح كلام واضح هو خليه يكمل كلامه قال عشرته وما عشرته داري يعلم ناس تانيين عربي سوينا بنفهمه
لا ما عربي
اي محارب
انا قبلت عشان يا ماي براذر
محارب داري يتكلم دقيقه ايوه اي انت جاهز؟ اوكي تفضل هاي كمل واضح تفضل
شويه كده ما كويس فانا داير اقول حاجه ما ياكل انا لما شغلت تسجيلك ده ما ياكل ما عشان جمال صوتك يعني ما عشان كده انا دائما وانا بالذات انا شغلت التسجيل ده ليه؟ انه الناس يعرفوا حقيقتك وانت قاعد تتكلم في قبيلتي طبعا انت لما نحس في تسجيلك ده انا ما اعرف لو اشتغل كويس انتوا سمعتوا هنا كويس انت قلت يا اخي دنكاري واحد يموت 10 من ابناء بتاع بالي لازم يموتوا ده طبعا على وزن بتاع كان واحد من السياسيين بتاع اسرائيل كانه يعني يتكلم قال حاجه زي ده اسرائيلي جندي اسرائيلي واحد بيساوي 10 فلسطينيين فانت عكست ولا عملت تشبيه انت اتكلمت في قبيلتي اولا انا بارياوي ثانيا زي يعني التسجيلات زي ده والخطابات زي ده بيساعد انه نحن لما كاستوائيين قوميين انفصاليين لما نعرض تسجيلات زي ده الناس زي ناس كاريتو لسه موهومين بانه نقدر يعني نبني دوله ودوله جنوب السودان ولسه باوهام اللي هم عايشينه ده يقدر يميزوا بين الواقع اللي هم عايشين فيه يعني انه الحاجه ده طبعا مستحيل انه استوائيه وقبيله اسمه قبيله دينكا عايش في منطقه واحده او في دوله واحده او في تجارب ده كثير 82 كوكورا كان ده مثال يعني معروف فنحن بنتمنى انه يعني خطابات زي ده اللي انتوا خاصه ان ياكل انت بتتكلم يعني جو احنا بنعرضه والاستوائيين اللي لسه نايمين موهومين في وحده وتعايش سلمي مع قبيله بتاع دينكا ان شاء الله هم يصحوا من الوهم والنوم والاحلام الورديه اللي هم عايشين فيه. شكرا اخوي محارب طبعا كلامك ده انا عجبني ذاته لكن الحمد لله انت طلعت كريتو ده انه هو
انا ده نفهمك يا ميا، كل ما في كلام ما بيعجبك من كلاماتنا ولا شنو؟ انت لازم ما كده تكون صادق يوم، كلاماتنا ما بيعجبك عشان كده قاعد تقول لنا، بس كن واضح.
يا اودس
اسمع، انت ما ده ما كانت مغازله، ده نقول لك بس كانت زول ده تلعب لنا باللغه العربيه، ده ما كانت مغازله، كون ستريت فورورد واضح.
اسمع بقينا 148 ولا شنو؟ انا زول
ما لما انت سكت كلامنا كان عجبني انا بقول لمرأة ما بقول للراجل كده، بس قول لنا كلامك واضح.
انا زول ام ستريت يا زول. ما في فرق بين الاعجاب والحب
يا مياكل 148 ده شنو كمان كده اشرح لنا البيل ده حاجات بيعرف في السودان هناك، ده حاجات تشمشت السودان، انا ما بنعرف ذاته 140 ده شنو.
148 ده ماده في قانون العقوبات الجنائيه مناط اللياط او اللواط. كلام زي ما عندنا، فده كلام ما عندنا، انا ما لسه ما وصلنا لمرحله زي في جنوب السودان. فعلى كل حال يلا تيجي نوين ديل. انت عارف شنو كريتو، الحمد لله the people acknowledge you as a South Sudanese. لكن they want to force you to become Equatorian، لكن you refuse to be. انت ذات لما طيرت افكاري ذاته. شوف انا في حاجه داير اقوله في كلام قبل كريتو اخوي قال له انه مياكل ده انتم ما تفهموه، ومياكل ده ليله كده وبرضه محارب يسبب الكلام ده. انت عارف شنو؟ دي الحاجه كويسه عندنا نحن كناس على النيل، انه نحن ما عندنا وجبه واحده. يعني شفت لو زول البافرو ده زول بيعملوا كل يوم عصيده become consistent. يعني كلام قبل نادى كريتو قال لازم you must be consistent. يعني بافرو ده لازم تاكل عصيده كل يوم بافرو نو. اننا يوم بنعمل كسره، اننا يوم بنعمل نادى اكوب، يوم بنعمل عصيده، يوم بنعمل والولا، يوم بنعمل من الشريف، ما بناكل حاجه. قالوا ليه؟ you cannot يعني لما تاكل بيكون مسيح ذاته معناه you are stagnant.
No, Michael, do not generalize. It sleep proper. Then basically sleep proper. Lile tabons kida bukura kida. Oh yeah. Umbari takim gata bikatolo bari. Alele takim gata bonus kalam ta wata.
وبعدين انا زاد كنا اقول لك زاد انا I will save باريا. لانه شوف اقول لك حاجه يا كريتو، حتى في بايبل شو البايبل قال شنو؟ قال there is a time to kill and there is a time to heal. بايبل نفس البايبل واحده، نفس البايبل.
انت زي قلتوا من بربنا جاك انت بكره ما نيالك بكره انت ما منو هناك وباشيت هسه جاي زينا البايبل. الله عندك ايات والله سيت انت زي قلت في شمال السودان صح. تفضل كمل كلامك.
You see even Bible when you read it يعني زي كلام قلت لك in the same page بيقول لك there is a time to heal and time to kill. You see the same Bible. The same Bible بيقول لك you love your brother, love your neighbor as you love yourself. و the same Bible ده ممكن نقول لك تمشي في حرب. You see ف sometimes يا جماعة to being consistent ده is a word كواجات. يعني زي أخوي قبل what is this? I was listening to him. I was يعني قال كلام قال حتى European they know إنه Salva Kiir ده مجرم وعمل بتاع and at the same time is the same Odysseus ده قال إنه Jewish they were you know, genocide was committed among them. وزول عمل commit the person who committed genocide against the Jewish the European ذات ولا أخوي ده قاعد يقول ذات he preferred them like إنه European ده جت ملايكة. You see? So sometimes
I never said ملايكة. أنت كمان ما تغير كلام. You misquoted.
No, أنت ما قلت ملايكة.
أنت misquoting.
No, you did not say ملايكة. No. لكن أنت قلت إنه حتى European هم European شاهدين على إنه Salva Kiir ده is a criminal. But European themselves are the number one criminals. عندنا في أمريكا ده black people there's nothing was not done against them. قتلوهم صلبوهم حرقوهم for 400 years. United Nations got you guys to America. They have never acknowledged the suffering of the black people here in America. European enslaved us. Sharona Bajanazir, Katona, they enslaved us for 400 years. They're not the same European.
Sorry, ما قاطعك يا ميا قلت قاعد تدخل هسه في موضوع كانوا ده تطلع لنا مارتن لوثر كينج بس get to the point بتاع مشاكل في جنوب السودان خليك من اوروبا وافريكان اللي قتلوهم مع خواج. احنا بنعرف قضيه خواجات وافارقه وجيوش يوروب. خلينا هنا نركز على موضوع جنوب السودان ودينكا بالاخص. كايتا ككوميونتي دينكا انتم مؤسسه متهمين بجرائم ضد الانسانيه ككوميونتي. يلا طبعا في ناس تانيين من الناس اللي بيحبوا مجاملات بتاع قال يا اخي ما تتهم قبيله كله يا اخي، قبيله كله ما هنا. لكن اسمع، لما معظم القبيله ده بيعمل ارتكابات جرائم زي ما قبلك سي جي قال كان بقى 10 او نقول مثلا نقول عندك 10,000، يلا من 10,000 ده واحد منهم 1000 منهم ما عمل غلط، لكن الباقيين 9 ده كله هم part of this crime. انت بتقول شنو؟ لسه بتقول لا ما ديك كله، ما بتقول ما فيك تتهم القبيله كده. ورينا بوضوح.
والله حتى لو كان قبيل شو طبعا دينكا ما قبيله. اول حاجه دينكا is a nation by the way. القبيله ده بيتكلم باللغه واحده. شو قبائل الدينكا ده، قبائل الدينكا ما بيتكلم لهجه واحده، عندهم different accents. Some Dinka they don't even understand themselves.
لهجه ما لغه ثانيه جديده يا زول. كان قلت لك قلت له باريا لدوكا بيتكلم باللغه براو وباريا بيتكلم لغه براو، ده ما لهجه، ستكون واضح.
اذا ما شكل قلت له لا توك دي قبيله قايمه بذاتها وباريا قبيله قايمه بذاتها. لكن انت عشان انت زول خواف ويكبر yourself and you're something. دقيقه بس ما خليني
فلست ولا شنو؟ بقيت كفر ما يصير.
ما ممكن افلس. ما عندك مشكله.
اسمع الطالبان ده قاعدين كفر ذا فيس يا جاك. انت ما مشيت في افغانستان ولا كيف؟ وترى تعرف ارهابيين كيف بيمشي. المهم
لا ما كمان انت
ارهاب
في بطانيه اسمها ايكاتوريا ده. انت ما ممكن تكون انت قاعد تتكلم ايكاتوريا.
ما بطانيه ده ايدنتيتي يا زول. ده ايدنتيتي. انت كده وريني ايدنتيتي جنوب السودان ده كيف اتكونت. انا بوريك ايكاتوريا ده ايدنتيتي ده كيف اتكون.
Thank you. I just want to thank you when you come. I just want to thank you on that. And that's what I want to comment. ما في ايدنتيتي بتاع ايكاتوريا. كده ورينا جواز ما في جنسيه بتاع ايكاتوريا. انت لما
اسمع ابدا مع جنوب السودان ما توري بامي. انا قلت لك انا بexplain myself why انا ايكاتوريان. انت كده وريني ايدنتيتي جنوب السودان ده بدا كيف.
لو مشيت جنوب السودان ده حتى لو مشيت جوازات ما امشي صاروخ ايكاتوريا. لو قلت انا ايكاتوريان بقول قبيلتك شنو في جوازات وزول بس على ذاته اذا ايكاتوريان وممكن يكون بارياوي ضابط الجوازات بقول لك انت يا زول قبيلتك شنو. تقول لي ايكاتوريان يقول لك
being one of the agenda. This is one of the agenda. من الفرق إيكوتوريا كده. طبعا إيكوتوريا.
يا أخي ده كده أنا عندي أدلة عندي قريبي ماشي في مكانات. اسمع ماشي فوق كل دينكا حتى الجنسية على كلام ما تكتب لنا يا أخي. ما تكتب لنا.
لو مشيت مع جنسيات ما بيسألوك من ريجن بتاعك، بيسألوك من قبيلتك أول حاجة. بيسألوك من هنا من شاهد بتاع عمك ده من وين؟ تجيب جنسية بتاع عمك وجنسية أبوك. يلا بعد كده يعرفوا قبيلتك من وين. ولا في ريجن بيسألوا منك. وزول ده ممكن نلقاه زال من ريجن بتاعك. ناس كانوا ماسكين جوازات زمان من كنا في خرطوم. في أولاد باري أو كانوا كتار جدا في شرطة معنا. أولاد باري أو كان أكثر ناس في الشرطة. في ملازم كان معنا زمان كان ملازم لكن هسه كان
بيقول. تقصد ده في السودان القديم مش السودان القديم.
لا هذا هسه قانون الجواز ما تعرف قدرت حاجة. تعرف قدرت حاجة. السودان القديم والسودان وجنوب السودان ده it did not change بس ماشين بتاع الجوازات عشان ماشين ده جايبينه من ألمانيا.
انت لسه ما جاوبتني. كلام ساق من السودان بس ارجع لي للهويه بتاع جنوب السودان ده كيف بدا. ما تقول لك انا بقدر اديك لك كيف الهويه بتاعك استوائي بدا. فانت كده ورينا هويتك ده بدا كيف بتاع جنوب السودان ده، وهل هو شيء واقعي في الارضيه اللي شايفينه ولا ما واقعي. بليز وركز في الموضوع ده. ما تطلع لي بفلسطين وافغانستان، خليك بس في جنوب السودان وموضوع
شكرا. الهويه بتاع الجنوبيين بدت في يوم 9 شهر 7 2011. كلكم كجنوبيين كلكم مش صوتوا لاستقلال تاع جنوب السودان. دي الهويه بتاعتكم، حددتوا هويتكم انه انتم جنوبيين. كلكم مش صوتوا في الخارج وفي الداخل. ده اليوم الهويه your identity. ده اليوم انت عملت بقى عندك جنسيه انك جنوبي، بقى عندك علم، بقى انت عضو في الامم المتحده. ده اليوم انت حددت هويتك فوق. ودي الحاجه الحركه الشعبيه حاربت من اجلها يا الوحده الجاذبه او الانفصال، تغيير مصير الجنوبيين.
انت متاكد الحركه الشعبيه حرب من اجل هويه جنوب السودان ولا حرب من اجل السودان الجديد؟
والله اقول لك حاجه، انت لو فتحت الروم في اليوم ده انا طبعا عندي راي في السودان الجديد وعندي راي في الهويه وعندي اراء مختلفه. لو قلتوا انتوا تفتحوا الروم الكلام ده انا بقول لكم انا ممكن اتكلم، لكن في مقام اليوم لا. انا ما اقدر اقول في كلام، لا انا عندي راي في السودان الجديد وعندي راي في قصه الهويه بتاع السودان وقضيه جنوب السودان وقضيه السودان. لكن اليوم ده
بس قلت ماشي تعمل مراجعه تفتش كتب عشان تقدر تجيب كلام قوي. انا فهمتك. ملخص بتاع الهويه السودان الجديد والسودان الهسه.
اسمعني، انا ولا ادري لك كتاب انا اكون كتبه منو يعني. انا عندي فلسفه بتاعتي الخاصه بي انا مياكل ده، وانا ذاتي انا عندي راي في السودان الجديد. وكلام ده انا قلته امبارح. انا قلت السودان الجديد ده اخير حلفه جديده بتاع عبود من السودان الجديد ده الوهمي. انا الكلام ده قلته كثير وممكن اشرحه، لكن ده كلام عميق جدا انت ما تفهم واسع الليله ده. انا قلت حلفه جديده بتاع عبود ارحم من السودان الجديد بتاع جون جرنج الوهمي. المشي قرص في كوبويتا وما يشتغل ثاني السودان الجديد اقول. انا عندي راي خاص يعني ممكن اشرحه بطريقه اعمق من كده، لكن ما مقامه ما اليوم الليله هنا. لكن يوم لو جينا دين مياكل قد تعالى حدثنا عن السودان الجديد وما هو السودان الجديد. انا بتكلم معك فوق. انا ما don't believe in that. It did not work.
تفضل يا تفضل. مرحبا بك.
يكون شكرا يا سوري for interruption. انا اعتذر لان انا يمكن قاطعتكم في حديث بتاعكم. في المقام الأولى let me acknowledge your room. Your room, it is very important to me, and I'm really value myself and value you from the beginning. أنا جيت في روم بتاعكم ده، الجامل في روم بتاعكم ده ماشي تاني. أنا جيت في روم بتاعكم عشان أنا أتكلم مع صابر عرب دولي والمياكل مايا. نسمع منه، وإن شاء الله أنا برضو سعيد جدا إنه نسمع منه. فيا جماعة أنا بصادمكم انتوا شوية ممكن تدوني فرصة. I want to go on with Miracle. To me, Miracle Mayam is most wanted. It's most wanted to me. I want to actually know Miracle, and I want to let you know about him from the fact that I know from him. أنا بشكركم جدا for your allowance me to be in your room. Thank you very much. I heard about whatever he went through, he talked about, but there is nothing much bother me about what he's been talking about, because it is miracle. When you see him, anyone about him, because a person, of course, would be known to the people, not because he's working very gigantic toward everybody.
Very gigantic.
Very gigantic.
اسمع يا مياكل ما تعمل لنا استقبال الكلاو ده
Very gigantic.
اسمع انت اسف
The English that you spoken and you still speaking, it is me who taught you.
لغة خواجة يا زلمة ما توري بالي بس كلم هنا فاهمينك لغة خواجة مشي حالك.
But today I want to oppose you to whoever couldn't know you very well. Who are you? You are not the one to disturb this powerful nation called South Sudan. So people need to put you in where you fit, and you will stay there.
So you my teacher. I never know you. You my teacher. You taught me, yeah?
I taught you English at Bar in Khartoum.
Oh yeah?
Yes, I did.
Yes, I did. راجع نفسك كويس. انت ما كنت قريت في بار اللغة الإنجليزية؟ Yes or no?
Mr. Yan, هو كان تلميذ لئيم ولا هو كان تلميذ مجتهد؟
Anyways,
was he a disciplined pupil, or is he like a rascal one?
No. By that time, I taught him. I was not a teacher by profession. No, I was a student. But هنا بندرس بتدريس طوعية. هو بيعرف كويس. No. ده في خرطوم. I mean ده في بحر. وبيعرف لأنه ولد ذكي جدا وشاطر شديد. وبيعرف. فيا جماعة, let me say something about Miracle helping you, guide.
Uncle Ian.
Yes.
Uncle Ian. Miracle is not somebody we can waste our time on. Okay? You don't need to do all that. Just Miracle, no.
Okay. Sorry يا جماعة نعتذر. أنا بنزل. Sorry for that.
دقيقة بس أنا أقول لكم حاجة. Let us not miss Shayna. Is a Jian. I know who can يقول حاجة بس I know he's having hard time with Arabic. So أنا قلت ما مشكلة. Whatever language, English, can we feel more comfortable, let him speak. It's not about him to stop talking or not. Like in one thing we have to understand that we were talking about something and then Yan felt like he was compelled to come up and say something about this guy that let us not be frustrated. And we never been frustrated with Miracle. To be honest, Miracle is just standing here to play propaganda and trying to kind of being condescending, but he think like he's actually defeating us with his language. But he will never defeat us because we as Equatorian nationalists who call for independence of Equatoria, we are already adamant on our point and said, listen, you can say whatever you want, the whole picture clear. We know who's the problem maker and what is the issue. And you are not willing to admit. And he is always proving that. Even today, he's
Exactly.
He's proving that. So,
like I said, Mayako is a nobody, okay? All he do is just come over here and run his mouth like a little kid. So he don't need to entertain that. If that's what makes him happy, hey, go ahead. You know? Who is Miyako?
Okay, dear Shana.
Okay, let's get Shana. Let's focus this. I want you guys from I don't know if you followed the audio of this man Salva Kiir. He's like talking about hybrid court in a very hypocritical way.
Please.
Responding to each other. Yeah.
Be fair, please. Today when I come here, did I address anybody?
No. You didn't. Listen, you got the address on this, and they're defending on what you believe. We are wrong in our mission objective.
I have been disrespected in this room.
Okay. Miracle. I'm sorry. Let me stop it. That's why I stopped it. Why are you now instigating? I stopped it. I said, listen.
What is it? Please,
what are you going to benefit from responding?
I'm not
complaining about that.
I'm not responding.
So what do you want me to do? Like, okay, you said you've been disrespected in my room.
Can you give me 1 second? And there, what did you know? I become a subject matter on this room. What does that tell you about the South Sudanese people?
Don't be narcissist again. Like I said, just stop that one. Okay. Really? If you know yourself, listen. If you know yourself, you are very of importance. You don't have to say. Look at what are you trying to define or what are you trying to prove? Let us know.
I want to let you know.
That's why I want to separate ya Maya Kolo. Like separation min harakat dagda.
What is it? That what you know? That what exposed you know being. Kullum join the major topic. Tell them ya call bus. Listen,
you're over your head. Let me be clear. You're over your head. Stop this. You're over your head again. Mr. Yan, I am asking a question.
Let's let Yan to speak. Let's give it to Yan now.
Jesus, God forgive us, I say, but just please. Miracle. Yeah, Miracle, kalas. It's okay. Asma, Miracle. Ito lang naman sino? Nabti ma? Wala na duk zon kam fashion. Teb naman sino?
أنا داير أوريك حاجة ما تصبر بس الناس اللي كان جاي له توبيك قبل لما أنا جيت هنا روم بتاع كان فيه كم نفر كان فيه كم نفر
يا أسمع والله أسمع يا مياكل والله شكرا لك أنت جبت أنا أسمع دقيقة أنت زول أنت كنت تجيب شعبية شكرا لك أنت جبت لنا الناس في غرفة كده اسمع ستوب خلاص ده ما موضوع ده ما موضوع No. ده ما موضوع يا أنت قاعد go out of the topic. This is not the أنا صبرت وصبري وقف خلاص بس please this is not the point. أنا عندي سؤال لزول ده ما talk about it please. أنا قلت أنت كان قلت جبت الناس كله في روم ده good bravo. I will give you I don't have anything to give you. Bravo for you. You know. لأنه داري أعمل لها سقال يا أخو جاب قليل شال يجي 100 ولا 1000 نفر أنا ما كه شال يكون واحد نفر. We have a message. We don't care about the numbers, okay? أنا دار خليا أنا عندي سؤال له كده براج كده calm down. براج don't cross هنا خلينا زول أنا عندي سؤال brother Yan. Mr. Yan في سؤال لكن the main topic, okay? عشان هنا نقدر نكون all in picture. I think some of you guys have already seen this video before. It's a couple of days ago. And the guy messaged me, he was kind of like hypocritically mentioning things that he's trying to make himself look like he's a good leader. And also, in his speech was really poor speech, you know. I don't want to call it anything but poor because it's even horrible than that if you look at the video.
I think you've got something running in the background. You've got something running in the background.
Oh, yes, sorry. That was the StreamYard. Sorry, let me get out of it.
I think maybe just mute yourself on the StreamYard or something. I was trying to figure out. Okay, I think Ian has waited for a while now.
Yes, I think I'm all right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You got my message, my question, right? Yeah, the question is about this message of Kiir.
I got it.
What's your thought of it? What's your thought on it? Please go ahead. Thank you.
Wait. Allow me to say what I want to say. Yes, like I mentioned earlier when I get in the room, that I really value your room and I give you due respect, and also like I value myself. What actually led me to be here, and I was requested you to give me chance to come. It is not a topic. To be actually very frank, it was Miracle, because Miracle look like I mentioned is most wanted to me. So
I've heard you. Yeah, with all due respect, I heard you, right? I heard that. And your sister mentioned something, and she was clear. So let us get to the main.
I'm coming to
so
my
let's
sister.
not worry about him. Yeah. To like, you know, because now Miracle is complaining that we are giving a chance to you to mock him and insult him. So let's just focus on the main.
Is Miracle still there, or he ran away?
Well, I can't see him, but maybe he will come back. But just go ahead with the main question I ask you, so we can kind of like get an idea from all the people that actually have witnessed the audio or the video.
Okay, brother. What I can say to you, thank you very much for allowing me to come up here and say my word. Like I mentioned, really, it's not because I do ignore your topic. I give value to your topic, like I value yourself. But actually, I'm interested to see Miracle, because it looks like when you argue with Miracle, Miracle used to so look like me like he's trying to overlook what actually you are open the room for. So that's why it is real trigger that when we come up here, I feel that if I get let me do something about Miracle and let my people so Sudanese knew about Miracle, with Miracle Mayam. So I got a lot of definition that I can give you about him. And if he's actually is a person who value himself, people shape themselves. We can shape him. Maybe tomorrow it will look as a human being. So this is what actually I mean. So I respect my dear sister, and I respect you, guide. So let me drop myself. Since Miracle is running away, fine. I will get him. I will find him, because our problem should not be Miracle. Let our problem be self-critical is actually come from the less important Dinkas. If you say that is Dinka, but maybe tomorrow someone come up from Dinka and say that Miracle is come from. So this is not valid argument for me.
Friend, yeah. So
I will leave it here, and then I will drop myself.
Okay, well, that's why.
Yeah, but I
you don't value my room. If you value it, I said do not bring his name again. Okay.
Okay, sorry, sorry, forgive me, brother. You just leave my picture. You don't know me, and I don't know you.
Listen,
I know the picture, and I value the picture that you put on your profile, which is my dear leader.
No. That's not
Dr. John, but I don't know you. Please give me my chance. Let me finish, and then I will go down. Please.
Do you know who's talking to you? First of all, I'm not Barat. Okay, I'm Odysseus. I'm talking to you. And first of all, I said let us not mention this gentleman anymore, or what's his name, Miracle. I'm saying let's focus on the main topic. You said you don't have anything. Unfortunately, this is the sad thing about South Sudan, So when people are really, I don't know, this is the problem. When really we don't see the seriousness of things like what is happening with Kiir doing, and then we just want to make it into personalizing and all that, we really lose our track. And then this is where they will be able to use us, those in power, because I think we are lacking attention to the main issue. Okay, when we opened the room, we didn't open the room so we can have an argument with either one person or other. But Miracle came in. Miracle, of course, tried to kind of being condescending, He's trying to use this condescending language, mocking and all that. We understand him. And I was like, listen, we know your game is not going to work with us, and we're not going to be defeated by your language or rhetoric, because to us, we have an objective. We have a case here. Kiir have spoken out his speech. You're supposed to be, as a responsible citizen who is also a victim of this crisis, because all of us are victims of this crisis right now. We're supposed to stand up and speak on that and put our opinion based on this situation. Let us not look at the person, like these people who are coming and defending such guy like Kiir, because they have a benefit. They benefit. And he proved us right. Miracle today proved us right. But I don't want to talk about him because he's not the main topic. The main topic is Salva Kiir. Look at the title, Salva Kiir's speech at Freedom Hall. What is your perspective? That's the main thing you need to focus on. And I thought you have that, at least, even if little. That way you can give us even a new perspective. Maybe we don't have it. So, or maybe others who are listening don't have it. So that way people can gain something. And then we will even...
Okay, yeah.
نفتح الروم بشكل باسم زول والله زول قال كده نفتح. This is very disturbing. We have to grow up out that and mature people. So please اتفضل, and thank you very much for your time and so coming up to speak and give your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, actually I'm acknowledge your title there in your room, but for me to say something about the title, I have to be actually aware about it. So I'm not really prepared about it. Like I mentioned it earlier, what made me to come up in the room, it actually was Miracle, because the way I was listening Miracle talking with you, so it made me like I'm thinking like let me get there so that if Miracle is there, So I have to have time with Miracle and let the part that I know from him. So I will let people know also, like I knew him. So this what led me up here. Maybe I can go quickly and prepare myself for your topic because, like when we are dealing, analyze about the situation, having something about the politics, somebody need to be actually well prepared so that you give your perspective according to what you actually believe. So from here, please forgive me and let me conclude about give a big thank to my dear sister that I give her thank that because it's not like I cannot devote myself going argue with Miracle. Since Miracle is very familiar to all South Sudanese. So please let me stop here. I'm not ignore your room. Maybe later or anytime I will come and participate in your this value room. Please forgive me. Thank you.
No problem. Didi, you have anything before we give a chance to Sister Sheena?
Yeah, I just wanted to take us back, and highlight something. I don't know. I think I surpassed it. Something that Kir has talked about. Yeah, he talked about the CPA gave, the people of South Sudan, its border of 1956 and the rights of self-determination, and it is the exercise of the right of its self-determination that gives way to our independence on the 9th of July 2011. But what's funny is, if you guys realize, he talks about the CPA gives us the rights of self-independence, but this independence that people have gained, who is actually enjoying it? The people of South Sudan are missing out, in this independence. They're not there in the country, most of them, and if they're there, they're just living there as basically, voiceless. They are they have been disarmed of their rights. They don't have any rights. They can't do anything. They're basically working for free in their country, free labor, and the country, the self-determination actually has been given to the international countries, the foreign countries, like when you look into starting from Europe, Western world, and including the African countries, the neighboring is, and let's say all, even the African continent, most of them are the one enjoying, this independence of South Sudan. And you realize that South Sudanese are not even enjoying that independence, really. And you pretty much become as a foreigner in that country, in that land. So the fact that even, you fought for a land and now you're homeless, basically. Most people are homeless. It almost like a tornado that came and swept everybody, it's like off the land and stuff like that, strip everybody of their, of their home. So this is one thing that, if people could look at it, like they say one thing and they're doing another. You see, they're talking all these good words and putting all these words together, but in reality, when you look at it, who's really enjoying this self-determination? And then the fact that people receive self-determination, but now other people are fighting for self-determination because of what he is doing, like what I said earlier, that look, he was talking about the regime in Khartoum, but look, now we're calling him regime, his system of government regime. And then now people again are creating movements, like as I listed earlier, all these movements that are going on, including the self-independent. You got a lot of rebels around, you get a lot of parties around, all these things that basically have been formed under Sudan now has been formed under him. And here he is talking, basically making beautiful decorations, whereby even I struggle. Sometimes you struggle when you listen to him. Like I said, you don't know where's the comma, where's the full stop. So this is something also to be highlighted. Thank you.
Like I stated, when the need to wait, so you sound like you're in a matrix, Mr. Sheena. Sorry, I'm can't even hear what I said. Yeah, because Okay, so my brother again that Mayako is not somebody that we need to waste our time. Um, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to be contributing to it. I came at the wrong time. So I'll go ahead and drop. We missed you earlier. There was طبعا في كان نقاش عن الشخصية سلفا كير في خطاب اللغة يعني كمان أنا في سير. Anyway, so Didi, you mentioned I see Patricia also, but I don't see her. Her mic is not on. It's when you look at the issue of South Sudan and you look at the condition in Afogu, and then you look at the condition of Equatoria, it's just, you kind of like wonder all these sides. And I kind of notice now there is a lot of what you can call absent-mindedness in our country. When it comes to the issue, the real issue, we don't really look at it in a wider way, because there is a problem here, and the reason why, because most of South Sudanese, they feel comfortable in where they belong to, not looking at the case as what we gonna benefit and do for the impact of changing the world. What they change the way how they want to change the world is they change it based on their where they come from. For us, the Equatorians, we're clear. We speak on our issue clearly. And earlier there was a lot of, diversion in our message that we were trying to talk about this hypocrite. Because what happened with Kiir, Kiir was like really showing hypocritic language. And I think there was a gentleman also, a brother earlier, mentioned something very powerful on his message, that these guys, he doesn't even have the feeling on the crime that he commit. And thank you, Didi, for reminding me also. He talks about 1956, if I'm not mistaken. That's the one he mentioned. And the way how he talks about it, it never even implemented. Like, people even talked about the border. Because there is, right now, South Sudan, even border-wise, we are not even yet have a clear border. That's why you see today people like Abiy is talking about, they've been neglected. And even they told them they will have referendum, and then the referendum was kind of like nullified.
That's 1956, yeah. He said the CPA gave the people of South Sudan its border of 1956 and the rights to self-determination.
Network, Didi. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm back. Okay. Network. I can first start never. But go ahead. What you want?
No, you just went quiet. That's why I was asking. You disappeared.
No, you said you agreed with me that that's 1956,
yes,
right?
Yes. I was telling you, yes, it was 1956.
Yeah.
What he said.
He mentioned that. That's one thing. Also, it was wrong. And I can go on the highlight of it because there were so many controversial things he mentioned that sounds so. And then, what I understood also from Brother Rajab earlier wrote something that this is like a conference that they had, and they were talking in basically about the truth and reconciliation. And the truth and reconciliation, if you look at it, this truth and reconciliation is not even there. And I think CJ also highlighted some things. But what I want to say about the truth and reconciliation is supposed to be based on real honesty, not distrustfulness and lies and conspiracies. Because what Kiir is doing, Kiir have been committing so many conspiracies. Even today, people are always talk about peace. Every time when someone from the militia comes in, everybody, oh, now there is peace. We know this is not real, genuine peace because Kiir is for peace. If Kiir really that day we became a nation, Kiir would have never instigated a fight, would never instigated a violence against any tribe or any group, in particular politically or, tribal wise or whatever. But the man actually was justifying his crimes with rhetoric of that, when we went SPLM, this thing was like there, and these people are guilty because they done this, and he would never say even that he committed a crime. So how could you expect somebody like that he will give that chance for people to prosecute him? Add to it, the regime is not thinking of giving up power, because right now this power is for them, and they are trying to build whatever they have planned since inception of this so-called SPLM. Right, ask me a question about vision, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes. I did ask you about vision. You defined that, and then I got a couple of questions more generate from what you actually
you're trying to say again your vision. Vision ده لغة خواجة يا ده رؤية. Okay, كان بعربي يقول لك رؤية بمعنى يعني ده مخطط فكرة بعيد المدى. It's something that people have to think about. It's like in visualization, and also it's conceived. Mostly this vision will be conceived based on the situation or condition they are in. Like for example, you be in a situation, maybe you're working in a job, and then this job, you see yourself, because everybody, we are born in this world, we have to have a vision for tomorrow, because we're not like, even maybe animals are the one only don't think for tomorrow. When you think for tomorrow, or when you plan for tomorrow, that automatically that vision will build up, because vision is based on experience, based on the notion that you have learned something and you have grasped these things might not work with you, or might give you an idea to solve another issue that you were thinking about it, but you didn't know how to solve it. So once you begin to gain understanding, or you begin to get an idea, then that vision begin to develop. So vision is something mostly in development. It's a side, it's a power that that has so much, what I can call it, something like it's been inspiring, like it creates that inspiration for why will we want to go and build that thing, whatever it is. And it's always an idea, because vision is simply an idea that comes out of many situation ideas that later you develop into a vision, that this is my vision for tomorrow. I want to be rich. Okay, so what I need to do, then you start developing it based on that vision. Your vision is to be rich, to be a millionaire. You want to gain, you want to conquer. So this is what it is. So simple it is. I don't think it needs a bigger definition than that. So I don't know what's your side. Maybe I'm wrong, but go ahead. If I'm wrong, please correct me, because it seems like
look, that's it. Yeah. I think I understood your vision. What do you mean by vision? So I did ask you that question because you said SPLM has failed. Look, let me simplify vision actually for people actually to get it right. Okay. If I say today I have a vision, that means I have something I can see in my mind. Okay. To execute this vision, what should I do in this situation? I should think about it. I should translate it into the papers. It's an idea. When I put simplified to an idea. Yeah. If I want to this, I should put it into the paper. When I write it down, after that I have to translate it. For example, simply if I have a vision, I want to have a wife, I want to have a nice house, I want to have a nice job. What do I need here? If I sit inside the room and cry to God, give me a car, give me a beautiful wife, give me a house, it won't happen. So what I would do, I will go and chase for job. Go to the newspaper, this one step, and then check, apply until you get a job. When you get a job, what should you do when you need a beautiful wife? You would think, where should I find this? Okay, I should go to the weddings and maybe I meet somebody. I should go to some places where I can find people gathering, or I should visit Nas Filana, neighbors, they have a beautiful girl there.
You start with the cows, isn't it?
Yeah, hello?
And a good thing you start with the cows, isn't it?
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I think I've got a bad network, sorry.
Okay. Maybe me bad network. Can you guys hear me? Cow, Yes, yeah. But before I start even the cow, I should meet the girl first, right? To meet the girl, I'm not going to meet her in my room. I will meet her in my room. I have to go to occasion, wedding, mujtamaat, gathering, anything. So when I do those steps, I will have a girl, and then I will thinking about doing engagement, doing wedding. You know? Bara kamata kaltan. And ita vision tag bas ita bas dete Mary. And mara to mind vision le mara de kun Jamil wala Samin wala Kusaya wala Tawil wala ita bas hayalla bas. Which one is it? The vision. I want to have a family. The vision, for example. I'm giving you example. Okay, go ahead. But depend on how. Division nuggets. I said division nuggets, huh? No. Division nuggets. No. Nuggets, yeah. Audacious, because when I said I'm going to choose a woman, or I'm going the step I should take to achieve my vision. Okay, now the correct. You know, girl, but I have to find facilities where I can meet people. I meet girls. If I don't see this for me, I will go where I can find beautiful girls. I'm just explaining this simply. It's not because I wanted to do that. After I finish that, I will think about engagement. I will go talk to her family, and then because I'm working, I have to save money. I have to buy a cow. All right? You're taking all this step. At the end of the day, when you get married, you have a nice house, you have whatever. You took all the steps, and your vision achieved. I believe this is a vision. SPLM has a vision, and SPLM hasn't failed. SPLM in 1983, get up as a baby, they created the military group. They have, what they have done throughout. They did a few agreements. They have CPA, and then when the CPA come, we have our independence as a country today. You know, so when people say the SPLM has no vision, that is not correct. This is what you said before. And SPLM, what's the vision of SPLM? The vision of the SPLM simply is to have our own country, and we had it now. Simply, that's my understanding, and that's what it has been achieved. From now on, dagiga SPLM vision bitao half country mshi nakuna daula ka Sudan wala nakuna ma daula that in that country Sudan, in that country we were second or third or fourth class citizen in that country we had. So we to liberate people from that type of mentality. So with that type of mentality, we end up with Junub Sudan. That's the vision, you know. So the SPLM mission from 1983 to 2011 has completed, and the vision has been achieved. To build a country, to initiate a country, me and you today, is our own problem. It has nothing to do with this. Okay, if these are the leaders of the SPLM causing the problem today, let point at the correct problem and let diagnose it and try to fix it. This is where all of us will come. But the language of the dominant, the beneficiary, this and that, this is where we stuck actually as people, you know. This won't take us anywhere. So I argue strongly when you say SPLM has that not correct. Also, I want to give this question to you. Most of the time you speak and you argue strongly. Equatoria is an identity. Equatoria was a kingdom. Equatoria was its own entity. I just want to. I want you to tell me one. The kingdom of Equatoria, one king family descendant who used to be the king of Equatoria by then. Or did you have a kingdom without descendant or without a king? That's my question to you. Thank you. السؤال ده نسأل لك تدين كأن king itu memang kata wasa aku fikir kata king weda wala sabari weda ده كمان جانا من فرعون من مصر قال كوش لا اسمع ارجع لفيرو يا جك بيتين ده كيندم اسمه كوش
So besa jere fi kilma ta SPLM government vision de. Vision ta SPLM de enta men as Salva Kiir took over. And Dr. Kereng mudu ma vision ta ma vision ta SPLM. Hasare ma fi direction. Ya nena ma machine base je amya invest. The country is going like direction basically. So the vision is gone with Dr. Kereng. Thank you.
Okay. But yeah, Karito. But yeah, Karito. Independent of South Sudan, do you think it was in part of
independent of us? Well, it was enshrined in our CBA whether we will opt for referendum. It's up to South Sudanese to call for it. Very well. The vision of Dr. Kereng was for United Sudan. They call a new Sudan, not for separation of South Sudan. You know that very well.
I think
a new Sudan where everyone will participate equally in the nation building, where there is no move like a push for urbanization. Not going to be forced to worship as a Muslim. People should be worship freely. Okay, that was the vision of Dr. John. But if it to come about the independent separation of South Sudan, we have to give credit to Dr. Yakmacha. Dr. Yakmacha today that is being cornered in Juba, we have to give him that credit.
No, let me stop it. Let me stop it. The even. Karito, come on. That's why Katora got the Karito. Can I say a few points? Listen. Let me correct you, Karito. I'm out of. I think get a girl. You know, sometimes you need to remember where you come from, bro. Equatorians are the one who first do not want to be part of Sudan in general. Okay, now they know there is a history goes back that the Equatorians were not part of Sudan; they were forced to be part of Sudan. I think the Equatorian lads are lost in this notion that Huma Junubin or Huma Sudanin. Because and there was something that brothers. Okay, so let us not say, but can the credit is all galat,
Machar Desat is all Gabali. He's not different from Salva Kiir. Listen, let's be honest with you, man. This is never. Riek Machar was just an opportunity of what happened because Salva Kiir, John Garang, was killing his people. So he stood up. Okay? And at that time, even when Riek Machar was getting into this fight, who can Amoloka counter? He admitted by himself. He was trained by US Army, special forces from Fort Benning, a place that I was on before. These they send those special forces to work with him and to help him to be the stronger voice. They want to counter John Garang. Lano John Garang can jibe in the communist notion. Yani lugabta John Garang can lugabta shuaiya. And they don't want that. At that time, also remember, SPLM when was created during the time of Cold War. And Lano John Garang can work Mangisto. And John Garang actually get to Mangisto, it took time for him to join Mangisto or to be supported by Mangisto. Hata Mangisto to and anything about separation. He was just because he could look at the way how he started. He didn't start in a peaceful way. Agree on it took him time to come up to the language in general, you know. And at the end, uga يقول يا أخي يلا منو بيجي مخاوجات بيقول يا أخي المشكلة ده بيجي فوق الدين بتاع المسيحية وهنا Christianity and Islam, and that what gave Garang actually more power, especially for September 11, gave him the opportunity. In Nazi, look at him. فعلا كلام تا Garang ده كان في محله. لكن best people kind of afraid of him, American afraid of him for his communist notion. لأنه guys all communists is all an atheist. He doesn't believe in God. He's somebody who's more going to be radical against the United States. And the United States is a capitalist, and any Western countries are going to encourage capitalism. Britannia, all these countries are capitalists. So idea of the separation was not there. But the idea of Jinkinism or the Dinkinism, that was there because he actually wanted to protect his people and he wanted to empower them. He wasn't thinking of others. But then Namanu Shah bigger work my others that don't advise God Sudan. For he took advantage of this Sudan language, like under the ground. You could see he was building his people. He look at today the government الرجيم لسه ماسك ده الرجيم بتاع الجنوبيين كله لما الرجيم بتاع قبيله واحد واجد واضح طبعا لما تقول لدينك زيهم بيجي upset no it's not true لكن look at it. I know you coming to that point. No, the reality. That's not something I'm going to go like from the fiction. The reality, in living it. Today, really are going to make decision.
Honestly, an agreement against no brother. Yani, Equatoria was the architect of the separated South Sudan. It originally, of course, history might be the like I'm talking about post CPA. Post CPA. That's why I came and Sunukata and Dugul Fogita and I want to Dugul Madeko Equatoria Kulu. Like in a disagreement. I came post after the CPA.
Yeah, after CPA is that CPA there? CPA, yeah, and I agree. CPA there. That can I give Riek Machar mind do more power than Nas Bush, Lano Bush or John Garang really lived door في ناحية بتاع Christian and Muslims وبعدين كان في propaganda كمان من ناحية بتاع slavery طبعا في شباب ده دينك هنا قال يا غني بيوم slave مع شمالين ده وكده فده كان عمل عمل like a lot of يعني promotion to the issue of South Sudan. لما كان لاحظت the Christian radicals there في أمريكا بالأخص في أمريكا بيجي talk about it لما بيجي قاعدين go lobby within those governments. It's okay. مشكلة جنوب السودان. دقيقة ده ما selling. I'm telling you, I know they don't like it. لكن ده fact. I lived it and I seen it with my eyes, bro. حتى أنا مذكر one time لما أنا قلت أنا Sudanese قال really قال do you know the Lost Boys because they're the first pictures اللي خطوا في image تخواجات ما خطوا جنوبين خطوا Lost Boys. إنه جنوبين ده اللي ناك جايبينهم كله Lost Boys كله أيتام أنا قلت no. بعدين Lost Boys أنا قلت لهم ديل أكتريتهم دينكا is not from us because يا قال yes I heard about them هم قاعدين يقولون جايين من دينكا so where are you from أنا قلت له أنا from Equatoria from Sudan لكن you know we have different tribes.
Listen, because the way how you guys promote yourself in the public with John Garang helping you guys, hatta na manjabo Lost Boys, that's why nakibele kat nagule miracle maja bukalamda. Lost Boys they jabom kef, they kal jabom kambe be kulu junubi, majabo bes specific group mayani in Dinka bes, and those Dinka were there for a specific objective. We give you the hint of vision to John Garang. John Garang into vision can what and who house it me? Dinka you in the top, and Dinka he got the opportunity in Mangalo fi referendum hold this lakini haja on the top and make sure to counter what they got inanyanya ala sasa no ito ya Dinka tijani na fijuba janta they make all this chaos to manda qualification fa haja do janazel ude haja wade hata fit today nas ala 20 min nazelik uma they still alive. For why are you guys not trying to play us and not foolish? Okay, vision that you're getting it's about to empower his tribe, okay? Laanu fi nihaya kanukan hai ukambimshi lisa ma separation da South Sudan lakini leshinu ukambukun akhtar min Kiir. Laanu Zolda he is able to learn fast and to do things according. But anyway, I don't care. Rabbana shalu. Lakini even today in our situation, ain't fi akhtar wada. And are now creating havoc. And based on شنو يلا بقى يقول قال ده Salva Kiir فعل لانه Salva Kiir اصلا انا ده اوريك لحد هسه ما في دينكا جاب بايكونوميك كده من انتم ماسكين الحكومه لازم حتى جين كانسل ما جاب بايكونوميك بلان كده I'll بيقدر يسيف this country بالعكس البلد ده هسه فشل لانه ناس ما صدقوا الدولار ده جا في جيب ناس ودوا قلت لك كده ورينا ما في زول قال يقول يا اخي دينكا بنا عماره في مكان ثاني ولا انا غلطان. Okay, they built I don't know what's Yes, I'll give you a chance, Professor. Baraj, better to clarify my point.
Okay, that is a very interesting point, Peter Kirito. And this point, I don't know why they attach the independent of or champion of the independent of South Sudan to Riek Machar. Most of the politicians actually who just kind of and I think, I don't know, when they analyze politics or when they see the history, which I don't know why they give an independent of South Sudan to, or the champion of independence of South Sudan to Riek Machar. This is what I wanted to say. When the SPLM started, there is already a Nyanya to the independent group. They were fighting for the independence of South Sudan. He was joining based on the idea of Dr. John Garang. So he was fighting.
The idea of that was not called the idea of John Garang. It was called the idea of the SPLM.
Yeah. Okay, the idea of the SPLM. Let me put it on this.
Vision, yeah.
Yeah, the SPLM vision. What do you call? Riek Machar was in the camp of the SPLM vision.
Already, you can the movement in 1985.
Yep. So in the camp of Dr. John Garang, all right, and then he fought the separatists with Dr. John Garang. If you guys sometime hear about the first bullet was pointed at the separatists of South Sudanese, that was a Nyanya too, you know. So the idea of separation. How did he going to champion this?
Data slay kanta salahogal separatist faja wahid hatta zatu mushalar ta nuera kan anyanya tuda makan clear lano fina zatu gal huma kan zatu against الاتفاقية تاع Joseph Lago, but they were never even clear because في ناس عندهم more مرجعية في الكلام ده. So ما تقول لي قال يا أخي وضرب تلقى كيرن ضرب تلقى عشان سبرتيز وكان ضرب تلقى لأنه النازل كان قاعد يشكل خطر لقبائل تدينكا. Let me be honest with you because there is something happening.
No. Okay. Let me say my version.
لأنه ما كان موضوع سياسي. ما كان موضوع سياسي.
يا جماعة أنتوا دايرين تغيروا my point.
But the idea of they have an idea of independence of South Sudan.
Yes.
And the idea of John Garang Group, they have an idea of New Sudan.
Yes.
That's why they were fighting.
What is the idea about Kabbalah?
Odysseus, please don't drive it as your point. Just hear my.
Yeah. Calm down. Calm down.
I don't want to fight, but I don't want to get.
Don't get hyped up.
No. I'm not that Yeah. I'm not that Like, I want to get the idea, Kerito was giving the championship girl, Victoria Kuyao, job independent. All right, I want to explain to him.
Already, that was not true.
Yeah, Benjamin, can I calm down? Who be
Hang on.
Let me finish. Yeah. Man, let me finish because I wanted to come the idea of the vision of unity there. So Dr. even when he left in 1991, if he say he independent, that means he stole the idea from Anyanya too, because he never come with the independent as it's his own idea. It never happened. All right. We learn from our mistake. SPLM vision when it came, we learn from a mistake. 1956, they're independent. And you're they're independent. There is no way out. You cannot achieve it. How are you going to achieve this? All right. I need it all. I explained from the beginning. The negotiation philosophy or marketing negotiation. You go for all, you get half. The idea in general people mind and what Garang was saying, we need the whole Sudan. But the regime we're fighting, all right, you will end up with South Sudan. This is the vision of the independent, actually. It's not because somebody else brought it or SPLM vision failed. It's very impossible to get the whole thing if you want the whole thing. So if you, for example, we have a conditional unity. It's not about unity of South Sudan. It's a conditional unity. If you don't do this, this will happen. If this happen, this will happen. And those conditions, it was impossible for Sudanese to accept it. So we're going to go for our independence out of Sudan. So that's the whole idea. So Garang learned from the mistake of those two movements. So the championship of independence actually you put it to the SPLM. Thank you.
Well, I don't think it don't affect to put Anyanya fail. Anyanya was not fail. Anyanya was betrayed, bro. Anyanya actually can't hasta. That's why we always. You will never admit it. Ruben, these people have done it. Because when you link the whole movement and vision to individual, that is disrespect to Anyanya one, بالمناسبة. يعني بتقول that is respect to the people who come with the idea. He was betrayed. Asmani, Maita, can I calm down? Asma, that was a betrayal. طبعا انت ما تكسبت حقيقة بتاعت دي ما تكسبت الحقيقة اللي حصلت. Okay, this is something happened, man. إذا قال لي ناس كتوريا خط mistrust مع upper nine من وقت ده. فاكر حاجة joke? These people died because of it. Because this thing, it didn't admit the mistake. Above the head is what the man SPLA created. SPLA was not created for the South Sudanese. What created for Sudan? Who created for tribe? And this is clear. Evidence now. It is someone to admit that to give us this whitewash and say, oh, كلنا كده. No. هسا انتوا قاعدين تمسكوا الدولة ده، انتوا ما قاعدين توحدوا الجنوبيين ولا قاعدين تبنوا حاجة اسمه الدولة أو حاجة اسمه وطنية. ما في لأنه your reality is what you actually started it. And Abel Alier was an agent to Nimeri Namajabu, who can part of the Anyanya. He was there as a mediator for the regime. Namajabu hina kujali mamukh tanazel, and he betrayed them. And he was really even showed up tarahu kaman mabas traitor kaman gabali. Who actually built this idea that they can actually take over. What? Do you think these people, they don't know nothing about Abel Alier complaining them simple like that? Asma, Abel Alier jabe akhwan who fakir zol de Junubi Zayu, he can understand. Lakin tara when Abel Alier tala a traitor, he committed the crime against this organization. In the end, what happened is that this United failed, did not even go further. عشان كده لما حاجة زول استهتر قال ده ما إنجيل ولا قرآن. قال لما أنا ما جاي أمشي قدام. لكن it doesn't mean that this the whole idea is dead, because
people there still understood. Like what Equatorial started thinking differently from what Dinka was thinking. Dinka, okay, Naman Kokora Reja, Awalu Magal Halaka Nation Act. Actually, it wasn't about, Yani Gibeli Kinta mentioned something very important. Lano Kiir Hinada Rigul Shino Galde continuation, SPL's continuation to Anyanya. No, it wasn't. SPL actually did not go as continuation to Anyanya. Lano Kanu continue. You can be respect what the 1955 is not continuation, it's continuation of our struggle. You have to understand this. And I feel like in this struggle. Many about the struggle there. They come made anyanya. They can not stand in Jamin Hillatani, but the anyanya struggle there. But the hajis separation. So if you fail, I will take it from there and I may succeed. If I fail too, somebody else will take it from there. That's listen to me. Listen to me. Just clearly when he said that the continuation, that's exactly what it is. He's trying to tell us that his continuation to the group al-Magdiri Kamil al-Mushwar. So he's trying to say in a continuation to what Anyanya did not able to do. So what is it? Anyanya actually exactly something did not able to do. It was never for separation. Anyway, Allah, Janub Sudan, admit mistakes. Let the first Prof. Benjamin, but let me tell you guys, I know the organization as you want, like an organization that have done horrible things. Prof. Ana Gadne put point clear here. يعني الرجيم ده الهسه organization تاع SPLA ده وعمل جرائم اكثر اللي خلى من جنوبين ما يسك تاني في حاجه اسمه الحركه الشعبيه ولا حتى ذات القوميه بتاع او الكوميونتي المكون بتاع دينكا، لانه حركه اللي عملوها في باقي الجنوبين بالاخص كاتوريا يعني كان واضح حركه قبلي اكثر من ما هو حركه وطني وده واحد جنوبين. فتفضل مستر بنجامين. والله يا اودينس سياسيه لما تشوف لي قبيله واحد created successful movement زي ده مفترض تخاف بالمناسبه يعني.
Let me add something here. Thank you very much. Now the SPLA was not the beginning. For the running of it, we have the second group. 16 of May 1983 was not the first group. We were the second group. When the SPLA rebelled and went to Ethiopia, we have got some people already there. The remnant of Nyanya 1, they were there. But when we went there, we sit down together, and then we put down two beacons on the table. So the group of Nyanya 1, those of Okonatem, so they have an idea of they said we need to fighting for the independence of South Sudan. And the John Graham group, those of Salva Kiir and Gerald Carbino, they say no. We are fighting for New Sudan. They want to liberate it. They want to take the whole Sudan. This is why people were fighting in Italy. Okay? Nobody listening from another Magisto is stood with John Garang and Salva Kiir and Gerald Carbino. So that was the idea. So now when we fail, when we were fighting, when the SPLA fighting until 2000, until 2004, until 2006, we were failed. So what happening? John Garang accept it for a referendum because we know that we were failed. We were not ready. We were failed for independence of South Sudan, and we were failed also to take the whole Sudan from there. So for the help, for assistance from our colleague outside America and all this, and then they said, John Grant, you will never achieve. Now this is the way we help you. You will sign, we will put a condition on Bashir, so that for you to mobilizing yourself for 6 years. So, and then after 6 years, we will give you an option. This is the best way. Your people will go for a referendum. They will vote for separation or for the unity. That is all. And the SPLA people, members, they accept this. They said, okay, this is a good option, and then this is a good time for us also. And then we have to mobilizing ourselves, and then we renew our momentum, and then we need to gain our momentum. If we fail to come together, if we fail to unite to come together as South Sudanese, and then there will be a war. John Garang was not fighting because of independence of South Sudan. The idea of separation of South Sudan coming through referendum. Okay, that is the way I find it. Now, yes, those of Joseph Lago and other people, they were try and fail, but they have done a good job. So when our people, our second group, the SPLA group, went to Syria, they sit down and revising where they failed, and then they revised and then they revised the failure of Nyanya One, plus their own vision, and then the movement has continuing. So the problem is this one. The problem of we have a different recruitment mobilization between Nyanya One and the second group called the SPLA. So in Nyanya One, they were lacking of foreign policy, they were lacking of mobilization, they were lacking a lot of things. That's why Joseph Lago were failed. And Gerald Joseph Lago has no support from Equatoria. No more Equatorian people supporting him. And where there was no more...
Excuse me, repeat your word. You said, hold on, you said Joseph Lago na mambada harakada who come to support me in Equatoria?
Yeah, I said when Joseph Lago declared a war, and then Joseph Lago has lack of... Joseph Lago, yes, the Equatorian youth, they were not joined Joseph Lago. There was Joseph Lago.
Ita galtania, matot. Come on, stop exaggerating. How can raising Joseph Lago, please, man? Please. That's a lie.
He's right on that, yeah. Odysseus. Actually, the people are...
And then Kalamata Demasahe, and Mario Telegitu Maluma Daminwen, like correct yourself because Asma Nazdel Amolo, Torit Mutiny. Let me repeat to you, Torit Mutiny Kanikatoria, Makam Foko up analysis. So please stop this lie. That's a big lie.
Okay. The Equatorian war, okay, the war of Torit in
propaganda too much without computer up analysis. SPLM.
The war in Torit 1955, they were protests. These people, they were protest group. They went on the street. They were against military dominance. Okay, they were not, these people of Torit, you see, they were students. They were not rebelling against Sudan.
Yeah, they
were protests. They called protests. They were against the system. They were Mortinin best, and we accept that one. That will be a part of the movement as well. No problem for that. And do you know why the SPLA were very strong? Because the Denga people, they were declared war against Arab, like those of Cardino and John Garang and Salva Kiir. That's why you have seen a lot of Denga people. They went to the bush with them and declared a war. That's why we have a nation today. If the Denga are ignoring this, and then they would have to pay like Joseph Lago. No problem for that. The country belongs to all of us. Whether you are not in the movement or you are there, and then it is good that the SPLM vision as a chief. Now we got it independent. We got a nation now. This is what we want. The country is belong to you. The country is belong to Benjamin. The country does not belong to only Denga or Nwe. No. The country is our country. And then we go slowly. Those are groups.
We have a long way to go. We really have a long way to go.
No problem for that. There's no problem for that. Provide that we keep our nation, and then Salva Kiir group will go, and then our group will come. We go. You see?
I have a question for Benjamin. When you're done, I'm good.
I have done. Yes.
Oh, Benjamin. I wasn't there. Okay? Maybe born or not born, who cares? Right? But if you are talking about this SPLM, we all grew up in this bush. Okay?
So, do you know how many battalions of Equatorians in this SPLM? If you could tell me that maybe SPLM was mostly Dinka.
Yeah, the SPLM.
Just tell me.
Yeah, wait.
If you talk about SPLM movement, my brother, we had more than 10
let me answer your question. I don't talk the language of tribalism. I said even though only will liberate all of us. We have a right in South Sudan. If the government commits a crime, then we have to condemn the government. This country is belong to us. I don't want to say this and this, no. This is a language of tribalism, and I don't want to mention that. The Equatorians, they were there.
Asma, yeah, but Mohandis, yeah, Professor. Sure. Itu Denkarel, itu Gailini, Mugde Besinda Kumbarang Moresun. All Harakap Taku with SPLA, but the elimination, the intellectual with Equatoria, Fijuaka by Nak. Arab Bejai,
John Garang will
listen in your question. Listen in Arab Beja, Ashan and movement Bitakunde, Biamul elimination, the intellectual Bita Equatoria. Did to Fakirin Hajadil, Nina Ka Equatoria. Yani Sukut Pitana de Yani to Fakirin Nina Marifina Yahaya.
It a calamity to win. Who are those?
Asma ya bara bemisal demunia el munet ismunu lo tukade ismu munia kere kirito kirni al murakatul bigaba ina Joseph Budu ko demunia el munet dema SPLA kois talini woke kalasi CPA madao malu intellectuals ta Equatoria alfi SPLA malu dual mon bara bes bimutu dema sem bitakunde shub harakat kumale tugal mukde face pile tangde yom tani tang beligo wa shukran.
Thank you. Apart from my intellectuals, even our commanders, SPLM commanders, al Equatorian, Jeli Kamarat Kam Katolu, Yao even Mobutu Mobutu.
When you are talking
about Jeli Kamarat. Okay.
CPI? Yeah, go ahead, CPI. Method, can you wait? And then welcome to also Sister Netilling or Pastor Netilling. Go ahead, CPI, please. Ita there, open your mic and go ahead. You said you want to kind of comment on that. It was your turn.
Thank you, Comrade Etika, Didi, and CJ, all the moderators here, and those who are, Muharib is also here, Escobar, and all the speakers, Comrade Carito, wa Jarantana Nachiling, Professor Takilab Matat. This is General Charles Pinson, the leader of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. Wakullu Equatorians fi Algasma fi Rumla. You know, Kantan Gidi Buna Salma Bearfa Kalam, Lasim Bilak Batu Kalam. First and foremost, Professor Alo Taklap Alo Matot Uma Dinkawe, Umina Tuat, Atut Madinka, Atut Umon Nuer Aljara wa agot fi sunu fi Lake State. So this is the reality. Matot Madinkawe.
Me, I'm from Kenya community.
It's good. Please, just ask what. Okay, it's good.
Italo took a CPI. Italo took a.
Yeah, Barat, can I come down? Best, can I Asma, can I best let him finish? And to be honest, CPI better no good haja. Then no good haja.
يعني صراحة it is not important لأنه حاسة الناس كانوا قاعدين يتكلموا باللغة بتاع دينكا على أساس إنه دينكا is innocent of all the crime. I mean they are for this the same mindset. لأنه حتى هو قاعدين تروتان دينكا ما قاعدين تروتان نوير. So yeah, go ahead.
No, they are muscular. When you accept yourself to be assimilated, this is a problem, okay? That's when now in Equatorians, we don't want to be assimilated by the Dinka. Zenas Baraj Jiduto Murle. You know, Jiduto Murle. Like now, Galo Dinka born. When? They call Kalam Kizi. Anyway, that's not my problem.
Authentic Dinka, authentic Dinka. Legit 24 Dinka.
It doesn't matter. That's not my problem. You are Murle. I know that. According to my...
The Denga and the Nuer that the twin and
Can you finish, Benjamin, Kalas? It bring your lineage story later. Let's focus here in CPI. Yeah, go ahead, CPI.
So cousin, that's not my problem. It doesn't solve my problem.
As a mid-diet, alum galo gali Equatorian del Kano, del Talaba, or nonsense, el galo galia, Equatorian of Macano Harabu, Hatta Miyoko Kamal Diagalia. Yeah, please get to them.
Yeah. Method gal, Equatorial Kangal de Gam demonstration, right? Muzaharat. Ya method, ma barachi itum yal dinka wo yal murle wo yal nuer kila na asa data on ya tumuntika fi zama tanyanya 1 fi Lake State wo fi Upper Nile al dinka wo nuer harib foko wo gabat wo turju jalaba. Shukran.
Malu zakatu ya jamaa mada door kom ya barachu professor wala matat wala yeah the door so wala wade ile kitu sakata wala ajira na magatib la busaka. Go ahead. Let professor
Bataria gata.
No, let me answer the question. You see the war in Nyanya 1, you see it was the counter-insurgency. Those of Joseph Lagos, they were militia against the government. They were in Hela. They're fighting during time hours. You see, they were insurgency group. They were not movement.
The
SPLA is a rebel movement. They are different definitions.
So yeah, Professor Takilab.
We are not here insulting one another. We are talking about the movement. That's why you have failed the rebellion. You have different understanding. We are talking here about the movement. We are not talking about the Perpeza or Baraj. No, the topic is there. So now you see the Denga people. We will not join the Nyanya 1 because we don't understand the idea of a Nyanya 1. That's why you were failed.
Okay, Kalas, you
and then you tell us, command, how many counties the Equatorians were captured during Nyanya 1 as well.
Asma, let me answer you. Shukran. So, they are itano ya bara etika or moderator Duengo Didi
CJ etika. How many counties the Equatorian people were captured in the counties? Yeah.
Ask. Nama fi school with the ESL. We are not the students of ESL. Okay.
I ask you a question. How many towns Joseph Lago were captured in South Sudan?
I'm not a student of ESL. Shut up, please. Or I put you down. We are not here in ESL class. So, itu Equatorians, Dinka, Wanas, Vitomonal assimilated like Matot, Meji Kabasina, or Equatorial demonstrators. Hal, if Equatorians are demonstrators, and Nasal Bam was a Harat, Hal Fikan Dinka was a Harat, Theater Montica.
We have done that. We have done in Panakar Primary School.
They are Dinka that are demonstrated.
Yeah.
Because they are Dinka.
Primary school in Yerul, they went for protest against the government in 1954.
They took us protesters.
And then General Gordon Motors declared a war in 1947 from Magar.
1947.
The Equatorian came up in 1955 through the protest in Torit. They were not arrested.
Asma.
Yeah, you don't feel shy, ashamed that you make all these stories, make believe stories? Come on, man.
Just let me just deal with him. Mato, it's good because Mataka Lindu Yalamade, Bikangare, Aluo, you got on modern Matafi, 1957. Like a Raja Albada Walimunu, Maria Equatorian, Fitorit, on 18 August 1955. And you go to the records. I'll think that Muslims go to Mato Jaffa Equatorian. Yeah, and Mafikan Gaba Fedinka, Ya Kwafini too, Ya Haiwanati too.
Yes. I think if
sound good, yeah, Equatorian. Sound good.
Yeah, no, hold on. That's Dagiga, best correct.
They talk good for us.
Dagiga, Asma, can I come down here, Comrade CPI? Yes, let's do it a little bit. It's okay, I understand that you're messing.
I'm not good. Okay, let me.
Yeah, continue, please.
Continue.
I continue. Can I be quiet? Can I be quiet? Can I also get it so you can finish your point? Go ahead, yes, CPI. Comrade CPI, are you there? Anyway, let me just put something into Matot and Baraj. First of all, Equatoria can mark into that power, Makan Nimeri have begged for Equatoria to come into agreement. Plus, you guys were more assimilated by Shamalin. There was a time even Shamalin del Gadi Gulukum Jalin, and there is a history to it. Right now, just because to us, you have this audacity to write history in a falsified way. Even I have seen you guys before dismissing Anyanya. Before even when Equatorian nationalists start coming out and say, you know what, we need to be a nation. We cannot live with these people. We cannot live in this country in this kind of idea of one group or one tribe want to dominate the rest. We had to come with this thought, this is it. It's time for us to come out and protest it and just tell everyone to get out and then we become a nation because it's our right because kuna hina talata regions or talata provinces, and these things was there. There's nothing can be connected to Madinka. Dinka can't migrate there. Like only few of them. What?
There's no regions. Biden.
Mashikili taish fi alam tani. Asma ita mat fakir alam da mendo hudud. Inda na hudud. Itum kini ameta kum hudud. Lani to get to nomadic. You want to go anywhere and claim it. Best na manazi welcome you. But Equatoria will never allow that. This is. That's why you don't even. Yeah, king. Ain't no man is gonna follow kings. We're not gonna follow chiefs. We're not gonna follow what we see is right. Okay. Hajat Hatta Alam Kulu have evolved from it. That's why we have presidents, elected people. Ala asas in nebni dawla. Ala asas ta mafhumiyat ta democracy, and people have to select the leader. Al-wise, al-big that lead them to a better way. Not dictators, not kings, not whatever you want to call it. This is not our mindset. History. Listen, you don't have to worry about our history.
And can you see a king descendant?
Listen,
who are they?
Listen, king Elita got to look for it. You don't even have the right because that's I got to say if Tariq Tai, and a big maluma and king Tai, already just got to Gulena ita ka anyanya itu mama tushi itu kan talaba. Mush hata got to go that's Hagaratina, and as a maintain a gestion that Madakana had Equatorian ma kan part of the SPLM.
يعني إذا قبلك مية كل كمان أنت وقاعد تقول يا أخ والله كان الأسفل ده أكتريتهم ده ناس دينك لكن إكواتوريان كان بسيطين يلا قال يا أخي سيريل ده كان بس هناك براو. Like, just make stories up, and I hope people will listen later to the recording because there's a lot of fictitious lie, man. Let me tell you one thing. We have seen, we know our history. Even our elders know our history, and they are there, quiet. But we encourage them to speak out more and to let people like you to come up and create a false history. Now, this is why you guys have the audacity. Elders are quiet and they're scared not to counter you or to correct you on your wrong because you guys love, you know, to come up and say this is the history. Like, can you rewrite our history? You cannot rewrite our history. We're the one, our ancestors wrote it for us. I said to come to say it history, say, say history to revolution. But you guys left it. Okay. Kade Barat, kade nasma CPI. Go ahead, CPI.
وطل الناس دور حرامية وهجاك الزيل. شوف قبل الليل الشكل وين؟ يسق هجاك. ده بيقولوني زول الكنابين الروبر يا هون الناس دور. They hijacked and they kidnapped the Nyanyawan achievement. لكن إكواتوريا قالوا هتجلوا خليشلوا عمل شنو فساد وكل فاصل وشنو وبلد ماشي كاب لحد إكواتوريا قالنا دينكم نمشي في كوكورا وكوكورا نجحت. Now today we are fighting about independence of Equatoria. Etika and Didi and CJ, you will be killed, Wana will be killed. When as county insurgency then Nas Moharib, Unas Moses, they can also be, you know, Tabramoni if you know Sini. Mukani Aktuluka man. But Al Dinka del Yan Al Tariq Al Asli Bigero. But this is the situation now we are facing in a Sudan and Mustamir. What do you expect? Nas Barajel. Del kan yalta refugees da hadi hasa za to fi Australia or refugees amma an ga fi منطقه fi tasulu mutaharrar fi SPLA wala arfa talga fi rasu indi hasa talga hasa gura le 30 sana fi gisim taida ana ltigarfa itnina akhwe fi tai mat ummi mat de bes fi dom tabui. We are not just talking about something that is very far. Sibu relative, Sibu the clan, Sibu the tribe. Matot benyalama vito de jikulena gale yake Equatorial Nekan Bamu demonstration. Do you know the demonstration?
Ita maarfu ispelam gam min wen? Tarif hital gam fiu?
Gam zato magaran. De Filipino, de Caribbean ya gambo magaran. Itum you hijack the achievement of Caribino, ma William Nyon. You say that is Garan. It's totally wrong history.
Shanta ma garin tare a Sudan da kuta garin tare a Sudan bi tare nuwa SPLM da ma bada fibor SPLM
ya jalab eta miakol
SPLM da bada bin
khabar miakol ita mashed min wayn ita ji dasa min kada calm down let him finish barenta al mata gata uzol kada
kalam ta jalaba kada askut bas
mutum da halagi ka Sudan ma takallamu sai.
Okay, Sudan jamsha alaka alhamdulillah khalik tama au kama jaba lani to kutamam na arifi kam na kama saburina tarikh ya miakol please alaka harakatkum da itu arab qidri bikum وصلتوا لمرحله بقيتوا عارفين نفسكم تاني بقوا مسلمين تاني بقوا مسيحيين ما معروف ذاته كيف حتى لحد عشان كده ما تيجي تتكلم عن دين تيجي تنادي لي اسامي تعديان برا
majority and you are not producing any idea here. You bring the white people like other people down there. You ran out of idea, Yapana. You are not.
خلاص كنا run out يا انت دار شنو من الناس run out ما تقول هناك واسمعوا في كل افتح روم يتكلم عن حاجه ثانيه ما تويست our time with argument لانه انتوا ناس عندكم لاي بس
asma ajere etika sibu kaya atuode da banyama ajere professor ta club sorry you know you know, when an ESL, it tarf ya jere.
Alma ya audo se intagata turu tuyuba judat la intagara gul denka bao ma bijulu ma bao sud.
Ita kan go so my student at ESL. Here no to be rotan في عربي في كل المدرسة أي طلب ولا طالب يخرج من سنة أولى لهذه السنة السادس في جنوب السودان وبعده بيمشي في سنو في intermediate. من intermediate
We are not talking about
I'm talking about you. You say you are a professor. Please stop it. I'm talking.
I said you are talking out of a topic.
Asma, Anna Gonso, you are a professor. Musuta Kativina professor? That's the abbreviation professor. But I'm trying to explain how the professor can come. Anna made a degree.
You never been in school. Never been in school. You don't
okay, man, that's why I'm
a document. You don't have a right to talk about education. You never been in school.
Asma.
Hello, Didi, you can mute yours and I'm here. I can open mine.
Okay, all right. Can you hear me?
Thank you. I hope my internet will work.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Just mute yourself and I.
Okay. I'm just tired. I'm feeling pain and tired. I just want to
I'm
mute
sorry.
it for a bit and just if you cutting, then you can let me know. I just want to mute for a bit and just rest a bit.
All right, thank you.
I just want to lie down and listen.
All right, I know. Thank you for your time.
All right,
I will take it from here. You mute yourself and I'll open the mic here.
All right, thank you.
Oh, what happened? What happened, guys? Are you there?
We can hear CPI.
Can I tell you
دقيقة متى اسمع please do not interrupt يا أخي ده ما زريبة يا جماعة hey كده calm down يا زول كونكوج ده ما زريبة عشان الناس كله ده قاطع لنا هنا انتوا already عملتوا تزوير خلاص كفاية هاي
انت تقول جريمة ما لازم تعمل جريمة ده مرة جريمة يا Etika, they think they're almost a jeriba today.
Ben Matote.
Kita mah bayar urusan dia kalau sini saya kama jadi kita counter saja.
Kita kana do benyo bas.
Lakini ajama if I may interject, CPI figures may let me interject. Okay? So ajama ajire yani zole yumunu abela lier yani they counterinsurgency kajalaba yani while Junubin were fighting to have their own, abela lier was working for the Jalaba. Now today the obvious is here. We have the Jain Council of Elders. They kulusunu they're not nationalists.
Asma Bobby asketia asmeni ya Bobby ما في الدنكا كان شاكل ما في زول برغزال شاكل ما في زول في أبنال شاكل الشكل في تانيا نيوان دي كل إكوتوريا والشكل آخر في إكوتوريا ما في زول يعني يكيزي بينا قال كان هو في الدنكا كان عملين ما تك جوردن مورتات في جا في إكوتوريا ويليام دانيال والسنودا جا في إكوتوريا وجرم أول زول even bad defection ده ما دينكاوي أول زول betray ماريا ده دينكاوي اسمه ويليام من وراب. This is a reality. أول زول defect في الجلابة ده ما دينكاوي. زمان even تا SPLA كربينا كوانين بول بعد جران كناب من بور. طبعا جران كناب ناس برجل ده كنابس. أنا أقول لك يعني جران inherited behavior بتاع أبيل عليار. He kidnapped the movement from من كربينو. Zolta Warab is the founder of the SPLM. But they kidnap him until they kill him.
This is the reality. Garang is not the founder of the SPLM. Ask what ya Barak. Barajita Beji. They got what. Ask what.
Found in Bor. SPLM Mamalo found in Ethiopia. Yeah.
Asma, kere batal abdi bitak. Asma, batal bitak da. Ita. Shuf, osa gal sumo negitin gal amon foundation fi Bor. Fi Ethiopia.
Wow.
SPLM was founded. Asma, SPLM was founded by 105 battalion fi Bor. لحد ماشي في اثيوبيا ده
اسمع سيبيا دقيقه كده براج في حاجه واحد نازل حاجه انا بعرف معلومه الحقيقي الناس زي كان شفت ازاي اللي ممكن يعملوا هسه في الكوره بتاعهم ده ادوا للناس بتاع مراه هناك عندهم سلاح يلا قالوا تراكم نمشي نشاكل ده سيت زول ما في عشان كده شوف بس الضباط بتاعه ده ما هي ايفيدنس في الضباط بتاعه لسه كل متخلفين ده ان كان منو لسه قاعدين يتكلموا هم انت قاعد تشوف في South Sudan TV ده they don't even know how to talk in Arabic كده كلام واضح تا جنرال زول متعلم لانه لما يقولوا جنرال ده somebody who's actually into knowledge حتى همتي ده بيتكلم احسن منهم ده ما معروف قنيتو يا تروتان
when I need you to fire a gun I don't need your knowledge
ما يا عشان كده ما اسمع قال كل اذا كان ده اللي تجري كان ده سلاح وبيقدر يتسلق لكن ما بيفهموا قدوه لما go ahead
etika kalana kalasi ya kwe taban the hijackers Dingabor they are good in hijacking and robbery. Yan intellectuality da right there, mendum. Then as also they hijack ideas and understanding. Limaza. As someone they are greedy, they are jealous, they are full of incompetency, they are, kulu mujriminian.
I'm sorry guys, I have issues with my network. Just give me a second. This thing kicks me out every time. Just give me a second.
Esa kama narini le de ato yom ala mulfogo foundation fita SPLM fi Ethiopia. Shukran.
Okay, let's move on. But right, that's the comment. But can you who's next?
I have a question.
Etika, don't go next. Kilamon answer the question.
Okay.
Please, Kilamon answer the question. Yato yom
Dr. Moses.
Amulfo Etika. Kilamon answer swalda. Yato yom Amulfogo foundation fi Ethiopia. We yato yom alanas be celebrate gale de yom tataharif ta SPLM fi Ethiopia. Kili jire barachma professor answer and then they will move forward.
Documentation of Tawqiat bita Mangisto bita Garang.
Let me put it this way. So you are right, yes, CPI. The founder of SPL on 16 of May 1983 was in Boro. So, but Ethiopia was our base. We went there and we stayed there. You are right from there. No problem. But I have a question for you. Joseph Lago were fighting for 17 years. How many towns Joseph Lago were captured? In Bargazal, in Upper Nile, and in Equatoria.
Irrelevant, yeah.
So you need to tell us.
This is, can I answer?
Okay, that's irrelevant. Okay, the first answer, like in Kalam, the irrelevant. I know them mawdu bita who capture ya Medina.
Etika is not irrelevant. It is relevant. I will answer him.
Okay,
I have an answer.
Point to best there machine. Isawi SPL za to benafsu.
In the point. No, in the point. I will answer him.
All right,
Etika, he has a point. I will answer him.
طبعا جنوبي داك سأل سؤال بسؤال كده طبعا عملوس هنا ده كاميرا يتكلم بكلام ويلا جنوبي اداه سؤال بسؤال. So let's go ahead. نسمع من كاميرا CPI.
Before CPI خلينا نعمل answer يلا CPI will take it all. Is that okay?
It's up to CPI. CPI, go ahead. You want to give him a chance?
Adu Baraji Joab Nikale Tahrima Hasal fi Borgal Hasal fi Ethiopia. Foundation fi the SPLM fi Ethiopia. Kile Joab le.
بس عليك لا براج ما تجاوب سؤال بسؤال. focus, but
okay, I don't want to ask. I don't want to ask. I think we have to know difference. This is a true history. What I'm trying to say right now. I think May 16, by then SPLM was not established yet. So the mutiny in Bor, May 16, led by Kerbino Kwanyin, this is spark, the fight. By then, SPLM movement wasn't established yet. That was my point. So because SPLM asaso fi Bor, as SPLM asaso fi Bor, but the first bullet was flying in Bor. So we have to see some differences here. And then later on, when they were going and merging in the bush, they went and said they did a manifesto and they organized themselves. And this is when the SPLM was born. That was my point. Thank you.
but one day انت بتقول حاجه بكره بتقول حاجه انت قبل شويه كمان متفق معي في الكلام ده SPLM اصلا انت قبل كده تتكلم
اتيكا
هسه هو ناقد نفسه في الكلام بتاع
ما ده كلام بتاع
ده ما مناقضه. This is a true history.
اسمع يا انت فصلت انت واتيكا طبعا انت بعرف يا ناس قال لي موليسا تاريخ يلا الولدوا في كونيو بيقولوا they are historians يلا الولدوا في diaspora بيجي يقولوا لنا historians الناس اللي كان في لاجئين في اكواتوريا بيقولوا لنا هنا historians الناس اللي كان كله كان بكسر الاكواتوريا ناس فاهم البانجلو فاهم ناس لوكين في اكواتوريا ده بيقولوا قالوا they are historians يال تومون كذاب ولزوم وكلام فارغ ده This is a great Equatorial Nation Forum. كده اسكت يا مطر اسكت يا مطر انا بنزلك تاني.
كتب حاجه after you say you answer them كلام بتاع كبشه ومكانات نصلحهم يلا في سؤال دايرك تجاوبوا كذلك لانه الكلام ده طبعا الناس كلهم قاعدين create lies about Equatoria. But go ahead.
Aye. So these people they believe in hijacking war. So this I say this nation, this Agile Forum, Great Equatorial Nation, is not a forum. That's why.
You cut, Mr. Your voice has disappeared.
Yeah, we can hear CPI. Maybe let Professor tell a guy to finish, all right?
No, they finished already. They
so
just
please.
Okay, who's back here? Who's back?
So please, Baraj or Professor Vital Kilap, deliberation, local deliberation, manata hasalat fi Bor yom 16 Mayo. That's why people celebrate it. Ma fi Ethiopia. Fi kulu liberation, few shunu amendments of the objective. Fi kulu tahrir, يعني في ناس بيعملوا شنو في حاجات بيغيروا في الزمن. زمن تحرير حصلت في يوم التحرير في 16 مايو في 83 في بور، فالناس زوق وفات في شنو في اثيوبيا لشنو for their safety. When we talk about the Equatorial liberation ما وصل ذاته ولا في دينكا ولا في أبانال ولا كلام فارغ ده. The Equatorians defeated the Arabs. The Equatorians defeated the Arabs, and that's why the war ended in Equatoria. أنا البون سليتا هوندا أبوي سلطان في زمن في التحرير. وأكر الشكل حصلت في أنيانيوان يا في بلدي في تاهيلي. أمس في كلمة تا لاغو في يوتيوب جوجل جوزيف لاغو speaking هاجبلك. And that's why even Itahile villages were burned. The first massacre Tajalaba حصل في Itahile ما حصل في بور. في أتوبلت يا بروفيسور أراغو في Lake State ita min atuoda Nuero nus or Dinka nus or Luo nus.
Tell me the county.
Farach and Mato Barakom that Kalamfina they need Kalamu. Khalisi Pia finish his point. Barricade and Namshire Nas.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Odessa, let him talk. We don't need asking. No, let him talk and then let him finish. Let next person come. That's it.
Calm down. I'm not getting the why are you trying to raise your voice on me like that? Calm down. It's what the CPI.
Aye. So, Etika, Naze Maika Basukum. There was no liberation done by Dinka. The liberation that Dinka Fasalat were the defectors. And Nasal Gesi Musato Equatorians, Fizaman, Ujunubin, Fizaman Vita Haraka Vita Nyanyawan, the Dinka, the Manuer. The Madinka, Murtat, wa William Daniel, Kulu Dinka. Murtat Minawil, wa Daniel Minwarap. Kulu Dinka. Ma Zulunga react Macharles all defector or Kalam Farik on where Nas Behibo Texim. Bada min Dinka. Azol al well infection, the Dinka. Azol al well Texim, the Dinka. Azol al Bada Garaman, the Dinka. Azol al Behibo Istamir Nastanin Junubin, the Dinka. Azol al Biakul Baraude, Dinka. Azol Biakra Hakude, Dinka. Azol Kul Kalam Farik Kalam Fida. Manuel. Kulu Dinka.
Let me ask you this question, CPI.
Asa dona ya etika. Hizo lini swali na sali.
لا في حاجة وزات وجه هنا الشخصية اللي كتبوا وطبعا كتب قال the movement of Anyanya one was hijacked. اسمع كويس كلام that was hijacked by Joseph Lagu in the hand of Gordon Motat Mayen. Lagu joined the movement in 1962 after Motat took him to Israel. Look at this.
Allowed, just allowed. Listen to him. Give him a chance.
No, أنا قاعد نسأل. كده خليه والويليام يتكلم كلامه, and then we go. If Dr. Moses will allow, because it was his turn.
Etika.
أيوة.
Oh, William da. Abu kan fi mura. Ma mashi fanyanya wanza. The kadamta jalaba ya akhi. The slaves. He talk with the slaves ya akhi.
Okay.
Tolus man tlap.
Okay,
let him continue. Yeah, let him continue.
إذا ده تدي William يتكلم.
كلم William يتكلم.
Yeah, William, go ahead. United wave to you to speak. And the thing that you just put here, Gordon Motat is the one who Gordon Motat who can askeri. Yamanuja took this Anyanya. Anyanya they were actually people who are armed.
Give him a chance to talk.
Yeah, and ask my man Jemenita my abidigi to gule. And that's why I even told him to speak, Benjamin Kade. In a mafi borwala will. Hold on. Let him talk. Go ahead, William.
Yeah, Udesa, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Welcome. Very interesting. Says good at the Git folk.
Yeah.
History.
William de onusu. Jana slave de kele onusu.
Yeah, thank
you. History. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Udesa, for inviting me up. In fact, I'm not coming actually to talk about the comment that I wrote, but I'm actually interested and motivated by the history.
You need to talk about your comment. You need to talk about your comment.
What do you want to say? You're interested about what?
CPI, let us do this as intellectual discussion.
Yeah.
So that people who are listening down.
Intellectual way.
William, let's focus on me. بس وريني إذا قلت في حاجة interested جابك. أنا بس interested also in your comment. What that comment? Do you have any factual evidence behind your comment? ولا ده بس comment randomly saying, because you cannot come up with something and there is no backup to it. So please go ahead and then put what you're trying to say.
Let me say something about the topic itself, and then I come to my comment. If you
go
could
ahead,
allow
yes,
me
feel
to
free. Go ahead. Welcome.
Yeah, what you people are talking about is actually something very important. Some of you might not be thinking that the topic itself is very important, but it is very important to the people of South Sudan to hear it. Not everybody actually who is having a full historical background of what was happening in Anyanya 1 or what was happening in 1947, the Juba Conference, and what took place in 1983, as some of you now are discussing about the 16 May. The history of South Sudan, in fact, is always started from 1947 in Juba Conference that was attended by chiefs and one intellectual. And that guy is from Belanda called Kalmanobor. He was the only intellectuals among the chiefs who have attended the Juba Conference in 1947. And that was the beginning of the history of South Sudan, if we want to narrate the whole history of South Sudan. And then coming the mutiny of 1955, in August 1955 in Juba, that mutiny is actually the beginning of a Nyanya one. They killed a lot of the Sudanese officers in Turit, and they are buried in Turit actually. If you go to Turit, they are buried in Turit, and the officers who carried out that mutiny were actually General Tepeng and Ali Guatala plus other officers. These people, they rebelled, and then they killed the army, they killed the soldiers, and later on General Tepeng was killed. And that rebellion was actually supported by intellectual people like Setorino, the priest, plus other intellectuals. Somebody was asking about Gordon Motat. Gordon Motat joined the mutinies. He was actually a police commissioner. He was a police officer by then. And then he joined the rebellions and he became the head of Anyanya one. Before that time, Lago was still an officer in the Sudanese army in Khartoum. And then later in 1962, Joseph Lago joined the rebel movement Anyanya. Already the chairman of Anyanya was actually Gordon Motat. And then Gordon Motat invited Lago. He had appointed Lago as the chief of general staff for Anyanya. And then he had invited him to visit Israel together. After they came back from Israel, after he went to Israel and introduced Joseph Lago to the government of Israel, that this is my chief of general staff, they came.
What happened to him?
Somebody mute me, I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead. Please do me. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know what happened after they came back from Israel, after Gordon Motat went and introduced Joseph Lago to the government of Israel, that this is my general chief of staff, is a cadet officer. By then, Joseph Lago is a cadet officer who graduated from the cadet in the Sudanese army. And then he was a first lieutenant, having 2 stars. And then he was promoted by Gordon Motat to be the chief of general staff. After they came back from Israel, Joseph Lago took another visit to Israel. He went and talked with the Israelis, and then he told them that, look, I want all the weapons and the equipment that you guys wanted to support us with to be actually brought to my headquarters as the general chief of staff. The Israeli government took all those equipment to him, and then after they were actually loaded to his headquarters, he told the people that, look, if you want the weapons, you have to join my camp.
Yeah, Odessa. Can I ask this guy and then you can move forward?
Let him finish.
Wait.
William, yeah. William, in that 2 minutes, please. Move on to the next.
Okay. If you are not joining my camp, then you are not going to get the weapons. So people become stranded. The most Dinkas that joined that movement become stranded. And then everybody decided to join Lago. You see, and that is where those of Salva Kiir became the runner or the bodyguard of Joseph Lago. And then Gordon Motat declared it officially that the movement has to be taken over by Joseph Lago. He's a qualified officer, and he can be able to lead the movement. Nothing, people should not fight among themselves like what happened between Riek Machar and John Garang in 1991. So Gordon Motat gave up the leadership in peacefully after the Lago took over by coup. He gave him the chance to lead the movement. This is how the movement ended up in the hands of Joseph Lago. And somebody was saying that there were no Dinka in that moment. The Nyanya was full of Dinka fighters, and most of them, they are well known in the rebel movement of Anyanya. So here, brothers, let us put this story. And for your evidence, when SPLA started, John Garang started to acknowledge the first leader. He named Katiba Defense. Fi Katiba isum Defense, be isum beta General Defense. Fi Katiba isum Ligwatala, be isum beta Ligwatala. Fi Katiba isum Samora Marshal, beta South Africa. Taban Garang was trying to build the history of South Sudan, you see, from the previous movement. So here, you people, if you are trying to deny that there was nothing that...
You talk to your comment, now go to your comment. Comment,
so I went already to my comment. Because
Joseph Lago hijacked this movement bita Anyanya.
Yes.
From Motat.
Yes.
Yes. Kada Motat bas soal dek ya William ita ka expert ana maarifa ita piste bita when lakini kada warina Anyanya da kama mana tishinu maluma samo haja tane berutan bita komta na leo sam Anyanya da beya turutan
Anyanya ide taban de luka bita mahdi. Okay. The look of it at Mado, Wanyanya, the دقيقة خلينا أقول لك طبعا أنيانيا ده الفهم
أنا ما دارت أقول لك أنيانيا ده بس وريني إنت دمنو جاب كلمة أنيانيا ده بس
وديسو الفهم بتاع الجنوبيين في وقت ده ما زي الفهم بتاعكم بتاع القبلية لاسة دي لأنه الموفمنت سموه أنيانيا وكل زول فهموا بمعنى بتاع أنيانيا إنه أنيانيا ده دبيب الإندوسم لو أبيك أنت بموت ده يسموه بأنيانيا فده ما كان في وقت يسموه
ويليام أسكت كلام ويليام أسكت ويليام
Motat كون الحاجة ده تقولين Motat يا ده فاوند طبعا أنت تيجي تقول فاوند ده anything حتى أنا كابي يا فاوند يجي
أسمع
بس وريني دقيقة أي في سؤال ده
كلام جاب ولا كلام جاب
لأنه كمان ناصر قال ده يسأل سؤال يلا ديو لأنه حتى موسى ما تكلم وعندنا شخصيات ما تكلموا لسه إذا ناصر بيقدر يختصر سؤاله سريع دقيقة ويليام ناصر أدي سؤالك وبعد كده ويليام يختم يلا يمكن هنا يجي اسمه CPI. So go ahead ناصر in 1 minute if possible.
يا أنا سؤالي لزول المحترم ده أنا داير أسأل الحركة بتاع نيوان بدأت بس بمعتاد الغد يقولوا معتاد في زمن ده كان وين لأنا بيعرف كويس حركة حنيانيا تم تأسيسه في يوغندا زمن ما جاء لاغو وباقي نما تانين طلعوا مشي يوغندا حتى معتاد في زمن ده كان ما موجود في يوغندا زمن ما مش أسس حركة حنيانيا لأن أنا بيعرف ناس في ناس كده كان فيه حتى الرجوع بتاع ويليام دانغ ده قبل تأسيس ويليام دانغ مش طلب نوع من في تأسيس بتاع الحركة ومعتاد في زمن ده ما ظهر كده يورينا زمن الحقيقي الظهر معتاد ظهر قبل تأسيس الحركة قبل المسمى بتاع نيوان في يوغندا ولا معتاد أو كان شغل الناس ده يوغندا عشان يحسسوا الحركة لأن الحركة أسست في يوغندا بقيادة ديل على راسهم جوزيف لاغو. اوكي انا داير اعرف المعتاد كان في زمن ده كان في يوغندا مع جماعه في زمن التاسيس ولا هو كان في اسرائيل في زمن ده عشان الحركه يشيلوا منه يعني لاننا بنعرف التاريخ ده كويس وكده هو يدينا الارشيف البوري المعتاد يا كان غايب بتاع المركبه ذاك انا داير افهم من كده.
سؤال جميل ناصر انت عارف شنو المؤتمر انت بتتكلم فيه هنا المؤتمر ده اصل في يوغندا المؤتمر ده اصل بعد ما انه طبعا اللي كان اصل في نيوان كل جروب كان بيشاكل after the mutiny that took place in توريد بعد ما تمر ده اصل في توريد كل ريجن كان بيعمل تمر ويشاكل بواسطه بتاعت قبليه فالسياسيين في الوقت ده جال لما انفسه وقال يا اخي بصوره بتاعنا نين قاعدين نشاكل بيوده ما بودونا كلام كده. Let us go and meet, organize ourselves as a movement, and then we have to fight, you know. And that meeting took place in 1964, you know, after people spent almost 7 years in a random way. You know, people were fighting. You find Barkazal and are fighting in their own way. Equatorian are fighting in their own Apernalian. And then, you know, the movement became unorganized. So in 1964, after, by then, Gordon Motat was actually in Congo with a group, and then they went to Uganda. You know, he was with those of Gergum and those of Camilo Dolqua. You know, there were a lot of people actually from that side of Barkazal. They went to Congo, and then from Congo, they went and meet in Uganda. And then they were told by the Africans that if you guys want to wage the war, you have to organize yourself.
Yeah. William, that makes بتاع اسم شنو ماشي لكونغو ده بعد الزمن أنيانيا وانا أسست خلاص كونغو ماشي يجيبوا من أصلها
لا
بس.
دقيقة أنيانيا وانا لا انت قاعد يجوز انت ما بيعرف التاريخ كويس يا ناصر. انا ما اعرف تاريخ كويس. دقيقة انت عارف تاريخ دقيقة وديسو let me جاوب الزول ده. التاريخ انا بتكلم فيه ده انت لو قريت منفسه بتاع اس بي ال ام اللي انا بتكلم فيه ده كله تاريخ ده موجود هناك يا ناصر.
اس بي ال ام يوم الحاجة صادق يوم الحاجة صادق انت قاعد تقول لي منفسه اس بي ال ام. انا قاعد نتكلم عن يعني
لا انا
قاعد تقول لنا ناس
لا انا قلت انه يا
ولا ماتوت ده who created this anyanya. انت لسه ما قاعد تكلاريفاي anything.
I
told you before, brother. I told you before.
أنا قلت التاريخ بتاع الأركة الشعبية أنتوا أفهموا كويس. التاريخ بتاع الأركة الشعبية resulted from the Anyanya 1 and Juba Conference of 1947. I don't know why you people are not getting this clear.
Let's not go for كلامك ده زي كلام تاريخ كير نفسه وكمان كير above that. I just want to remind you كير كمان عمل mockery to the people that Anyanya قال نازل كان يعني non-educated. And he's trying to say that these people were not educated enough to even, you know, when they came up with this idea of Anyanya. Can you imagine? SPLA they proved themselves هم the most illiterate in all من جنرال تام لحد ذات رئيس. دقيقة ويليام ما تقاطع انت already كلمت كلامك هناك.
Lago himself. What? Lago joined the movement in 1962. This is the time he had joined the movement.
Don't tell Equatorian when beto. إننا بنعرف what does the black people. في ناس بيجاوبوا كده. بدنا نذكرك حاجة.
I will give you the video of Lago when he was speaking actually in 1962 that he had joined the movement. I don't know, you people, you are just talking out of your brains. I don't know why.
اسمع انت جاي في بنزول انت تقول له كمان انت تتكلم انت لما زيفت التاريخ انت اسف في تاني بقى كونفيوز تقول يا كان ذاته انا دي حرامات في ايدي يا كده عليك كلا بليز بي رياليستيك يا جماعه ما عيب. هسه انت جاي في توريد ميتر ده شنو علاقته مع ناس دينكا في اي شيء. انت لا تتكلم ايكوتوريا لما بدا القصه ده كليرلي يعني هسه انت تعمل قصه
أسأله كده سؤال تاريخ.
أنت قلت إنه
كتب بكده تواريخ بتاع دينك كتب بكده. أنت 83
يبقى اللاغة بتاع 1947 بتاع جوبا كونفرنس ده كان فينو.
أنا بليز كده متى جامب أون ثينجز.
لا وريني
كونفرنس ده ما عنده لسه. أنت لما اتكلمت عن أنيانيا ده كده ركز يا إنسان. أنت اتكلمت عن أنيانيا.
أنت
كده ركز أنت ما تنطق من هنا إنما جوانجات. انت كده ركز في كلام واحد.
You don't have a background.
انت حاسس قبل شويه تعمل نفسك
you need to go back to school and learn the history properly.
Oh my Lord.
You need to go back to school and learn the history of South Sudan properly.
انت عرفت تاريخ
الرباده لما نشوف
دقيقه don't bully us هنا. CPI are you there؟ كده ادي النقاط بتاعك عشان نقدر ندي فرصه للدكتور. يلا بقى نرجع لناصر تومبي and Mabor and then Shaul. So CPI, are you there? Please go ahead. I know that they
CPI ده ما يواجه أستاذ. CPI ده رأس فاضي.
اسمع انت راسك مليان، انت عندك شنو كده وين الديجري بتاعك في الكلام؟ انت قاعد تتكلم على حاجه اصلا. انا قلت لك ادينا ايفيدنس حاجات انت قاعد تتكلم عنه ده. في وينو وثائق ده؟ ما تتكلم حاجه من راسك.
You refuse to accept it.
No, I will not accept the
but
lie because
CPI
you guys create it to شفت عملتوا counterfeit history. You guys are good at it. That's why Jin Council have taught you. You guys in Jin Council really work well with you guys. عشان انتوا هسه قاعد create lies about lies. يعني انتوا ده تعملوا حتى يا اخي اسمع SPL لما طلع في غابه يا انسان طلع ما عشان كلام بتاع قال وده يكونتينيو كلام بتاع انيانيا. SPL كان طلع لهدف واحد، كلامه كان واضح، هو دي كوكورا ودي حاجه اسمه شنو الديسبيسمنت الجنوبيين كان وقت ده بيعملوا كشه يعني.
This is a cheap propaganda.
ده
This is
ما
a cheap propaganda يا استاذ. A cheap propaganda.
ما كده اسمع انت كده دقيقه، انت خلاص عامل نفسك كنت بروفيسورات عرفتوا هبه انجليزي كده تقول لنا انتوا عرفتوا العالم ده كله. لسه دقيقه يا اخي اسمع، جوبا ده بيت ابوكم ولا ده بيت ابوكم؟ ده بيت ايكاتوريا، ده عاصمه ايكاتوريا. انت هناك عندك على النيل، عندك هناك بحر الغزال، انتوا عندكم كابيتال سيتي. ما انت قاعد تيجي تاثر حالك في ايكاتوريا، وايكاتوريا لما عمل ميتنج ده عملوه في توريد. لكن guess what? It was all for South Sudan, but at that time it was Equatorian. لأنه كل زول عنده territory. يا أخي ترى تنط من فوق طوالي تقول لنا توري. أنتوا هسه قريبة داير في توري.
We think beyond tribal line, my brother. We think beyond
tribal line.
line.
أنت سي شادي. You are
still backward.
يا هسه الوقت ده يقتل الناس هناك قبائل. Please ما تلاقي yourself.
You are still backward.
Okay, let's move on. Doctor كده.
You better upgrade yourself.
CPI لسه ما ظهر. يا ويليام أنت قاعد تعمل distraction. Please كان أنت ما تقدر handle yourself. You can go down. Go ahead, doctor, please.
Yeah, sorry, I have some noisy background, but I think you try to bear with me. Thank you, Ethic, DD, and the rest of the moderators, plus the listeners. You know, what I just want to say, you see these people coming up here, the young has a very clear motive just to disrupt and demoralize any equatorial voice that is telling the truth. They don't want that because they've been trying every other way to glorify the young in one way or another. In the churches, they want to glorify the young to be the archbishop or the leader of the church. In the Islamic religion, they want to be the leader of that movement in South Sudan, a couple of them. In all the government institutions, in private institutions, even in football, in sports, they want to be the leader. For another, they have a mentality of dominance. Something, they want to ready-made things. You create something, when it is food, they come and join. I will not go very far into the history, but I will just start with the history of the humanitarian wing of the SPLMA. Kosi Manibe, whom they throw away today, Kosi was the one tasked with establishing that humanitarian wing that brought in the partners, the ECO, the European Commission, and other donors who supported the civilian. When it was the time of writing, there was not a single young on the panel. Kosi Manibe, humble Equatorians, wrote that thing, and then when it was approved, the young took over and sent Kosi to the Human or the Services Commission. That time it was commissions when they established this kind of thing. It was not ministries, it was not secretariat. It was a commission, and then Kosi was taken there looking for that. And these people making noise here, just less than a week ago, they said the Dinkabor joined the SPLM because they want to guns to fight Nemurle. They have no intention of liberation.
Got a book here written by the white man that said Joseph Lago was joined the movement.
Dingabor, those of Matot joined the movement to get guns to fight the Murle. Nothing. Very simplistic vision of just fighting the Murle to protect the cows. They had no vision of even trying to liberate any country. They don't have that. Barghazal, they crossed from there because they want to bring the weapons to fight the Murailin, those of Abdul. Simple vision.
protect the cows, nothing else. So, but behind all that, the leadership of what became SPLMA, those of Garang, Bona Malwal, Justin Yaj, all these other criminals, including Abil Aliar, those guys established the movement because of Kokora. We cannot shy away from this. You know that. When they were asked to leave Juba in 1983, they were unhappy. They went very angry, and they said, "No, we must go back to Juba." So they went to Ethiopia. The hidden agenda of the SPLMA was to come back to Juba, and because of Kokora, why are we chased out of that place, that good place, as if it was built? And the good place they're talking about, the lagu that you are belittling today. Barlaman bita Juba desmo Barlaman bita lagu al-ahalkum guiding forward. Barlaman bita lagu fatao.
For your information, I changed.
Alwaza ya matot it
That is the book. Read that one. That is the book. Read there. I changed my cover.
Read
the book.
Ras bita weng dama dari. Anche weng hina.
Yeah, doctor. Matan sa ata jama juba da munu now. Matan sa carry that with you. Ata jama juba da.
I'm still going on. برلمان ده والبيوت بتاع الوزراء والبيوت بتاع الموظفين غير الانجليز بنوا ده كله كبري بتاع جوبا ده كله جابوا منه حكومه بتاع لاغو القال لاغو ما ليده بتاع نيانيا ما في فيسون ده كله في خلال كم سنه اقل من 10 سنين. لكن اينو سلطان بتاع بقر ده في جوبا كم سنه؟ سلطان بتاع بقر في جوبا اكثر من 20 سنه. ولا ابنوا برلمان ولا ابنوا بيوت للناس بتاع. They inherited the houses of the Equatorial without pay. And negadia dita kuni ya jama. Itu ya matot. Nas bita kuna gadin sijua ma gadin at faijarda. We are going to charge you. When Equatorial separates, we are going to charge you. You will pay until your children's children will be paying rent to Equatorial. Because these people have stayed 20 years without paying rent.
ما تنسى the blood Equatorian ديل كمان الكتالوم واغتصبوه.
نعم.
وما يدفعوا الدفع.
When are you separating? When are you separating?
As my William, to behave yourself, you can go down. And my children, when you go to separate, that's the irrelevant question. Ridiculous. You're a grown-up man.
Yeah, my thought you are a curse or what to this title you are putting on your name. I don't know that.
Written there. I put something there.
For this is what has happened. Al Jenge are not innovative. They are in Hajal Jahis. They are never critical thinkers. And they are in Hajat Al Jahis. Bejaini Akos Fogo Tooth. The Wali Agumi Sil Kida. This is what we want. Jama Juba de Jabu, as a result of the fighting with the Sabo Sebein. Min Yao Jalaba Salu Jazira or Jabu Jama Juba Hina. Fata Jamaat, Fata Jama Papanal, Fata Jama Bargazal. Is anyone hearing about those universities? Tell me Munuhina is hearing about those universities. Jenge Sala Karij bin Jama Bargazal, Galana Karij bin Juba. Jenge graduated min Apanal, I graduated from Fata Jama with John Garang and Jama with Jan Garang. These are all our colleagues teaching there with science and technology. Mind nas. Jenge Karij min John Garang, Galana Karij bin Juba. Mini Rumbek University, Ana Karij bin Juba. So these people, they hate themselves. You have to love yourself before you start developing. You love yourself. Equatorians love themselves. Equatorians, as Ankira Jama Bitamde, recognize international. This is the only Jama recognized the whole of the land, and we are going to take it away from you. For Atarik, forging history is not going to help you. That was a long time ago. We are writing our own history of Equatoria. We know Munubada Nyanyawan. We know who did what and who is doing what. For Zaman, when people Riek Machar said called of the separation, Itugala, we are fighting for United Sudan. Ma Itugalas. Itu maluma istemiro fight nas Janjaweed. Why are you? Haraka bita SPLM desatu. Equatoria was the backbone. Equatoria was the backbone. Without Equatoria, you people would have just finished. You would have been enslaved. اليوم كان زي الهبارك القاعدين في موريتانيا. It can be Stemir washing malabis or being slaves with Arab. Alhamdulillah, Equatorian Arab Arab who are the people who are real men and real intellectuals. Arab is not afraid of Jenge. It's not afraid. We were in the front line. Ajakwat mahalat bita agwak tisnu da ismu sunu agwak ajakwat mahal masil turale o mayana kunu mahalat itu mafisini na kullu jaratu fi Equatoria. Equatorians were the one defending those front lines. Ladi fi Blue Nile. Why did you go learn ina sakaltu when itu mafis fi front line? The going was getting tough. All of it effective. Alama al few gala biye.
Were you there, Doctor? Were you there?
I was there. أنا بتكلم ما بتكلم من فراغ. أنا هناك. ما بتكلم من فراغ يا زول. هوي.
يا ويليام أنت ده تأثر زول تاني زيك. كان أنت ما جريت ما الناس كله كان يجري زيك بس كده كام ده.
يا ويليام.
أنا بتكلم معك.
ويليام.
يا جنرال أنت كده mute yourself. ولا من ده mute yourself يا زول. Mute yourself يا ميرديت. Mute yourself please. Go ahead.
ده مشكلة بتاعكم. أنا بتكلم عن القرى بتاعكم. أنا ما بتكلم كل ال Northern Frontier. أنا بتكلم عن Northern Frontier الفواراب من أجاك واج. أنت تعالي كده لحد في ميانا أقول فاوين محلات دول. بانيوك محل بتاع ناس بتاعكم ده. I will talk about those territories because I was there. I will not talk much about Gogrial. ويتو كيف كلتوا Gogrial في آخر مرة سألوا منكم Gogrial في 2001 ولا 2. How you people ran with your tails between your legs. Equatorians were the one defending the Northern Frontier. ما في جنگة هناك. ما في جنگة.
عندكم كم كتاب يا أستاذ؟ كم كتاب كان عندكم؟
Al-Kataib is not the one fighting the war. The commander, the one leading the brain. If you want to kill a snake, you don't kill you can't cut the tail. The tail is nothing. Cut the head. The brain who were defending the front line were Equatorians. Not Gulena Sunuda.
Moses, ana zatu dero later, my brother, Janata Kwabui, Yakana Kaizi Tabi. Go ahead.
He could be the one because I was there. The boys in the front line were all who are the leaders are Equatorians. And as they're cool food soldiers, was sitting minimum massacre that Equatorian. Alela kida sentira Jero lahadi finimule, Jero lahadi finiukus, as an can Zena Soya Zeretu Wali, the crossover Uganda crossover like real men don't leave their territory like Equatorians. We don't leave our territory. These are real men. But men who abandon their homeland to the Murahilin, a small a small Rezigat or a small Masiria Jai bil Humar or Bihosan, Jengakulu Jari. Enough, Fiturale Fajakwat, Ulebona Mother Agot Fajakwat. Malano Minute Walita Masila Kirko, Weta Masile Murah. Bonale is running away from there. Tell me, why is Bon having no home in Ajakwat? Why is Justin not having no home in Turale? Why is Dominic Ding buried in the open in Panyok?
يا أستاذ أنت كنت شغال في رليف أنت ما كنت شغال مع منظمات يا أستاذ أنت ده تقول لي وأنا بيعرفك أنت كنت شغال مع منظمات
ده ما منظمات بنتكلم عن بتحارب ده ما منظمات يا زول هوي منظمات بتاعتكم انت ده كلام بتاعكم ده عملتوا بروباغندا قال ايكوتوريين في منظمات ايكوتوريين في منظمات كلام ده ما نجح بعد كده ايكوتوريين كده
بنجامين يعني ده يقول شنو ده يقول يا اخي كدرتوا ما ناس شكلته بس ناس منظمات ده حقاره
اسمع
الناس هنا يا رجال ده they want to mock us.
Moses يا موسى ما ناس بعرف منظمات بس ما بعرف تحرير اتكلم
اسمع عليك
الناس دول يا جماعه
عشان النقاش يكون موضوعي كويس انتوا جماعه نزلهم كله شات وبعدين اقعدوا ونسوا كده عشان تقدر تطلع بحاجه ما يكون بس عمليه بتاع
ايه ده فيكتور دقيقه انا اديت فرصه لدكتور قبالك انت قاطعت كان وديت خلينا ننتهي من الموضوع ده and then نمشي لزول قدام because I have we even the distraction بتاع إنه في ناس عايزين tell us wrong history. Okay, زي ويليام هنا زي ناس جنرال وزي جبالك اسمه منو I forgot his name. Barrage was telling us some fictitious history. خاصة ويليام ده يقول لنا قال يا أخي يعني جوزيف لاغو حاجات هنا، وأنا ده حاجة أنا بدأ نركز هنا إنه كلي كتورني يسمع كلام ده كويس، وخاصة elders ده، لأنه السكوت بتاعهم قاعد make these people بقى عندهم الجراءة. They became to have the audacity to come and lie.
أنا بجواب ويليام
دقيقة أوكي. هم قاعدين lie so much لأنهم لقوا elders يا هم أنا ما أعرف ده شاينز ولا بقى ده فيها. يا أخي أنت اتكلم لأنه أنت بكرة هتغادر. إيالا جايين وراك ده history بتاعهم قاعدين يغشوك قاعدين يغشوك هنا قدامنا. يعني أنت achievement بتاع ancestors تاعنا now is being wiped out. They want to erase it as if هنا ما كنا عندنا أي شيء. And this is not good. This is actually an attack also into history, psychology, into the entity of Equatoria. عشان كده لما بنقول Equatoria in danger, and Equatoria the only solution for it is to separate. لأنه في أسباب. الحاجة دي ما بس attack بس on the physical, also attacking our identity and existence as Equatorian. الحاجة دي في ناس take it lightly لأنه هم أصلا they don't care. لأنه they feel like these elders, some of them they don't care لأنه هم بس they're there زي بيقولوا ضيوف الشرف. لكن أنا بتمنى أنا urge every elder بتاع Equatorian you listen to this and let them start writing or going and speaking on the facts حاجات اللي قاعد يحصل ده عشان دينكا ما يفتح خشمه ويجي يقول لنا كلامات غلط هنا وياهو لاقوا ربنا يطول عمره لسه عايش. ناس دين يكذبوا لسه حي. اتخيل ناس بقى عندهم that audacity. يعني they have no خجل خلاص بقى ما عندهم shyness and they have already done it. جين كونسل جا قاعد يرايت history بتاع جنوب السودان. So it's very dangerous. ففيكتور كمان ما تقول احنا قاعدين ما قاعد نتكلم. ما قاعد يشوف ده موضوعي ده مشكلته، لكن احنا قاعدين نتكلم في قضيه لانه الناس هنا عاوزين deny everything. احنا تكلمنا قبلك عن موضوع كير جاب language very disrespectful mocking حتى الحركه، وقاعد يتكلم عن hybrid code as if it's nothing. يعني it's not his fault, it's the fault of these people are not trying to implement it. Add to it in who else you see in this country they have sacrificed a lot while the people are doing nothing. And if a lot of language used لو تسميته في 14 minutes ده it's very disturbing. And then حتى ذاته بنفسه he's not able to read that speech اللي هو دول قالوا كتبوا كله راسه تحت بس مدنجر. لقيته رئيس انا ما شفت يوم في حياتي رئيس بيجي بيدنجر راسه تحت قاعد يشوف ورقه اكثر من ما قاعد يشوف الجماهير بتاعه. This is Salva Kiir. رئيس تا منو؟ ده ما رئيس تا إيكواتوريا، ده رئيس تا دينكا. لانه it's clear. So go ahead.
If I may interject,
quickly,
I
just want
to conclude,
yeah, Carito انتظر كده. ادي موزيس
Okay.
Moses, go ahead. بعدين كاريتو تدخل.
So let me just conclude because we are many here. Victor, we cannot put them down. Let them be here. Let them be here because we are not that type. Yani, I was even requesting this guy called me. I called Kanye put book in Yani me. I called that. His history is very clear. When he was in Khartoum, that's America. What he's doing, we know him. And as these people, they are out on a plan to rewrite the history of this country, to say to the world that this country, including Equatoria, belong to the young. But thank God, Equatorians are not sleeping. Equatorians are watching, and we are not afraid. They're asking when will this thing happen. This thing is going to happen. If not in your time, you are almost going. Be time, bitayal, bitatu. Natural selection is happening. Asa padul munu ma yau garib de mat mina kontak. De munu bita warab del kamfat Tito fat. Wa de munu tani da al kat amul kanisa de Salva matok fat. Wa badsoya kwal manyang wa makwede bemsi. Wa ker bita kunde kan masa nasuf juba de ina lagbit maakum masa we are building momentum.
Unena bitkal maakum de wen.
De munu da. Alhamdulillah, your lifeline to Uganda bigger Gafalua. Museveni, you don't have money to pay Museveni. Mafi mercenaries veji minata.
Brother, the next election coming would be worth more than Salva Kiir.
يا خاطر اسمع ما تقاطع يا جنوبي.
يا
وقف مقاطعات.
يا ماتوت. إنت يا أخي تكليك يدك صبر. دي مشكلة بتاعكم بالجنگ كليك يدك صبر.
Equatorian people are talking alone here. You are talking alone.
Why? But you were talking here. I was quiet.
اسمع لما في جيم نمت كده قاعد تتكلم وفي زول قاعد يكومبلين.
It's a professor. يا أخي you respect your title if you cannot respect this forum. يا أخي title
Ita silu min kan min wen min jama garang wala min wen. You respect it.
Kwana zole madinka o minatuot o nwer.
Okay, CPI Khalif.
Whatever. Al-Muhim, I'm going to wind up. Now they're out to
yeah, doctor.
history.
Yeah, CPI la kalamata da lena zole ma jibu lena binwer. Kare kaliu bayidi na go den kawina. Kaliu bayidi na.
But now they're out to rewrite the history, but nature is in our side. History is on our side. Everybody else is on our side. That's why you have the only president in the world who does not even have a house in his bill, is living in Kenya as a refugee, asking a president of a foreign country to give the children citizenship. This thing has not happened in the world. As Ankita Dinka there, you put the first to everything. First in corruption, first in even leaving the country. As Ankita, they're moving to the border, they're going away. Don't fear.
Yeah, Moses, Manaze Jam in Senegal, they are refugees. Everywhere they are refugees.
I know, but Equatoria, what I want to say is Equatorian, don't fear. Equatoria will be free.
Doctor,
yes, sir. Go ahead. Yeah, William. You listen what we are saying here, then you go to Gangnam Talk, you go and answer there.
I just want to ask a question, Doctor. I just want to ask you.
Go ahead, ask. Go ahead.
Yeah, Doctor, I don't know whether you can remember in 1991 when Thomas Cirillo and some officers went to Uganda. Come to go and mobilize Equatorians to come back to the war. One of the teachers told Equatorian students point blank that, look, you Equatorian students, we don't want you to go and join the fight. We want you to continue learning and let Dinka and Nuer clean this chair with the blood.
William, read another part. Read another part up there. I put another part there. 1940.
Wait, Motat, wait. To clean this chair with the blood, Nuer and Dinka will clean this chair with the blood, and then you, Equatoria, will come and rule them. There is no country to be ruled by somebody who is having a head of a cow. That is an Equatorian teacher who told the students not to accept to be mobilized. And Dinka and Nuer continue clean the chair with their blood, and you come and rule them. And this is what those of CPI and wait, and this is what those of CPI were from Nuer to clean the chair with their blood, and then they come and rule them. But this is negative, brother. You cannot send others to go and die on your behalf. CPI
جريدة accusation. Can I stop please? كلام حاجة منطقي. ده كمان ده سؤال.
يا ويليام هاتي كسليو.
كلامنا جواب كده دكتور كده أجري موسس كده.
Bring them up.
No, I just want to answer him, please. It take time. Dinka be good to wrong information. I want to answer William. That's why I put him down, because he will be interactive.
That you are all intellectual and you don't know how to organize yourself. This is how you came from university.
Okay, Matot, I will put you down if you don't put your mic.
That's my point of order.
Why you claim yourself that you are all intellectual while you're talking like this without organization?
Listen, for God's sake,
myself
again, and I got to repeat it. I'm really now getting annoyed. Okay,
CPI is wrong.
William, أنا ما جبتك هنا عشان تيجي تقول لنا كلامات عيال صغار منو دراك هنا ما هنا.
I said CPI is wrong. CPI is wrong. That's why it's
confusing. ما قد respect حتى لما أنا جبتك فوق عشان تقعد تتكلم بتيجي تقول لي ده drunk. I don't care منو drunk. أنت لما قد تتكلم أنت conduct yourself respectfully. What I ask is let us be. لأنه في ناس ما تتكلموا. Don't just jump in and jump out. This is not right. So CPI please أدي عشان لأنه كان Dr. Moses might.
Thank you. I want to answer William. Comrade Etika. The reason I'm answering William because I don't want him to interrupt. William kalam kizifina. Awalan gali taxis vitanyanyawan hasalat fi Juba. Kizib. Anyanyawan was founded in Torit on the 18th of August 1955. Wanasa le kowandel These were Equatorian cops. The Equatorian cops. Equatorian cops were, my father is from Equatorian cops. These were Equatorians recruited to defend the British during the First World War. So, Nasdinka, they want to rewrite the history. William da, Eji Gulena Gale, Matot, Alo Mortat, Gordon Mortat, is a founder of Anyanyawan. Wagal kan fi Arbo Sitin. Limaz Arbo Sitin. Anyanyawan was founded in 1955. Tamasub Lakbata Tadinka. They are very stupid. They don't know the history. But ita kalam de gibel. Ya lozol biasur kalam kida, beju kalam de hagiga. If Equatorian do not answer those questions, al-zol al-jadid bugul ay dinka hasas. That's why, I joined this room to correct this.
So CPI. Let me just remind you guys, we got only 1 hour left. So after that, so go ahead, CPI Loitek, we get back. Go ahead. Aunadi Moses, please continue your final conclusion. I mean, if possible, then we can give a chance to Mr. Nasser and then Mabor and then Shout. So for the
Yeah, I wanted to interject.
Melissa Moses went come on, interject.
Let me summarize it. Let me summarize it. Sorry. Yes, there is.
Remember after interjection.
Yeah. There is a plan to rewrite the history. William Khirade is a lie because the criminal leader Garang, he called us, he met with those of Aliabas and a couple of Equatorial leaders and pleaded with those Equatorial leaders. Galia Jama, if you don't support me, the movement is gone. Well, kullu bar of solid rock them. Sadiq al-Mahdi jalaba kullu kaifin min al-solid rock. They were looking for him in Anyanyawan. They want to eliminate him. But solid rock Masapil came, went and mobilized the Equatorian boys who are there. And they came back and they start pushing the Jalaba from Nimule all the way to around Juba, from Torit, from those places.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a giga chance.
Let me finish, Moses. I thought I was just talking with Howard. So, Nasdinkat, يجي يكتب لنا التاريخ ما موجودة. لماذا أصنعوا عنده صوت؟ لكن ما صوت في كلاب هاوس، ما صوت في فيسبوك. كل صوت من آخر في زاوية جنوب السودان هناك المستعمر ده في جوبا ده. لكن زمنه خلاص انتهى. أنا أقول للناس كل يوم نحن as Equatorial Bloc for Equality Justice Movement نحن في تويا. We're in awareness phase. Phase 1, education of Equatorians. Educating Equatorians on what is the problem in Equatoria. To Equatoria.
Yeah, CPI, I think that مشكلة في. Okay. Go ahead. رجعت back. انت قطع كل شوية. So go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Aye.
الآن بناء دكتور بنجامين يقدر finish his point. I mean دكتور Moses.
شكرا. So William Odi Tarik Galat even da akhuna min anwer da ismo Nasir da de kaman jabe Tarik to al Galat. Anyanyawan was founded in Itori, and those who made the conference in Uganda were Equatorians intellectuals, those of Joseph Odugo. These are the people who are students in Uganda, and they come with the formation of the diaspora in support of Anyanyawan. Joseph Lagu was given the leadership by late Father Saturnino after his assassination on January 22, 1962. Fi Gulu. I mean fi ajede fi Kitgum, not fi Gulu, in Kitgum. And Joseph Odugo was a survivor of that assassination. He's the only person who escaped from that assassination when late Father Saturnino was what? Assassinated. And remember also, it was Father Saturnino who said that the Junubin will have a time when they will decide to get independent. Etika, Didi, Patricia, those of Besir, you fought about this. And I give you credit. Before even you came, in Paga conference, I say, any state, fi Junuba Sudan al-Mustamir, indu haki shunu self-determination. It is in our document, SPLM, SPLIO, in 2014. Gubalitu Melissa Maja. And I stood for it firm. Until today now, I'm a separatist, because that's the ideology I built in Paga. Ufifi waraga. I follow what I stood for. When I joined the IO, it was because of the killing of the Nuer. Now some of the Nuer Gal Kalas, Makatulumon, the Kizip, that's their own problem. But I know the Nuer were killed. So Dinkat Albejini, Manuel Albeji, what the history Galat, it is wrong. The history of Anyanyawan cannot be rewritten by Dinka and the Nuer who never participated, who never liberated any, who never even fought Jalaba and make victories. The last and the most victory fought in the history of Anyanyawan, Hasal Vibeledi, Ma Hasal Vibele Tazoltani. Yafi Koridlef, in Langario, in my village. The most battle fought in the SPLA, it has to be if the same bomber Hill. In 1987, has Lena Ficordilef. Alofi Ajide, feel free. The Lord Lang battle. Lakin dinka ma bijibo asrar del. Lo tuko ma bijibo asrar del le umon kulu fi kursi. O ma fi junubi hayar for a tarik del. But the SPLA know these are the most battle fought in the liberation struggle. We are the most victims. Even for Equatoria, Nasal Fasik, I will for Equatoria, for join the SPLA, my brother Minana. It's not because he's my brother, but the reality is that he is the first person and the first intellectual in Equatoria, Alfat for SPLA. With 9 bodyguards. Shabab, will defend you, will go with you. And all of them died. Only one survivor now. He's now a brigadier. Vitorit. Atarik dem absorb bonus ajadel. That was in the starting of the SPLA. Okay? So Nas, yeah, Etika, we are right, you are right to say that these people, if they say something wrong, it will think in the other people's minds, no, we need to correct them. And that's why I'm here Thank you very much. Kelin Asman Moses.
Yeah, Moses, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. I think I'm done. I was just saying, please, we had echo, but I hope it's okay. I was saying, what William was trying to say here is yet another propaganda that they're trying to, it is part of what they put in the manifest or whatever, that there was a teacher who said the children should not come back, or the students. But then at those days, yeah, at Zaman with the mobilization, there were no Equatorian teachers teaching the children in the camp. There were no Equatorian teachers. They're Kulukani refugees. Ugandan. Why should a Ugandan teacher tell Equatorian children not to go and fight? But this is a propaganda. It has no foundation. When Kula, they've all disappeared, they've run away. Yeah, Prophet Matok went, Motot. So this has no foundation.
Here I am waiting for my turn, Akwana. You see?
Yeah, where's Matot?
Moses, sorry. I forget that part of Uganda.
Oh, CPI.
No. I just want to clarify that. No, I want to clarify that part.
Yeah, CPI is a moderator, CPI.
Moses, no, I want to support you. Sorry. I just want to support you that.
God. Okay, I give the rest of my minutes to you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Al-Juzu al-Comrade Moses Onuzuda. Fuwa Gibel Gali. Kerede ga jedeta. Ya Matot. Professor Takilap. So, Al-Juzu al-Gibel Alu William. Gali Thomas Cirillo in 1991 was AG for Uganda as to mobilize the people not to join the SPLA. They get it. First of all, Thomas Cirillo came to SPLA in 1992, probably 91. As a term, Etika, that's why I like you. We need to correct this history. Al-Haywanat wa yalta haywanat yaji amulena tarik al-jadida fi zaman de, we need to correct it. Ita bonzo. Don't flash your ajire. I will give you.
Oh, I'm coming.
So
that is my turn, I think.
So
that is my turn, Akwana.
In 19 asma matot kira akflu telefonak da. In 1994, it was a Yaba James Surur. Yaba Surur. Ya kan you can mamamunu magaran ana photos. The first Equatorian and seen that photos or even South Sudanese, it is me in Kampala. I can send you these photos. I believe no matter my ex-wife, I have all the photos. I documented everything during that conference. When Elia Basuru come to mobilize Equatorians to go back, and how many thousands of Equatorians went from Uganda? It was Elia Basuru, not Thomas Cirillo. They are Tariq Fitadinka or Tariq Tanwer. They want to bring Lenas at Tariq Galat. Shukran, I'm saying.
Yes. This is my turn.
خلينا نقول حاجة.
كريتو كان قادر يعلق كمان أو موسى الله كتوقف في كلامك بس.
I want to say something, brother moderator. I want to say something.
Please, let's have water. Kerito, can I 1 minute and best quickly, and so we can go to Nasser Merjatani.
Another reinforced best and at that moment, I'm just talking out of truth because Anna country, Anna, that's another country. Okay? And movement.
Raise your voice. Oh shit. Sorry guys. Sorry guys, just hold on a second. It's cutting. That's the issue of internet in man. God have mercy.
Jalaba zatu ya asma min Equatoria na mana ina sign CPA. otherwise lo kan gali yani force ma fi kan gali ni kotore ma push yani jalaba de bara wara ma fi tariga CPA de jalaba kama birudu mon ma bija fi table in order for us to understand the CPA. Anyway, thank you. Without the Equatorians 1991 and 2, aye.
Why you
Without
don't give me? Why you
1991,
don't give me a chance?
Asma,
What is your problem, Akwana? You repeat yourself, you are Dr.
without 1991 and 2,
Okay.
movement in ta, ya Equatorial force mon bara.
Al-Muhim.
No, yeah, I'm not going to reinforce. Sorry. No, I'm going to reinforce the 1991 movement in ta. Yao mobilization ya kala angi report come to CPI. CPI onus kalam sa. So in 1991 and 2 yao Equatorial reja wara tanja push jalaba wara. Thank you.
Yes. Umon Anasdel taban mahala al-takla focus edi umon ma dari names. As an kida announcement was made as an a commander to go and fight the Blue Nile or Badin Henak. Yange kuluza ko ma dari names the fight. Thomas he stood up and took the challenge. Maso and he threatened the power station with Jalaba. Firoseris of the Senar. Masala is the Mazin Koreb Mahalaton. It was an Equatorian warrior. They want to eliminate that. Thomas was there threatening the Jalabas, and Kita Jalaba had to see that this thing is coming home. They have to go and sit down and talk on the CPA, apart from the pressure from the Americans and other people. For Atarik, we have to write our own history, Jenge. Whatever you're saying is not working because your days are numbered. I am Bitakon, numbered line of Equatorial. Alhamdulillah, Kirda Maarif Kalamda, Asankida Betu fi Nairobi. He's going to disappear anytime. So, Jeng, if you want really to survive in your states, you have to change your mentality with a hegemony, with the arrogancy. Al kullu zol der yakun professor, kullu zol der yakun bench, kullu zol der yakun leader. Anything. Alela le men in the Air Force. Le a landlocked country like South Sudan men the Air Force. Do you know the reason, guys? Maybe Professor Matot will tell us. Again, it is simple. Al cockpit with a jet fighter or with a Mijda cannot accommodate these legs with a jungle. Obadin, those cockpits were made for Equatorians. Kura with a jungle, na maniakuti na talaze jamel, talaze jarab. Pauman na mansapo kalam de. Badin brain mafi kamandere brain. Asan kida lela albela demand the Air Force. We are just left like that. Matot can tell me.
Why you don't allow the Denga men to answer you as well, Yapa?
Yeah, Matot, let me talk. I'm concluding. Let me conclude by this. Let me conclude like this. The Jeng dynasty is born deaf. It is on decline. The last leader of Jeng is going to be Kiir. After that, we are going to assist them to leave Equatoria. And then after that, we'll build a vibrant democratic state in Equatoria. There are examples around the world between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Haiti is a failed state and Dominica is progressing. So this time is coming here. They are dividing Equatoria. Jenge has not won any war. And by Jenge, I mean all of them, including Al Jenge can endo suk firas wala Jenge leanu tani nombari that are surrendering the Juba. Jenge has never won a war. When they go stuff, they surrender. Ana gibel bitelle manana pituch kullu kalas they surrender. They are all in Khartoum. Kullu masa Khartoum. Kullu amal fim gala ana min abiye. They abandon Tuch. Aliyom al-lela biga bihajimu fi nufusu mida. The last battle of Bogorial, they abandoned everything in the battlefield. They ran away. But the history that Jengar warriors, this is a propaganda. Maybe it's in the imaginary world.
Equatorians, we are going to defeat this tyranny. We will never give up. As they try to cancel our history, let us write a parallel history and continue telling our children, because nature is on our side, our ancestors is on our side, and we will defeat these marauding nomads. Thank you.
Go ahead. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, shukran. Yeah, shukran. This is shukran جزيلا. أنا داير قبل ما أمشي قدام أنا داير أقول للسي بي آي حاجة بسيط. يا سي بي آي الكلام اللي أنت قاعد تقوله ده أنا ما مختلف مع 1955 بأنه توريد ثورة التوريد حصلت بأيادي بتاع الأولاد بتاع إكتوريا. لكن لما نقول لك اجتماع بتاع كمبالا أنا ما شايف إنه في خطر فيه لما توديني أنا نزل خزاب. بعدين ده تاريخك يا أخوي. الآن ده عملوا لك لأن أصلا أنتوا بتحاولوا تحمموا الأمور. إحنا خلينا نكون قبل شوية. إحنا كنوير ما عندنا أي يد في أي حاجة بيحصل في استوائية. وأنت ذاتك عشان أنت داير اندبندنت بتاع الاستوائية ده ما عندنا أي حق إن نقول لك ما تكون اندبندنت. يا أخوي ده تكون دولة بالطريقة اللي أنت دايره وبالطريقة أنت رسمته. ده ما شغل بتاعنا هنا كنوير. هنا ذاتك كنوير ما بالأمس القريب بقيتوا تسمونا هنا نازل جاي من إثيوبيا. أوكي؟ لكن حقوق بتاعكم هنا ما ناسينه. أي زول عنده حق. عشان كده أنا قاعد أقول 64 راكوبة في جنوب السودان أي راكوبة داري يحسس له منطقة بتاعه عنده حق. أنا كناصر قاعد أقول كلام ما حاجة جديد بالنسبة لنا هنا كنوير. يمكن في باقي الناس هيختلفوا معي لأنه بيقولوا إنه رياض مشاعر في جوبا. رياض مشاعر ما قاعد في جوبا كنوير أو قاعد في جوبا كهار كدعايو. أوكي؟ ونوير معروفة بمناطق بتاعتها. بعدين لما نمشي لتواريخ هنا ما بنكذب التواريخ. هنا عرفنا إنه التاريخ بدأ من استوائية ومن زمن بعيد جدا ومن زمن لوليكي في الزمن بتاع 1947 لما قال إنه الشمال ما منطقة ملائمة ممكن نعيش مع بعض. هنا الجنوبيين نكون عندنا منطقة بتاعنا. هنا عرفنا إنه كان ما من نية بتاع استوائيين إنه السودان يكون واحد. أوكي؟ ده حاجة تاريخه هنا بنفهمه كويس. ولو حصلت هاي جاك نسنا من عليه الطيبين الدنكة انت ما بتجي تحاسب قبائل الجنوب ده كلها. يعني ده حاجة تاريخي موجودة في التواريخ وهنا ما ناسين وبندي لكل زول حق بتاعته. انت لما تجي تضرب في اجواء ما هيساعدك لانه هسه انت ذاتك عشان انت اختلفت مع ايوه بس ده تختلف مع كل نوير. في نويراء قاعد في الوقت بتاعه ما عنده قضيه مع ايوه والنويراء اللي قاعد في الوقت بتاعه ده ممكن يساعدك بكره. لما تضرب بيد الخمج بس انت عارف ده ما هيساعدك بكره وبعد بكره. ما نلعب باسم شنو ده بتواريخ بتاعنا. ما في تاريخ مدفونه وما في تاريخ ما مكتوبه. اوكي؟ دي كله حقوق مشروعه والنضالات بتاعتكم هنا ما نسيناها. ولما نيجي علي دينك ديل ما كلهم باي ذا واي. في ناس بيعرفوا التاريخ وفي ناس فيهم بيعرفوا حقوق الناس التانيين. انت لو رجعت شويه تاريخيا بتمشي تلقى ناس ملوى ناس علور ناس اتودل وناس علياب تاريخ بتاعهم شويه مختلف مع باقي دينك. لو انت ما بتعرف ارجع اقرا تاريخ السودان ده كويس بتقدر تعرف حاجات. اللقبه ده اصل لنا جوا هنا بس ما بين البور وما في اتجاه بتاعنا بتاع النيل دنك السيد ده في نصنا ده ده يعمل لخبطين حاجات ده حتى برغزال ده كله بس جروف في المشاكل لو انتم ما بتعرفين الحقيقه لكن الحقيقه هنا اللي بيطرح نفسه انه مشى بيقولوا الجلد بتاع دينكا يوم يعني عايزه حتى لو عنده حقيقه بيقولوا لانه هم زاروا بيقتلوه يعني maybe الدكتور ممكن هتعرف تواريخ بتاع زمن بتاع الزبير ودا بوبا زمن تجارة النقاصة في بابا نوسة وزمن الضايين انت بتعرف ان الناس اللي كانوا عملوا حاجات دي للناس جزء من الإليت بتاع دينكا عملوا حاجات دي وكان بيقتلوا في ناس بيقتلوا في دينكا ذات ما في ناس تانيين بعيدين فعشان كده تواريخ كده بعد مرات كده نرجع لصوت العام اللي الجنوبيين دول كله ما كل جنوبي راضي بالتواريخ اللي حصلت ثورات ذات ثورة الزاندة وثورة النوير هتلقى حقائق هناك إنه ناس منو الوطنيين وناس منو ما وطنيين عشان إننا ما نتلاعب بالتواريخ هسه أنا بشوف لأنه النوير بقى جزء من التاريخ ده بقى في كره كده إنه بيقولوا النوير ذاته سبب العظمة العاصمة أول بالأول لازم تعرف إنه النوير ذاته بقى ضحية لأنفسهم لازم تعرف الحقيقة ده لأنه هم دفع ثمن بتاع الدولة ده بطريقة غير مباشرة لأنه من زمان الموت بتاعتهم هم بيقول لا في دولة هيطلع دولة ذاته طلع على راسهم وقتلوهم تاني في 2013 ولسه بيدفعوا ثمن ده يوم الليل اوكي فهنا خلينا نكون عارفين حاجات هنا اساسا ما ضدنا ضدكم انتوا وانا ما ضد انه الجنوب ده يمكن يتفرتق لدوليات الحالة الامثل يمكن يكون 3 دولة استوائية برغزال وعلني لانه الكلام ده حصل في زمن بتاع كوكورا زماني وانا زاد قاعد اقول انه كوكورا ده ناس بيقراوا لي لانه كوكورا ده انا قاعد القاه ده بلاسنج بالنسبه لي انا كناس كوكورا انا قاعد اشوف ده انفتاح بتاع الجنوبيين انه يعرف حقوق بتاعهم وكوكورا ذاته ورى انه انت منو ذات تقدر تحكم نفسك كيف ما الكونفدراليه والفدراليه بتحصل بطرق كناصر ده ما عندي حاجه ضد اجادل كله لانه هسه ذاته انا لو زعلان من باقي النوير ذاته ممكن امشي اقعد في الركوب بتاع ابوه بتاعي ولا جديان وطبعا AK 47 يا شغال في الجنوب يا اخوان لحد ما ان نفع من لغه السلاله ما ينفع مع كل الناس انا اتكلمت بطريقه حشه زي ده لانه انت يا اخوي CPI انت طلعتني من مدرج كان انا ممكن اساعد المنبر لكن هنا ما ناكرين حقوق بتاع استوائيين انا بحترمهم كويس بعدين انت لما ترجع لتاريخ ناس بيتر سيريلو ناس توماس سيريلو دفعوا ثمن غالي حتى ناس دومينيك كاسيانو ديل دفعوا ثمن غالي وما تنسى كمان انا عشت في جوبا ده وعندي روابط قويه جدا في جوبا ده لو انت ما بتعرف انا في مناطق بتاع مورانا عشت فيه لو انت بتعرف في مكان في حتى انهار صغار لايك نهر تبري ونهر كويو ده انا دخلت في هذه المناطق انا بعرف جزء التاريخ بتاع جوبا عشان كده we are not denying this حتى النوير بيعرف الكلام ده كويس لكن يا اخوانا لما تكون داير حقوق بتاعك ما تطعن حتى زول اللي يمكن يسندك بعد بكره شفت بعدين
ناصر في ناس اسالك سؤال ناصر
يا جو اهيد
لا لازم نكون واضحين let's be honest with ourselves here for a second الاحداث اللي حصلت من ايو قام وفي كوتوريان جوين ايو انت عندك معلومه او you confirm that there were some people have abused Equatorian based on يا اخي Equatorian اللي جايين هنا including one of them اللي ذاته كانوا publicly was this guy named تعبان later betrayed رياض مشار وقال يا اخي شنو كتر مستبدلين حاجه بس جاهز مجاني وين يموت فوق ولا تيجي انها تيجي تقعد هناك تكونوا بس في راحات يعني. He was talking in a negative way. And then there was an incident happened where was Muru in Equatoria area. A very terrible moment that is known, recorded. Then also before that, there was also places in East Equatoria. I hate to call East, West, and Central, but the Kinamihim, Ahdas Hasalat, and Nuer was implicated on it. And then add to it also in Central Equatoria, Nuer were implicated on it. What do you say about these things? I know this was aggression against the Equatorian. When you said Equatorian are good people, then when did Equatoria actually went and decided to fight against Nuer? Directly fight Nuer, wipe out. And then what do you talk about the Murle issue and the Nuer? How do you justify yourself here? خليك دينكا هنا عارفين هم always they would instigate issues. ده حاجة معروف. أي منطقة قاعد يشتكي بدينكا. لكن let's talk about the issues that I mentioned to you and then the Murlean issue. And thank you.
خلينا نكون معك سريع بس. نوير تاريخيا ما عنده مشكلة مع قبائل بتاع استوائية. لو في حاجات حصلت بخصوص موضوع بتاع تعبان ده بيكون مسائل يمكن شخصية أو حاجات ضيقة. أنت بتعرف كويس إنه في حاجات حصلت زي أنكل اسمه من أنا أقول اسمه اللادو لما طلعوه من جوبا ده لقى الوصول بتاعه فوق فقاك. انت بتعرف في رجال ماتوا فيه من ابناء وصول بتاعه الفريد تابان الفريد لادو وصول بتاعه حتى فقاك كان ما بيساعد في اولاد نوير ماتوا فيه. لكن لما نيجي يعملوا تويستنج للهيستوري هنا بنعرف تجار الهيستوري ده الناس، لانه في حاجه معينه لازم تفهم. لما يكون إكواتوريا عنده علاقه مع نوير بيضرب ناس الثانيين، وده خليه في سرك. ما هيصل علاقه بيرفكت كده مع نوير، لانه في ناس ما هيقبلوا انه علاقه بتاع نوير يكون كويس مع إكواتوريين، لان احنا بندي حقوق بتاع الناس ما هيقبلوا. وامشي اسال باقي إكواتوريين الثاني كليني انا ده يمكن انا اتكلم مع نويراوي on defense of نوير، لكن امشي اسال باقي إكواتوريين الثانيين اللي عاشوا في مناطق بتاع نوير بوريك الناس نوير الناس وبوريك انه نوير ديل بيساعدوا الناس كيف. اما منطقه مشكله بتاع مرله ونوير ده ما مشكله بتاع مرله ونوير، مشكله ده generated by دنكابور من زمان. اوكي، لانه مشاكل بتاع دنكابور هم بيجيبوا لك مشكله دايركت، بيجيبوا لك بيحمموه بطريقه بتاعتهم. وناس سياسيين لبغه جدا في تاريخ انه بيلعبوا معك انسن وهم يبقوا يقتلوك بطريقه ثانيه. هنا كان نوير هنا فهمنا جدل العصر الكبير، لانه حتى الان عندنا اجدادنا لسه ما قادر الشباب دي بيقولوا انه دنك ده العالم. هنا الجيل الجديد قاعد نقول انه ده ما عالم، ده انا بنلقى خسائر كثير فيه. لكن في ناس كبار كده بيقول لا 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 لو قتلوه قال كده اسكت شويه دنك ده عالم، ده قاعد يوجع فينا ليه يوم ده. لكن لسه حاجات دي ما يسهر كله 1 باي 1. اساس المشكله بتاع مرله ونويره ده مشكله مزروعه والصناوه دنكا، وبيصنعوا لنا مشاكل كثيره. حتى اثيوبيا لان علينا قاعدين فيه ذاته جزء منها كنوير بيصنعوا فيه مشاكل اصلا. لكن عشان هنا نوير ما قاعد نحب نتكلم كثير، جوطه كثير ما قاعد نحب. وجع بتاعنا بس هنا لانه الرد بتاعنا ما قاعد يكون كويس بعض المرات. حتى السياسه ما قاعد نخش فيه كثير كده. والحمد لله انتوا استوائيين ذاته فتاتوا يونا بقينا نتكلم بعض المرات. زمان هنا ما قاعد نحب نتكلم، بنحب نرد بس. لكن حبنا لكم بانه انتوا بتقولوا حقائق، واسا حقائق بيمشي بيسهر كله وانتوا كاستوائيين تفهموا. عشان كده انا ما قاعد انا في قبائل كده في دينك انا ما قاعد انساهم ليه، ولانه ناس عندهم تواريخ برغم انه بقوموا باقي المجموعه بتاع دينك معهم. فده يمكن الاجابه اللي انا ممكن اجاوبك. انا انحرفت من اسم شنو من التوبيك ذاته بمشكله بتاع السي بي اي ده، لكن ممكن انا اجي راجع بعدين اقول كلام ثاني. انت مرر اللاين.
اوكي ما مشكله لانه في حاجه انت طبعا سمعت السبيتش ده. I believe you heard the speech بتاع كير ده 14 minutes, so I hope later you can get a chance later after or if you can لخصه في, but I think it's long because maybe you have some نقاط مهم ده تقوله, so انا بديك
Give a
فرصه
chance to
later.
other people.
Yeah, so let's go to Mabor. انت موجود؟ Mabor, are you there?
Yes, أنا موجود.
Okay. Shadar, what's up? اتفضل نسمع كده
والله
propaganda.
كويس, long time يا
I know.
أوديس.
كده نسمع propaganda شنو جاي يقول اليوم. يلا thank you joining, thank you for your
لا أنا
patience.
داير
اتفضل.
أنا داير أشارك معكم بقصة بتاعت أنيانيا.
اوكي انا قبل ما
أنا
تبدا
داير
بانيانيا ده, انت فيك يا ريت تركز للمين توبيك ده هسه, لانه احنا بقينا نديفيت a lot. الموضوع بتاع كير قال يا اخي we are not shying away from the establishment of hybrid court for South Sudan. What's your thoughts in this, because كلام كتير for 14 minutes. حتى the reading of the speech was difficult for him because he wasn't able to kind of like explain it clearly, but انت بتقدر to understand. So please go ahead, give us your thoughts in it and analysis based on that. And then from there, you can go and talk about Anyanya Lanu. It's included because Hatta who mentioned something about Anyanya and he undermined it, downgrade Anyanya as Anyanya is people illiterate. Yeah, establish this. When we look at SPLA actually proved that they are more illiterate than Anyanya. Lanu Anyanya understood the law and regulation. Hatta Zatu fi the way they recruited people, ma cause violation on child abuse or women abuse or anything like that. But please go ahead and explain to us on what you have heard and what's your thoughts in it.
No, I missed when you were listening to the speech. I haven't listened to that speech. I just found when I came to your room, you were talking about Anyanya and Golden Mortar and Lago and stuff like that. So that's why I became interested to, because some of you were, disagreeing on some things. So I just want to add what I know. But if
then let me ask you
the topic,
على النقاط اللي قال عشان تقدر to understand. لأنه السؤال ده عنده connection مع speech ده. In his speech, he was talking a lot, and he mentioned something about, saying that the SPLM, was there because Addis Ababa agreement did not go through. Yani SPLM was the continuation, according to him. Do you believe that is true? Or at the same time, Kaman who mentioned something that separationally, if it wasn't SPLM, do you agree on this rhetoric or do you disagree? And if you agree, please explain.
SPLM being a continuation of the struggle of the people of Sudan. It's a continuation of the struggle. So that's correct.
Okay, then what is the struggle of Anyanya and Mafifi different between Anyanya and SPLM? Is they not different at all?
Oh no, the slogans are different. The Anyanya slogan was complete independence or separation of South Sudan, and SPLM slogan was to liberate the whole Sudan.
The objectives were different. The objectives, not the slogans.
Okay. You can call it objectives. Yeah, that's right. So for the SPLM to come and accept separation or self-determination was a second option, because the SPLM leadership was saying if conditions for attractive unity were not agreed upon, then secession of South Sudan will be the last option. So
when was that? Sorry to cut.
SPLM didn't have
When was it? When kalam da tala 200. Kalam tagal kan mafi any attractive yalla secession bikuni the only way. 200 na manuma kanu bado fi ghaba wala dena manuma fi CP comprehensive peace agreement. Lazim ikuni specific on this.
No. After, when Nasser movement, broke away from SPLA, and there has become a disagreement between South Sudanese, I think there was a compromise by the leadership of the SPLA just to try and accommodate the breakaway groups, contain them, bring them back. So it was a compromise. But the main aim of SPLA, SPLM was to liberate the whole Sudan, because Sudan belongs to us. The whole Sudan belongs to us. It's our country. So that is, but giving in to the demands of the separatists, or those who claim they were separatists, it was just a compromise. In my view, it was a compromise just to achieve, agreement.
They were accepted, and then they said there would be a second option.
Matot,
That is the Baba.
دقيقة أنت بتكمل خليه finish لأنه ده دوره أنت بتجي تتكلم please go ahead.
Yeah. So it was a compromise in my view. Yeah, it was a compromise.
Okay, good. Go ahead. Yeah, speak your point in that, and then you can go ahead with the al-kalam اللي كنت لا تقول intentionally what you want to say on that anyanya or stuff like that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when it comes to the anyanya, of course, Gordon Water did not establish anyanya. Gordon Water is not the founder of anyanya. Gordon Water was a police officer at his earlier age. You can see my PTR here. That is Gordon Water when he was a captain in police. And then he resigned from police because he wanted to be transferred to South Sudan, and they refused. So he resigned from police and he joined the civil service. So he was an assistant district commissioner in Wau, and then in Malakal, and all that. And then after that, he became a minister. He became a minister of works and mineral resources in the government of Northern Sudan. And also he was a founding member of Southern Front Party with Bona Malwal and Hillary Paul Logali and Clement Amboro. They were the founding members of Southern Front. They were also asking for the independence of South Sudan. And then when the massacre happened in Juba and Wau, massacres of South Sudanese, Gordon joined the rebellion. But before Gordon joined, of course, the beginning of the resistance, South Sudan resistance, is the 1955 Tuareg Mutiny. But Tuareg Mutiny was destroyed because one of the members of Tuareg of the Equatorial Corps who mutiny in Tuareg, one of them collaborated with the Jalaba, and a lot of them were deceived to go and negotiate with the government, and then they were disarmed and they were executed. So majority of them were executed. The remnants jumped into the bush, and they were the beginning of what later became Anyanya. So it started as South Sudan Resistance Movement. South Sudan Resistance Movement. And then Joseph Lago joined it in 1963. That's when Joseph Lago joined it.
1962.
Sorry?
1962.
No, it's not 62, 63. Joseph Lago graduated from Kulia Harbia in 1960, and he worked in Northern Sudan for about 3 to 4 years. And then 1963, he joined Anyanya. It was not Anyanya. He joined South Sudan Resistance Movement. And then he is the one who called it, but it was not the movement that he called Anyanya. What Lago called Anyanya was the military wing of the movement, was still called South Sudan Resistance Movement, and it had a government. It had a government called the Provisional Government of South Sudan. So when Gordon Watt joined the movement in 1967, he joined the movement and he was appointed as a foreign minister in the Provisional Government of Agri-Jardin. So the leader, after Sertalino was also executed during the Tuareg mutiny, so the first leader after that was Agri-Jardin, the leader of the South Sudan Provisional Government. And Gordon Watt was the foreign minister. And then from 67, in 69, they held an election of the leadership, and Gordon Watt was elected unanimously as the new leader of the provisional government of South Sudan. And then when he was elected in 1969, he was elected in 1969. After he was elected, he changed the movement name to, he announced the Nile Republic. So he formed the Nile Republic, he called his government the Nile Republic government. And there is a video about that, when he announced the Nile Republic government. And then in January 1971, when Lago was sent to receive the military support from Israel, after he received the military support, the guns and everything, he announced a coup against Gordon Watt, and he announced himself as the overall leader of the movement. He canceled the fact that there was a leader of the movement and he was the leader of the army.
Of the army, he was the general of the army.
Yeah. So he took the leadership of the movement, both the political leadership and the military leadership. So actually, he led the movement for 1 year only, from January 1971. That is the only time he was the leader of the movement. And then in 12 months' time, he signed the agreement with the government of Sudan. So that is, yeah. So that is what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Listen properly. Listen properly. Thank you very much.
والله انت مبسوط يا متوت ها قلت لي
let me just put this
انت بتصلح ناس انت بتجي وراه ما بور والله بروباغندا تاك ماشي تشنا من سابق ده هناك. Go ahead, كمل.
No, don't call. It's not fair also to call what I am saying.
No, it's okay, it's okay. اسمع ما كله بنختلف في آراء ده ما كراهية. Go ahead.
Yeah, because we are doing intellectual debate.
Can I answer this propaganda last time?
Let me finish. You will come.
دقيقة ما بيور كده دقيقة في ناس اللي يجاوب كمان. يلا بعدين وسيب يا. Go ahead. Yeah, لخص يا.
Yeah. Let me conclude naturally. So this information I have just said, you can go and verify. Check the libraries and everything about South Sudan. You can verify this information. Thank you.
Yeah, to library انت قاعد تتكلم ما في library في جنوب السودان.
I got some book here with me. I have some book here with me.
Start with Google. Start with Google and then
Google هسه ما دينكا قاعد يكتب بك تاريخ جنوب السودان. انت ما عرفتها؟ العاده دينكا professors الما معروفين جو من وين ده؟ They begin to write history, fake history about جنوب السودان. لما قاعدين يقولوا دينكا majority.
Beginning of writing of the history of Sudan, of South Sudan, Sudan was began by Kawajat. So begin by reading books of Kawajat, and then come to, there are books even written by Equatorial.
Okay, ما مشكلة
So
قبل ما خواجة
verified
يجي.
information. Yeah.
اوكي بس ده انا قاعد عشان ادي فرصة لناصر قبل ما خواجة يجي في بلد ده هنا
Yeah,
بنعرف history. Go ahead ناصر.
يا مابور حقيقة لازم يقولوا دقيقة بس يا مابور دقيقة بعدين انت تيجي. جورن معتاد عارفينه هو قايد، لكن الكلام انت تردد ما في حقيقة فيه، لانه حتى مشي بتاع ده جنرال لاجو لاسرائيل، انت ما تنسى انه في واحد اسمه فيدا كلير، لو انت ما بتعرف من ايسترن بيكاي، ده الناس الاوائل مشوا مع جنرال ومشى اسرائيل وجابوا اصلي ده جابوه بطريقه كونغو، وانت ما بتعرف اصلي ده جابوه بطريقه كونغو، وسرد انت قاعد تقوله ده ما في حقائق.
اصلا كان بيرموا بطياره في كونغو في بوش، كان بيرموا بطياره بفوق.
يا بالضبط كده وفي اولاد نوير كانوا موجودين في الزمن ده. اوكي
بس اوكي
زول المشى طلع رقبته، خلينا اوريك، لو في زول كان مع جماعه لكن مشى طلع رقبته، ده ويليام دانيال رفض لانه ما دارين يجيبوه، لانه ويليام دانيال كان دارو لازم هو يشيل هايجاكي للموفمنت، لكن لما رفضوا وقام طلع وجرى خرطوم. معتاد موجود فعلا لكن ما كان من ضمن الناس المؤثرين في الحركه. You need to understand this. بعدين التاريخ الجديد اللي قاعد تكتبه ده ما ده تاريخ مدفوع بملايين الدولارات يا مابور. انا عارفين الحقائق ده، لكن ارجع الاركايف في اسم شنو في لندن، امشي اقرا عشان تعرف التواريخ. إكتوريا ده والناس دول العمل لا
كلام
دقيقه بس انت بعدين
يعني just tell me which point is wrong. You can't say everything will thing I say is wrong.
Which one is wrong, and then we should
اوكي كده دقيقة بس دقيقة يا ما انت يا متوت كده كام داون في حاجة.
hold on لحظة يا جماعة. Yeah, which point particularly is wrong in my narrative?
You did not mention.
Yeah, you can't just say
Mabor.
so wrong.
Mabor, you did not mention Agri Jaden, who was the leader of Mortat. You did not mention that.
It was mentioned before.
And then
Mortat
joined Anyanya in 1960. Listen.
I said Gordon Mortat, when he joined the movement, he became a foreign minister, and the chairman was Agri Jaden. Where were you?
And then which year was that? Yeah, to send a Mabor.
And Agri Jaden was already the chairman of the provisional government of South Sudan.
What year? It's not about good idea. What year exactly?
I said 1967. I said 1967.
Okay, now you
okay, now that's good. Anyanya Bada Tawan 5 and Nasal Bamar propaganda gal, this is the founder of Anyanya. Let them hear from it.
You didn't listen to my contribution from the beginning. I said when the movement of 55 were destroyed by the government, the remnant of 1955 mutiny in Torit, they were the founding group for Anyanya. But it was not called Anyanya, I said. It was called South Sudan Resistance. And when Lago joined later in 1963, and he became, because he was a graduate of Kulia Harbia, he became the leader of the military wing of the South Sudan Resistance movement. So what he called Anyanya was not the movement. What he called Anyanya was the army, the military wing, the fighting force. That is what he called, like Timsa, like more like something like that. He called the military wing of the movement Anyanya. But in 1971, he made a coup after the movement received military support from Israel, and he was, of course, the military leader. He made a coup, and he took the whole leadership, all political and military leadership in 1971. and he didn't fight much after that.
Okay.
He was
Okay.
only
Kare da
12
giga.
months. And then
Mabor, let
12
me
months
ask you.
as the leader,
Hold on, no,
overall
let me
leader of
ask
the
you,
movement.
Mabor. Mabor.
And then
How somebody
he
gonna make
signed
a
the
coup
peace.
for himself is already a leader? How the leader can make a coup for himself?
General of the army.
And he's already a leader.
No, he was a leader of the army.
He was a leader of the army, and Gordon Matter was the leader
of the movement. I tell you, the leader of the movement was
Okay.
actually Jaden.
Kare giga ya matot and mierde to
خلينا بس اقول
Mabor.
حاجه في سكن يا وديسي.
انتوا دارين تيجي تعمل لنا بلبس هنا في التاريخ بس المهم بس في حاجه واحده نقوله في واحد اسرائيلي. Okay. دقيقه. Okay, verify. I want you when you talk bring that book or whatever story لانه في واحد اللي اشتغل مع موساد في واحد كان من شباب الاسرائيليين ده we brought him hosted him here before and they were talking about the experience to Israel and he actually had a communication مع واحد من الضباط he became a colonel. He was one of the people who worked side by side ma Joseph Lago. And this man can even have more details about Joseph Lago and the movement, how they work. How to help and how to shake the regime for Khartoum. Naman regime that had to come into accepting like was in bigger negotiation. And it wasn't the Anyanya who actually looked for negotiation. Instead, it was the government of Khartoum or the regime of Khartoum and the Nimeri. They wanted to come to a solution because they found out Israel was actually supporting Anyanya, and Anyanya have played a big role in crippling and even terrifying the regime. Like in betrayal طبعا يا بدا مع ناس زول اسمه Abel Aliar. But let me get here. أنا عرفت قاعد تقول stories ده.
No,
Abel Aliar دقيقة.
was not part of Anyanya, so he cannot be
Who?
praying.
Who?
Abel Aliar was not part of
ما أنا قلت who betrayed البرنامج ما لأنه أبل اليار جابوه قال ده أخوكم الجنوبي.
No, he was a member of the government.
ما
he came as a delegate.
He played a bad role in destroying the objective على نيا مشى ما غشهم ما قال يا أخي يا أخوي جوزيف هنا كلنا جنوبيين وكده ما جابوه كعميل ما عندنا collaborators ده how many times عندنا كم دينكا قاعد يعمل حركات ده كان في حركة شعبية مش هم بيجوا هناك واحد من شمال بكرة هنا حاجات ده كتير ما جديد لكن أبل اليار كان betrayed this organization. Let me tell you.
Government side can't always جنوبيين حتى government
لكن منو كان favored في شمال السودان. يا تو community were favored. ناس بيسموهم جعلين.
Angelo Bida was the chairman of the delegation of government.
Okay, خلاص let's أنا فهمتك. أنت قلت أنجلو بيدا ده another discussion بس أنا دايرك بس تركز. أنت قلت لأنه في كلام تقعد تقول يا أخي بتاع إسرائيل دقيقة أبل اليار is a traitor. Listen, Abel Aliar also got to create this Jing kingdom.
The government and delegation was a dinka. What are you talking, Mabor? Jinweru or Jen Jijang?
What?
Okay, let's move on.
I say Jinweru or Jijang?
No. I'm man where I'm young. The problem here is the truth is whatever Jang is trying to forge the history, it is not. Lago joined Anyanya long time before even Gordon Mortat came in 67. So this thing, you guys cannot beat around the bush. No, I said I didn't deny that. I said Lago joined in 63, and then joined 4 years later, 64, 67. Then why are the young those of Professor Matot and this that Matot was the leader of Anyanya? Why? Yeah, he became a leader of the Anyanya. It was not Anyanya. No. There is a confusion here. Let me tell you this. You see, you are confusing yourself.
Mabor, it ain't any evidence to back it up. What information?
Gordon Mortat was a leader of a faction. He was a defector. He was a betrayer. Gordon Mortat. He was a rebel against Anyanya.
Okay, let me tell you. What is the reaction? What was the reaction of
Okay, عشان هنا ما نكتر كثير لك بس لخص في 1 minute لأن عندنا ندي فرصة لناس ثانيين. And then في general قال want to say 30 seconds, so we give him a chance then ورجع للشاول. تفضل.
What was the reaction of Gordon after the Lago coup, he just left. You know, even Andrew Makurto, who was the commander of Baral Ghazal force, he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight Lago, but Gordon said no. We don't want we don't want to shed blood among ourselves. So Gordon actually left and he went overseas. He left and went overseas. And he stayed.
He went to Israel.
Yeah, matot
also,
mala kita kata
he
jump ya. The door tazol ita kada calm down. Concord aja.
And also he rejected the Addis Ababa agreement. He rejected it. He was saying that the Addis Ababa agreement was a sellout. That was the position of Gordon Mottad, and he stayed overseas in London until the CPA. And after the CPA, he came and he was accommodated, you know, as a member of parliament. So that is a position of Gordon Mottad. Also, when William Yuan left, he didn't take any army with him. When he left the movement, he didn't take any army. He didn't fight anyone. He had a political disagreement with the leadership, and he went and formed the SANO, Sudan African Union, National Union, and he ran politics similar to Garang's. He united. He tried to unite.
Asma, yeah, mabor. Ana bata me stop it. Ana ita got to give that to bring your people as if kanu nas Equatorian del kanu best ya nafsa haja SPLA de diamond dinka out. They are in there. They are always doing this. Listen, I'm an Equatorian gambo barnamij.
No.
قاعد نقول لك دقيقة البرنامج ذاته الفكرة بتاع الانفصال ده.
No, I didn't deny anybody.
Okay, خلاص. أنا بس دايرك تجيب كتاب بتاعك ده أنت فيك put the link down هنا write it اسم بتاع الكتاب ده قاعد تتكلم منه ولا معلومات لأنه ما داير معلومات بس زول كتبوا في جوجل هناك لأنه عندكم مثلا كدابين ديل اللي بيقولوا هم دكاترة بتاع جنوب السودان ده أكتريتهم يا جين كانسل ده حتى زول ده اسمه ده اليوم ده كان جاء في كلاب هاوس اسمه ده في واحد كان عمل له انترفيو في كيم نام توك what's his name يعني يا بداك ما بيعرف يقفل الميكروفون ده what's his name
Aldo Ajo.
ايوه Aldo Ajo ده كتب كتاب ذاته كده كتاب خيالي قال they make like SPLM ده كأنه هم يعني there was no other person but SPLM. There was a book even he promoted it in DC. I was just shocked. I'm like, damn, this guy really.
لا اسمع وديشو اسمع اذا كتب كتاب ده انا ده جشوا داو بتاع كتاب.
Okay, maybe yes, because
okay.
Thank you. So let's give a chance. Yeah, let's
No, I
find the book and the information. عشان احنا ما نقدر نكتب.
Yeah, one last point.
Yeah.
One last point.
لا جنوبين ما last ما بنتهي لا دي جنوب السودان بنتهي. Go ahead نشوف.
No one comes to Clubhouse with a bibliography of books. You know, Clubhouse is not a conference. You don't come like with a bibliography of books. But I am telling you, just go do your research on Gordon Mottad, do your research on Joseph Lago and Anyanya, do your research on all these leaders, and then you will find the information. You know, that is not something that you give me to do because
Asma ita jale be Gordon Mottad bitak da ita jale ita diamond. Listen. You're the one.
Asma yeah, Africa don't do any research books that Dinka knew them written by ESL students.
Okay, let's move on to the next Mayardit.
Mabor, can you read something there? Mabor, can you read something there? I put something up there.
Yeah, kana magad na gra. Ila zol there in this magnifier.
Yeah, listen, brother, listen. You see, you will never win for this. If you are not listening
kitab
from the
book, you will fail like jump in.
Your relative were failed to organize the movement.
دقيقة يا زول. انت قاعد تقول حاجة في picture صغير حتى ذاته كان قالوا. You cannot read it, man. Put it clear. Yeah, انت read it. أنا بقرأ لك له. Yeah.
Matter is a product of Nuer and Dinka.
كده دقيقة كان نمشي قدام ل Mayardit كده quickly please. Jeez, oh man, these people are stressful. Like. Oh jeez. Asma,
and not
sorry, أنا بس كان انقطعت.
You don't know me, my friend. You don't know me.
Yeah, ما بور كده please حركات ده. اسمعني يا
academia.
Let's not talk.
We don't.
Yeah.
In academia, we don't accept Wikipedia as an authoritative source because the source. No, you start with it in academia. You start reading from Wikipedia, and then you go to. We don't accept that. Then you go to journal. If you quote from Wikipedia, we don't. We fail you. We fail you. That is wrong. Get it? Yeah. Don't quote from Wikipedia. But that is where you start. That is where you start, and then you go and
that
read. That is.
خلاص يا مبور أنا بديك PhD to Wikipedia. Let's move on. It in the PhD.
That is in Wikipedia. That is in John Garang. That is in John Garang University. That is in Rumbek University. In Chamajuba, we don't accept Wikipedia. Get it?
Let's move on. I
am now.
Yeah, Mabor. Kalas. Dema hewarta ina. Dema wana sabta ina. Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay, Kalas. Ita agwad fi Wikipedia btak de get PhD btak fogo. Ina nimshi le kiddam. Mabor. Mush Mabor. Mayar did in the 30 seconds. That to gul shino. Shanadile brother Shaul tawali kalam. Go ahead. If you can unmute yourself, then we go to Shaul. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let's move on. Shaul, go ahead. Brother, welcome. اتفضل.
شكرا. أنا بس عندي سؤال لأخوي مبيو. أنا ما بشيل 2 minutes بس عشان تعرف الناس يتكلم. شايف الفرمول بقى جدا. عشان صوته واضح بس.
واضح جدا.
أوكي شكرا. أنا دارس مبيور. أنا أتكلم طبعا بدأنا الثورة بتاعنا والنضال والتحرير. الشماليين هم قال لي ما ما سمعت ده كان ثورة بتاعنا ثورة جنوبية. سؤالي لك يا هو هنا من هو مؤسس الثورة والنضال والتحرير في جنوب السودان؟ كان في بارخزال ولا في على النيل ولا في استوائية؟ سؤال مباشر بس قول لي كده بس اديني اقليم واحد. مؤسس الثورة منو اديني زول كان مؤسس الثورة ويا تقليم كان في بارخزال ولا في على النيل ولا في استوائية؟ كلام ده مباشر ما بيوتين سؤال مباشر. أنا موانجان عشان ما تخاف اتكلم. السؤال عشان داير اتكلم قول كلمتين ونمشي للناس ثاني بس. ده المؤسس الثورة منو؟ ده كان في السواي ولا كان في بارخزال ولا في على النيل؟ نتكلم صورة نتكلم بداية تاريخ جنوب السودان نتكلم في التاريخ. تفضل كده جاوبني الكلام ده بس. المؤسس الثورة ويا ارتجاع من اهالي مثلا ده كان في بارخزال ولا في على النيل ولا في استوائية؟ والمؤسس الثورة منو كان؟ عشان بعدين نتكلم عن الثورة اصلا يعني. انا بقول كلمتين عن الثورة بمشي. تفضل يا مبيور.
No, Joel, thank you. You missed my contribution.
لا سؤالي مباشر بس أنا سؤالي مباشر. المؤسس الثورة لا يا قريبي مؤسس الثورة منو كان في بارخزال ولا في على النيل ولا في استوائية؟ والمؤسس منو؟ بس ده السؤال بتاعي. ولي كلام.
Yeah, أنا قبل قلت the Torit movement. You know, it is called
في السواية مش؟
Yeah.
اوكي منو كان مع المؤسس الثورة منو؟ الثورة بتاع يعني بتاع التحرير عشان هنا بقينا وبرز النضال والثورة ده منو؟ وليس نزول. ده منو؟ نزول. نعم.
The first mutiny was in Equatoria by the Equatoria.
شكرا.
ما قال لك first mutiny.
اوكي شكرا انتهى.
المفكرين بتاع الثورة اللي بدأ في جنوب السودان ده كان ناس منو؟ استوائية بارخزال ولا على النيل؟ انت ده تقول لي ميوتني ما حاجه ده واضح. انت بس انت are you afraid to say it?
It was not started by Mufakrin. It was started by
انا ما قلت
even private soldiers.
اسمع صورة ده اسمع.
اذا انت ما تعرف تاريخ عشان كده
لا تعرف ما بيور انت قاعد تتكلم كلام بتاع ملاك عيون بتاع تلفزيون ساوث اس تي في كلام بتاع ملاك عيون تاريخ مزيف. بيقول لنا احنا دينكا انا موانجان عشان ما تخاف عشان كده انا ما من السواي ولا من ايمان. انا موانجان كانوا كده يعني شوف يعني ملاك عيون في اس تي في بيتكلم ان احنا دينكا عملنا كده وعملنا كده. انا اوريكم اننا فاشلين كده. دينكا هنا منظومه فاشله. انا اوريك اجيب لك بالدليل.
I'm not talking about
wait لا ما انت قاعد تتكلم عن دينكا ما الجنوب. اسمع الجنوب ما دينكا تجربي لا انت ساقف المايك هذا الزمن بتاعي. انا سالتك سؤال انت ما جاوبت. ده ما الزمن حقيقي. انا ما انا ده ما الدور بتاعي. انا سالتك سؤال انت ما جاوبت اصلا. يعني بجد جماعه اصلا لو سالتني سؤال انا بجاوب. لو يزول سالني سؤال انا في حاجات كثير كان اقولهم دكتور موسى قالهم. ما انت اسكت، ما ده ما زمنك، ده زمن بتاعي. ما ريسبكت
يا اخي يا ما بور دقيقه يا شاول.
ما زمني ما بيور مش
تسكت شويه. ده الدور بتاع شاول. Are you intimidated by what he said? Let him finish. لانه ما قاطعك.
No, he is attacking me.
يا اخي بس خلاص سألك سؤال انت جاوبت، ده ما اتاك. انت بس ما اسمع سؤال واضح، انت بس انت قاعد تشوفه زي اتاك. يا انسان يا انسان بس كده زول يتكلم كلام تاعه. Shall go ahead. These are not interrupted. Whatever he said do not.
اوكي انا ما اقدر اسال. انا اصلا ما بلقى جواب اصلا. نازل ما بلقى جواب. انا ما اعرف الكلام ده اصلا. يعني انا اوريك يعني الثوره.
What do you mean by نازل؟ انا زول واحد. What do you mean نازل؟
يا
انا وانت مش ناس.
اسمع كده calm down. اشرب لك مويه بارد.
Why does he call me نازل؟
ما خلاص ده حسب داير يقولوا. انت مالو freedom of speech. انت بدك تتذكر ولا شنو؟ كان كلاب هاوس فوق بلو هاوس يا شغل. اذا كنت جوا هناك ده كان واحد من الفيكتيمز بتاع بلو هاوس هسه. thank God افتح ميكروفون.
يلا انا اوري ما بيور.
لا كلام انا ما داير كلامك شويه.
انت ما عندك علاقه بالسياسه. انت بعيد. انا لو كلمت لك التاريخ بتاع الجنوب ده وكلمت لك استوائيه تقول انا ما عرفت استوائيه عادي تقول الكلام ده. بس انا قاعد اتكلم عن تاريخ النضالات وعن التحرير. اظن الحرر فهمت؟ ولا الثوره ذات صوره بدا كيف؟
انا
ما كلمت. انت اسكت ما بيور. انا ولا اتكلم دقيقتين بس انا ماشي والله. ده اتكلم دقيقتين بس.
يا مبر في شنو قاعد
بسمع
يحرقك؟
كلام ده كله.
go ahead شاول. انت كان ما قدرت تهندل يا مبيور. you can go down. let شاول يكمل.
ما بيور ده اصلا هو بعيد من السياسه. يا ما بيور انا اوريك بولا يعني زي جنوب السودان هسي. انا هنا ماسكينه في منظومه وفي زول بيحلل ثاني بعد ممكن زول يختلف معي. انا ما عندي مشكله. هو راي وراي لا خلاص. يعني كمنظومه تاجين كانسل هنا ماسكينه زي جيش وداع وناس قلبه شنو ماسكينه ده كله كتار ده. انا اوريك انا هنا فاشلين كده. انا ما امسك لك من زمن دكتور جونا بعد ما يوسف لاق وفات بعد التحرير طلع والثوره طلع والنضال دخل لي. انا ما اقدر اتكلم في السواء عشان ما تزعل مني. لانه لو قلت استواء بتزعل. انت ما قاعد تظبط. ما اقدر اتكلم استواء ده ناس جبانين خلاص. دي ما انه برنامج ولا جاب صوره بدا من بالغزال بدا من تويت بدا من نور بدا من كده خلاص. انا نقتنع بالكلام ده. لانه لو قلت صوره بدا من وين تحكي لك عن صوره بتزعل. منظومه تهدين كتهدين كانت فاشله. اوريك من زمن دكتور جونا. زمن دكتور جون كان قاعد اشوف عرفت انا عربي مره ده كربينو فاني مره. انا بديك نموذج بس اثنين عشان ما اطول لانه ده الناس ما تهساي. لو جينا زمن كير ده فول ملون اول ده ما وقف في كير كده ما كير ده 24 سنه كان واقف جنب كير. مش فات زيل فات مجانا غوت فات جورجيا تور فات دنا تور فات. شوف ده الناس مناظرين كلهم هنا دين كبرانا بس ما في زول هنا. شفت؟ وكير انت قاعد تتكلم من كير رئيس. كير ما رئيس رئيس. كير منو انتخبه؟ كير رئيس حكومه الجنوب يوم الليله. كير ما رئيس رئيس. ما في زول ما كان في ناخبين ينتخبوا. يعني نزل انتخابات مع زول عشان في ناخبين ينتخبون في الدوائر كويس. ما في. انت قاعد تقتنع كير رئيس. كير ما رئيس الدوله نهائي. ميليشيا. كير ميليشيا. اسمع الكلام ده موجع قلبك بس ده حقيقه. قاعد اقول لك انت قاعد تجيب كلام تعملها قايمين. اسي جورجيا كونغو قارب ده مش كان نائب رئيس قاعد لحد ما فات جنوب عمل ناشونال بارتي بتاع مؤتمر وطني في جنوب السودان كويس. الزول شلكاوي ذاك اسمه بيون كاني ده قتلوه ليش؟ لانه ما كان متفق مع الحركه الاسلاميه. جورجيا كان متفق مع الحركه الاسلاميه ومسيب بيمشي كنيسه الحركه الاسلاميه. فهمت؟ هنا فاشلين. دور والله مش داير حقيقه. والله هنا دين كده مش بلد ده. انتوا خربتوا بلد ناس. خربتوا دوله كامله. ما تقدر تديروا اي حاجه. والله لو دوكم مال الشيشه ما تقدر مال الشاي ساكت ده ما تقدر تعملوا اداره. انتوا فاشلين. انت قاعد شاكل مرن بيك لهذا بيجي مرن بيك لهذا بيجي. ده كله من شريط عدنك كده مرن بيك في بيت يورو توني اننا جايين كده جايين لقاقوق جايين كده في المناطق الماشيين في ده كده بوريالا كل دينك قاعد شاكل ما ما تقدر تدير دور لا يا اخوانا ندول الزلطان ندول الزلطان هي قبيله ثانيه دول ونحن عايلوا ما تخافوا ما زول بكتب. والله لازم نازل ممكن يدير البلد بطريقه كويسه بس انتم ما تقدروا تديروا البلد ده. يعني موجه انت انا كان اقول لكم الكلام ده بعرفكم مخكم بعرفه. ده مخ قديم. يعني عندنا ثقافه بقريه. ثقافه بتاعنا بتاع بقر لا يوم الليل بتاع بقر. رئيس ذات عنده بقر نائب رئيس عنده بقر وزير جنون دفر عنده بقر اي زول عنده بقر. يعني بس ثقافه بتاع بقر كده. ادوا الناس اللي بيفهموا في سياسه ادوا الناس اللي بيفهم في الاداره يديروا الناس دي اديل الزول خليه يدير الناس. والله ده كلام بقول لك والله اديل كده. انا ما خايف من اي زول، انا سن كلام استواي بقول هناك بمشي بمشي مريض بكون قاعد ما عندي مشكله. بس انت تحكمني واديني يعني اديني حقوقي بس انت ما تديروا البلد ده. انتوا براكم ما قادرين تقولوا اسي اي كلوب هاوس ده دينك بيشاكلوا مع دينك. مش اسي انا وانت مش مشتبكين دينك مع دينك. ما تلقى اي قبيله ثانيه مشاكل مع قبيله في كلوب هاوس هاي في ميديا. خليك من ارض الواقع ده نار مولع 24 سنه نار مولع. اسي كده دينك قاعد يقتل دينك، اسي كده انا قاعد اتكلم معاك كده قبيله مع قبيله مشاكلين كده رايت ناو كده. يعني انت تقدر تحكم شنو انت؟ ما هنا بشر، انت هنا ما حيوانات، هنا بشر. انت راي للظروف. انا ما اقدر اتكلم لك في السياسه، اتكلم لك في الانسانيه.
You got a phone call.
أنا ما قاعد أسمع كلام بتاع
تلفونه قطع. تلفون جا سوري عنده يا صوته قطع. Okay, so let's go to Kanshal. Busy. أنا ما أعرف منو داري كمان أنا ذاته والله I can't even. Sometimes you see the issues اللي قاعد يحصل ده just أنت بتحك راسك. Anyway ندي فرصة لدكتور مدود. Welcome Mr. مدود, how are you? طبعا أنت سميت التوبيك هنا في دقيقة.
Odysseus.
أنت لا تقول شنو كمان.
Let me say a little bit about what William said.
يا ده ما موضوع بتاع ويليام say and you say. بس دقيقة نمشي قدام لأنه في ناس ما تكلموا مستر مبور بس نديك فرصة.
I didn't even conclude
يا
my
أنت من قبل كده تتكلم for almost more than هنا شاول حتى شاول انقطع من تلفون. ندي لمدود بس احتراما لمدود لأنه ممكن أنت ده ترد له لكن قال لي لأنه ما بيقدر يسمع هو في تلفون. Wait for him when he comes.
Let me conclude.
كمان لسه في conclusion. والله جنوب السودان ده عجائب الدنيا. أنت ما عملت conclusion قبل وادينا فرصة لشاول ما نص. What is your conclusion exactly?
Why you don't allow one person to only think one person?
كده دقيقة عليك. مدود go ahead دكتور مدود.
My name is not Madud.
Yeah, no, ما أنت يا ماتور كده be quiet عليك لا. يا رب لا 30 seconds تاكم للجريمة. أنت لا تقول شنو exactly that to convince us. It already you have spoken enough. أنت ما عملت conclusion.
يا ماتور.
Jesus Christ.
Today, people are arguing about.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Hello guys, just hold on a second. Getting in. I hope they can hear me now. Hello guys.
And Mabor is coming trying to. Sorry. Mabor is trying to again disagree. The bottom line is history cannot be What changed. do you mean these people, yeah, Moses? What do you mean these people?
يا مبور ما تكون sensitive man لك stop sensitivity بتاعك ده لأنه أنت داير تعمل كأنه sorry دكتور هناي. You know the guy is so sensitive every word أنت داير شنو قاسي شنو you people. أسمع حتى African American they don't call you people ده كان issue خلاصهم got over it. So أنت كده understand في conflict هناك وفي issues. أنت لو بس داير ناس يجاملوك you're not gonna get that from us. Just accept that there is something wrong and it accept to agree to disagree. لكن ما تعمل sensitivity انت قاصد شنو with okay you think as you want to think like انت بتعرف كلامنا واضح. Okay في زول ناس المفترض يتكلم and then انت ده
I am not here as thinker.
Well, either Denkawi, Kantadero, or Lamader is your reality, it's your identity. A government, alas, Masik de Bisin Bitak.
I'm talking as Mabur.
Ma khalas tamata dakle kalam ita gat okay kanta gat filter ma gat to speak in the name of Dinka wala ta gat ji hina ka Dinka, then speak like that, but don't force us to accept what you're trying to tell us to accept. You accept yourself, but don't accept
unacceptable tribalism.
listen
شباب معلش كان بس دقيقة
والله ما بو اسمع ما بو انا بدي اقول لك شيء
دقيقة داير اقول حاجة يا كرم داير اقول لك حاجة مبيور ما قبلية انا دينكاوي انا قبلية انا وانت اخوان
الزول ده ما هيفهم انا قاعد اتكلم هو احترام هو قاعد يزعل وقاعد يسال يا كأننا قبلين خلاص اعتبرنا قبلين ان شاء الله اعتبرنا هنا بك ناتسيين هتعمل شنو يعني كان بيجينا اخواننا مسلمين هتعمل شنو ما ده that's us لكن انت accept yourself
I have to protest.
اوكي انت ما فيك تبروتست في بيت انت ما فيك تبروتست في مكة ولا في فاتيكان اوكي انت مش protest somewhere else كان في بور هناك ولا مكان لكن هنا do not protest about ليه هنا قاعدين believe in this. So this is my people. We talk about Equatoria and we talk about this issue of South Sudan اللي قاعد يكوست Equatoria to suffer. انت ما ده تكسبت بدأت تجيب لنا كلام بتاعك يكون في راسنا على اساس انه انت ده تورين او بين بتاع هنا.
Okay, enjoy now.
انت ده تقول لنا بين بتاع انت بين بتاع هنا.
Enjoy your.
Okay, خلاص شكرا. You don't have to respond. You don't have to respond every minute. كده سوري شاول انا ميوت يو بس كان في حاجه الدكتور قاعد يقول
لا اوكي ما في مشكله خليه يتكلم الدكتور موسى خليه يتكلم انا بجي وراه
عشان سوري
اوكي انا بتكلم 1 minute بس
يعني
اقول حاجه دي نازل
I just want to say يعني for us to be born is it's not a choice, is not a choice, because if one were to be asked where you want to be born, people could have been born in different places. Yeah, Mabior. When God decided to send you in that community, you have to accept it. It is not that you reject it and you become so shy about it. You should be proud. That's why sometimes we put the PTR here, we are proudly Equatorians. Because you cannot, first you have to accept yourself, and then from there you accept your community, and then from there you accept your country. But if you don't accept yourself, you are shy of yourself, this is what it is torturing you mentally, it is torturing you socially. Because each time people mention that thing, you get irritated, you get annoyed, and you get angry. Why are you angry? We never asked God for you to be born in that community. Have you ever asked God? So please, we're telling you, love yourself, and then from there, love your community and move forward so that we can become civilized like Equatorians. But if you don't want to be civilized, you stay where you are, my brother. Thank you.
Shaul, go ahead, please. It's your turn.
اوكي شكرا. الشيء اللي اقول له ما بيور طبعا هنا يا كل شيء هنا النخبه السياسيه وهنا بس يعني دينكا نمبر 1 ما هنا ما قاعد مشاكل بعد زول قاعد مشاكل ممكن يدين دينكا السبيع او ممكن مشاكل ما قاعد مشاكل كلكم كذابين ما تعمل حاجه يعني التحرير بتاعكم والصور اللي قاعد تقولوا ده ما انت اللي لقيتوه بجاهز انت جيت في مركز تابوه بس المحل انت قاعد تتكلم فيه وسيم مبيور الكلام اللي قاعد تقوله ده عشان انت في مركز قوه عندك القروش وعندك السلاح بس ما عندك اي حاجه. جنوب السودان ما في جيش يوم الليله ده انا بتكلم معك لو يوحنا ممكن يحتل جنوب بكره كينيا ممكن يحتل جنوب افريقيا بص ممكن يحتل جنوب بكره في 2 hours بس ما عندكم جيش بتاع قبائل وجيش كله ميليشيات كله ما عندكم جيش اديل كده جيش كله بيقبل لبعض اخوان جيش كله اخوان كده ما عندكم اي حاجه. جنوب السودان دول فاشل وهنا فشلنا باداره بتاعنا فهمت؟ انت قاعد تتكلم بتومنيا بالكمان عادي اتكلم في سفاره كله بتومنيا ما في دوله زي ما بيبقى لو انت طرت فوق عملت شنو ما بيبقى لو داير نعمل دوله اوكي نعمل دوله عديد نتكلم حقائق انت تعرف حقيقه بس ما داير تتكلم فهمت؟ تعرف حقيقه مو حصل شنو في الجنوب تعرفه بس انت لما تجي بتكلم بلسانك انت دينكاوي خلينا نحت يعني خلينا دينكا نحت ما بيجي ما في حاجه كده. شكرا لكم شباب. انا ما اقدر اتكلم كثير كده عشان ما يزعلوا.
اسمع ما بيزعل عليك انت عندك حق حريه التعبير. الدار يزعل يكب حاله في بحر احنا بنكمل كلامنا حقيقه لازم يكون at the end حتى لو انت disagree انت عندك right to dispute it but also understand the other person, you cannot convince him based on what you believe. If he finally understood, then he will come to realization. لكن احنا ما بعدين في حاجه واحد في الحقيقه ما ده تقنع الزول الحقيقه موجود. المشكله هل الناس بتوجهوا له ولا لا؟ شكرا لك شاول، انت قاعد تقول كلامك and I understand you clearly. طبعا الناس ثانيين دول هم بيقولوا ليه شاول قاعد يتكلم against these people. لكن انت ما قاعد تتكلم against it. انت قاعد to tell them the truth because they're afraid to say it and afraid to face it. Let's hear from Dr. Madut. If you're ready, اتفضل unmute yourself. Go ahead, sir. And let انت كمان ده تتكلم يا ميردت. انا قبلك ناديتك لما انت ما عارف انت مشيت وين. اتفضل عندك 30 seconds ساك ده لسه موجود. ده تقول شنو exactly؟
أنا كنت داير بس يعني you know how I've been keeping quiet and I listen to all these mess up stories from left and right. I want to touch base in to read 1955, 18 of August 1955. You know, the history recorded very well, and the guy was in charge of that day. Who can surgeon ismu Matiang, who min awla Denka. Yellow Mao group min awla Equatoria. Wal Zora Masul Minum Al Kabir kan mashi Juba. And then they were asked also to be transported to Juba, and then after that they will be replaced by Arab, and then they will have to be taken to Khartoum, so they can participate in a parade for the independence. And then these boys, they already refused it. So now people are talking here about saying Yagi, it was only Equatorian, Baram, Bas Kide Yazol, Mafi Zoltani Ma. This is not, it's not logic, yeah, my brother.
Yeah, Matiang.
Okay.
Matiang,
even the guy, hang on, let's about to finish.
Leave him to talk.
انت ده كلام ده بيعجبكم كيف؟ عشان تقول في ماتيانج جوا هناك وفي مجاك هناك. Go ahead, يلا نسمع. ما ده قصص تاكم ده انت يا ناس.
I want to give you. Okay. The guy that was coordinating between the fuck is this? فعلا المفروض جنوبين تاني يحاربوا في واو. المفروض كان جنوبين يحاربوا في واو، جنوب بتاع جنوبين في واو، جنوب بتاع جنوبين في باقي مدن زي مالكال وكده. لكن those they kept quiet, they did not do any move. But the people from the Torid garrison هم عملوا they refused to take the orders of their replacement. ما كان Equatorian Barang. Okay? And that wasn't the first day anyway.
لا انت قلت ماتيان يا بدا ميتني ده كويس. انت كويس ورينا اسم بتاعه عشان نقدر نعرف.
لا ماتيان كان ياو the surgeon in charge of the garrison. Okay, why does Matiang is recorded in the book anyway. I'm not saying from my mind. ده العربي ياو كتبوا ذاته. نازل كتبوا how the mutiny started.
يعني الزول انت قاعد تشكل ما بيجي بيكتب لك قصه بتاعك والله تسوي معلمين كده. Go ahead نسمع.
Well, it was recorded as an incident. What was happening? So who was in charge? Munu Yaukan surgeon. Munu Yaukan. The most highest ranking person was surgeon. Zol بتاع رغيب يعني زول بتاع 23. Okay, بقول له رغيب بالعربي بقول له بالانجليزي surgeon. فزول المسؤول الكبير المفروض اللي هو المفروض يكون in charge in that garrison. واللي هو اللورد بعد الرسول كان من أولاد إكواتوريا لكن was already been taken to Juba. Okay, and this man because he knew that زول المسؤول الكبير بتاعهم يعوزات وشالو, so they know way that they're going to leave them, so they coming and they will take them by force, and then he say no, we're not going to go, and he has his comrade, he says okay, let us just resist, and that's how they started. That's how these things. So it was a collectively contribution. had a few ناس دينكا.
خلاص انت عملت more than 1 minute عشان توريني عن ماتيانغ وناس مجاك. خلينا نمشي لقدام. شكرا لك لانه كلامك ده ما داخل. انت قلت لي عربي يا كتب لك قصه ده. سو انت ده تبليف انه ماتيانغ ومجاك كانوا موجودين.
لا ما اعرف بس حتى انجلش people they recorded as well.
خواجه كمان والله انتوا عندكم قوه كيف؟ ده ما تجيب لك
كمان هاي.
والله زي
anyway, if you want to refer you to the north,
Okay, let's stop there. Let's move on. Dr. Madud, انت
Okay,
جاهز؟
move.
واو قلت لك انت قعدت ساعات كلها عشان تفكر متى ده كيف. Alright, let's move. Madud, are you there? Unmute yourself. انا ظاهر الحاجه تاعك ده انت المايك بتاعك مقفول. اسمع انا ما اعرف وين السرفتيست انا كده كده يا جماعه كده. Oh Lord, Doctor, yeah, Dr. Moses. انت موجود؟ دقيقه.
So you are not allowed me to talk anymore.
Oh God, كده نسمع كده جاي تقول لنا شنو هسه ده قال متى انت جاي تقول مناسب جا فوق. Let's نسمع من بروفيسور ماتوت. اتفضل تقدر تتكلم. ماتوت, it's your turn then. Go ahead. لانه مدود ما في. انا ما اعرف مدود is having hard time.
We can't hear any noise, any voice, anybody talking.
Oh sorry.
Yeah,
يا اخي انا قلت
I asked
خليه
you
يمشي
guys,
قدام
I
خليه
asked
يمشي
you
قدام
don't
قلت
want to give me a chance.
يا ماتوت انا قلت مدود ما قاعد يفتح ميكروفون انا ما اعرف what's going on. So Professor Matut, go ahead يا والله ماتوت المهم ده تقول لنا.
Yeah, Matut, yeah.
Oh تومبي ما تكلم دقيقه يا ماتوت
Tombe,
سوري. تومبي فعلا انا مستم لانه هو قبلك بيجي بيطلع. تومبي انت موجود؟
Okay, allow them
After
to
you,
talk.
after تومبي انت بتيجي طبعا. ما تومبي انت موجود؟ Unmute yourself please. نازل نام ولا شنو؟ اوكي بروفيسور ماتوت go ahead. انا ما شايف تومبي قاعد يتكلم. ايوه زول كان ما قادر يفتح الميكروفون انا
Anyway,
بنمشي
thank you very
لقدام.
much.
اتفضل.
I will be leaving shortly.
هسه قول لنا منو زياده
the talk here.
سوري بدل نقول انت جاي تجيب مناسب في كلام ميتوني ده قال طبعا ماتيان فوقه وبعد شيء انا جاي اسمع مجاك ومنو هناك. المهم كده جو اهد نسمع قصص تاكم يعني قصص خيالي كده شويه.
Let me tell you this one. So thank you very much, moderator. You tried to manage the room. So now it's good to talk, and then it's good to tell our history. You see, so we talk about your own people before. You talk about the Equatorian and the Nuer. They talk about the Nuer, and nobody talk about the Denga. So now I will talk about the Denga.
Yeah, Rabbana.
The Denga has a very long history in the world. Leave alone.
Jesus.
We have a history in China, where our people went to China under slavery, African slavery. They were participating in the Great Wall of China. That's why we have a name in China today, the name of Denga there. We have Deng, we have Bol, we have a Lair. That is number one. So the Denga people has a long history in the world. When you go to America, the Denga man who was leading the army. His name called Chong Maimer from Aliap from Irul community went to help Abraham Lincoln for the unity of American country. Okay. So Maimer was leading that group. That man was from Denga. He was died there and the body was transported to Egypt. That is second. The first man in the world, the first intellectual person was from Denga. Jesus Christ was from Denga, from the Kui Kingdom. It was the first country.
God, this is funny.
Jesus Christ was a Denga person. Okay? Denga people has a long history around the world. So you people, you will never defeat Denga people, whether in terms of intellectualism, or in terms of war, or in terms of manpower. You will never win anything. The Denga society has a long history. Everybody know him. And the Equatorian people, you have leading the war in Nyanya 1. You will never win. You fail. And Denga people never fail. Wherever they go for a mission, they never fail. Okay, they never fail. Before Joseph Lago joined the movement in 1962, Joseph Woodwork was the leader. And then Gordon Mator came. Okay. And after that, Agri Jardin took a power from Joseph Woodwork. They were failed. And then Gordon Mator came up 1967 again. And then when Joseph Lago came in the movement, and then he took power by coup in 1969. See, I think everybody is living.
Well, أنا سامينك لما
Everybody is living.
اسمع سامينك يا جيك
Yeah.
سامينك لما تقول Jesus Christ هو ذاته من جاي من دينكا. So go ahead, let's
Mini
go.
Denga, yeah, Mini Denga,
We're
yeah.
listening here. His name was
Jesus Christ was
Alon,
not
right?
a son
Alon?
of God. Was not a son of God. He never been in America. He never been in
Okay,
another world.
أنا سميت. That's good.
Okay. We have a long history. You people, our position is this one. The Denga people in South Sudan today, they have no plan to fight with anybody. We have no plan to fight with the Equatorian, to fight with the Nuer. No. We don't have that plan. Our power, our number does not be used to fight with our brothers. We don't have that plan in a Denga society. We don't have that plan. So you people, you will never win anything. And I tell you from now, the next group coming from Denga society would be very worse, more than Salva Kiir government. The next generation, they will be very worse, more than a group of Salva Kiir and not Makwede, not Kwalmanyang. They would be better. If you don't change your language from now, the next group coming, they will be more dangerous. There will be no compromise. I'm telling you the truth.
ما في كلام فارغ. اسمع انا امسك لك امسك لك جيوان ده الناس كلهم مخالفين. اسمع امسك لك الحكومه بتاعتك امسك لك جيوان راس تاج الجمهوريه الناس كلهم مخلفين انت. لا زول انا كلام فارغ ما اقول اسمع كلام فارغ.
انت انتهيت يا بروفيسور ورينا يا متوت انت انتهيت.
انت جاي من وين؟
المهم بس انت ركز لقيس بتاعك. انت قلت focus on what you try to tell us انه generation بتاع الدينكا الجاي ده اخطر من الدينكا بتاعكم القديم. So انتوا جايين تورونا الويل يعني.
The next generation, I said the next generation coming, they will be worse more than Salva Kiir Mayadi. If you don't change your language from now, and then you will see what is going on. If you don't change, I requested you Equatorian to change your language before the government of Salva Kiir went down. If you keep talking like this to generalize the Denga, you will see the result. You will be learn a lesson. You will learn a lesson later on. If you are keeping insulting the Denga society in this way, you will see the result. And trust me, you will learn a lesson from the Denga community one day. If you don't change your mind now, if you don't change your tongue, do not insulting all the young.
Odyssey, we're not going to take this threat. Okay?
اسمع خليته ما نوري. Let them speak. This is good. يطلع من قلبه. احنا بنعرف احنا بنعرف نرد. بس خليه يكمل كلامه. That's good recording. Let's go.
Let me tell you this one. I said it is no problem for that. You record no problem. But I repeat it. I said you change your mouth from now. We need respect.
انت كان انتهيت من تهديد بروفيسور ولا ماتوت. كان انتهيت بس ورينا عشان نقدر.
You will learn a lesson. You will learn
انت وريتنا انتهيت من تهديد عشان نمشي لقدام.
If you keep talking like this to a Denga, you will learn a lesson. Unless you change your mouth, we need a respect in South Sudan because that country belongs to all of us. That country belongs to Equatoria. That country belongs to Nuer. That country belongs to 64 tribes. does not belong to the Denga. Nobody owns it. Now the government failed, not the Denga. Now you change the agenda, the failure of the government to the Denga side. That is the great mistake that you have made. You just talk with the government. That is your government. Salva Kiir is your government. If you are insulting him about his failure, no problem for that. But when you are insulting the entire Denga every day, that is a different topic. And I ask you to withdraw your mouth from now onward. Salva Kiir will go.
You want to kill me, huh?
Paul Manyang will go. And then everybody will go.
Professor Lutafik ولا متى كتفك تلخص كلام تهديد ده
How long do you think the Denga will be keep quiet from your insult? How long?
All right, it انتهت. I hope it انتهت عشان نقدر نمشي لقدام. All right. Wow. Anyway, I don't want to comment on this. I mean, they will, the answer will come in its proper amount and time. So let's just move on. Dr. Madud, are you there? You're able to speak? Wala ma gadir. لأنه صراحة, it's really, I think we exhausted things, but even that was not the main thing we talked about. But it's good that, Mr. Motot, Mr. Motot kind of like expressed his feeling, what he's saying, but it's kind of really very shameful. Just let me tell you straightforward. Yeah, Benjamin Motot, it's very shameful.
Maybe I can, if you may let me throw something for 1 second too.
Yeah, and I don't think we need to respond to him in anything like that, but I just say it's so shameful that this is what we do, and good, because it's not the first time. And I want the Ecuadorian to understand carefully when we such things, because Hatta lo Magalu is still there. The action is in the ground, and good thing.
Let me tell you, this one we don't care. We don't care. Well, you keep talking. Keep talking that way.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
ما تقول برجالة اسمع داير اقول هاي 1 minute لدكتور موسيس معلش 1 minute بس للجول دكتور موسيس اننا صفه وهميه انا اوريك الكلام ده انا كلامك عجبني شديد قبل وكلمت اشار الساحلي ونزل يتكلم قدامي كده في حاجات كثير كان المفروض اقولها انت قلتهم انا هنا صفه وهميه يا دكتور موسيس كان في حاجه اسمها شفافيه في المال العام وفي حاجه اسمها تداول السلطه بطريقه سلميه وينه من 83 كم سنه سي ما قبل ما ولدونا ده 83 انا ما جيت في الدنيا ده لسه قاعدين بس دينكا وماسك البلد ده انا بعرف وزير بسنه تامنه وزير اتحادي فهمت عشان دينكا فانا عشان قاعد اقول لقريب ده لمعطات وما بيورا وانا فشلنا في الاداره ده والله لازم والله فشلنا في اداره البلد عشان كده المفروض نتنازل انت لو فشلت ما تركب راسك ما انت تودينا في حاويه تودي يعني قريب 12 مليون في حاويه ما ممكن تركب راسك كده ما حاجه ما قدرت توصل يعني الصفوه المفروض تكون ناس متعلمين زي كيزان ده انا مقتنع بالمعتمد الوطني هم متعلمين كلهم دكاتره عندهم درجات هسي انت قاعد تقول انت بروف ما تقول انت بروف انت يعني درجه 100 اخذت يعني ده انا ما كلمت زول بروف يتكلم فرنسي ده كان زول بروف اخذت درجه زي ده لو انت بروف اصلا انا ما ممكن اتكلم كلام ممكن قاعد تقوله ده لكن قاعد تتكلم كلام بتاع بلطجه قاعد تخبط ساكت بس ده تخبط بس قاعد تقوم ما عندك اي حاجه قاعد تقوله نفس الحكومه كده يعني حكومه بتاعت يا قريبي ده دوله انت ده حاجه تعرف المؤسسه حاجه اسمه مؤسسه عديل كده ما عندك كلام زي ده ما في اصلا انا قاعد اتكلم ده انا بتكلم بالمؤسسه ولو ما تعرف او لا عشان اروم في ناس قاعد يتكلموا ما لاقي طريقه لو انا داير طريقه بقول لكم والله بفرتكم كلكم انت فاشلين في حاجات انا الناس ما قاعد اقول لكم ما قاعد نفتح لا ما المرض ده احنا لكم لانه الزول المتخلف زول لما يكون متخلف انا زول لما يتخلف انا برحمه بس انا داير زول واعي كده انا زول يجيني زول كده دينكا ودكتور هنا يجي هنا او زول استاذ كده مهندس كده يتكلم كده زول خريج جامعه يجي يتكلم كلام سليم انتوا قاعدين تجوا ورا بقر كلكم ورا بقر نفس فهم بتاع بقر ده فهم بتاع الفراتنا ده تدبشي حاجه بس ما في دوله بتاع دقش قريبي دوله ما بتبشوا دوله باسسوا دوله في مؤسسات في قوانين في دستور ها ما في كده وين السلطه التشريعيه حق والتنفيذيه وينه ما في قلت لك تكسر القرش كله لا كتير قاعد سرق قرش الرئيس ده سرق قرش ده تقنعني يعني يعني المفروض نتكلم عن احنا دينكا، لو احنا دينكا ممكن نقبل نكون دينكا، بس نقول حقيقه خلينا جنوبيين كدوله كامل المفروض نقول حقائق. ولا يا ماتا شوف كلام ده قاعد يقول لك ده الدوله ده بيكون قاعد كده، مش شايف همتي يستولى للسودان برضه الدنيا ده بلف كده بيجينا. لا لما يجينا ده ما بعرف وضعنا وكيشن ولا لازم خلط كله خلط من تاسيس من 2004 خلط ليوم الليله خلط. اصل انا دارس على سؤالكم، دارس على سؤال مبيور اديني انجازات تاع الجيش الشعبي من 2013 ولا الجيش الشعبي لتحرير السودان عمل كده كده كجيش وطني، اديني انجازات بتاعه بس حاجه عمل سمح كده. مشينا حاربنا مع السودان، مشينا حاربنا مع يوغندا، حاربنا مع كينيا، مشينا حاربنا مع تشاد، حاربنا مع افريقيا الوسطى، مشينا كده. اديني مع كونغو، اديني الجيش الشعبي قاعد يدخل في المواطنين بتاعه بس ما في جيش شعبي. وصل الجيش الشعبي القاعد ده لو انا مثلا ماشي استوائيه عندي بدلات يعني كان ماشي مناطق عمليات، انا ماشي مناطق عمليات يعني انا ماشي مع الريبول، ناس كاتر الريبول، ناس علمني الريبول، انا بصرف مرتين. لو انا ملازمول بصرف 14,000 لو انا مشيت في على النيل ولا مشيت استوائيه، بس لو في بارغزال تصرف 7,000. صح ولا ما صح؟ انتوا كذابين كلكم. تعال فوق انت دنكاو، تعال فوق كل كلام كده مش دي المناطق بتاع الريبول، دي جنوبين، دي الجنوبين متمردين. اول مره تشوف جنوبي متمرد، جنوبي مع جنوبي متمرد، انا لازم مستغرب. نويراو متمرد، شلكاو متمرد، ناس كاتر متمردين، انواع متمردين، مورلي متمردين، اشولي متمردين. ده معقول في جنوب؟ لازم كله حارب معكم. انت عملت شنو؟ انت حاربت وين؟ اديم تاريخ بتاعك كله، تاريخكم كله تمرد، كله تاريخ الدين كله تمرد كله. اتمردتوا من كير، اتمردتوا من كله. مشينا خرطوم، انت خرطوم للسلام.
انا قلت دينكا
تمرد ده حاجه طبيعي اننا انا ممكن نتمرد في لندن، مش انا قاعد في لندن نفسي ممكن نتمرد عادي. ده طبيعي بتاعنا ده يعني ده كاتشل ممكن نتمرد عادي. شكرا لكم، مع السلامه. شكرا
يا عجل Saul. They honest conversation. Yeah, that's how we can move forward. Thank you.
All right. المهم go ahead محارب. وانا شفته كده يمكن حاجه. وانا ما سمعنا من باتريشيا، كنا عاوزين نسمع منه، لكن بس عاوز اقول حاجه انه خلاص وصلنا لمرحله كده عاوزين نختم الموضوع ذاته. بدينا طبعا يوم مشاكل تجريبيه، لما تيجي تبدا في الموضوع conversation ناس مرات بيبحروا بعيد من ال main topic of discussion. But when we started, we played the recording to Kiir, and we started in English. قمنا حولناه لعربي على أساس إنه كير he spoke in a speech, saying some condescending kind of language, and even in that language that he said, trying to be condescending, it was very, very poor in his speech reading, because the reading was so poor, even elementary school would be better. But anyway, that's not my problem. But the saddest thing about it, in that speech, he was, playing this, innocent kind of person in so many things. خاصة ذاته في the Hyber Court that he mentioned, he's trying to kind of like act like he's really trying to do his best, but it's up to the judiciary and all that. And above to this, في موضوع كمان بيتعلق this discussion كان on reconciliation and peace and reconciliation. So there was a lot of people from international communities. يعني كلام بتاعه كان كلام very يعني ما convincing and is unsatisfactory in all the matter. So there was a lot of things that I was looking forward كان نسمع من جنوبين اللي سمعوا. Unfortunately عندنا كان عدد بسيط اللي سمعوا معانا وقدروا يدوا contribution بتاعهم. أنا بشكرهم وبشكر ديدي كمان بالأخص لأن هي looked at this topic, I mean this video and brought it up, and she wanted us to kind of discuss it. And we have to discuss it because الوضع هسه ده Kiir guy dictator. Let's be honest, Kiir would be a dictator because there's a lot of mess. يعني أنت شايف زي هسه method هنا, he's talking some things اللي قاعد improve. Kiir is representing who and who are looking to the يعني to group قاعد look up to this, this regime, because this regime is tribal, and Kiir is actually the chief of the tribe of Dinka. لأنه واضح. Yeah, I know you might be offended كدينكا, لكن let's be sincere. انت داير كل الناس يجاملوك، داير الناس يقولوا كلنا كويسين حلوين نقعد سوا نenjoy. لكن listen انت تعمل violation to other people اللي بيعرف نفسه who've been violated, he will not be sitting down and talk nonsense to you. He will be honest with you and say, you know what, you are the one who violated. هنا أسف واضح خلاص, like no return. We have been in a crossroad. The same like happened. طبعا انتوا أسف laugh at us, oh يكتور انتوا بس كلام وكده. لكن let me assure you that احنا اللي قاعدين نتكلم ده, we are trying to awake the conscience of those who needed awakening. لأنه في كتورين تانيين they have been so numb with the, you know, النوعية بتاع الجبن اللي فيهم. في ناس أنا بقول لك هم بقى عندهم جبن, بالأخص المثقفاتية بتاع استوائية, أكثريتهم بقى عندهم روح بتاع جبن. يعني they are afraid even to face the reality. يعني ما بنقدر نسكت بالثقافة بتاعك. What is the use of your education and your you know, your intellectuality? أنت كان ما قادر to fight for your people and speak for your people blunt and clear. Listen, إحنا جربنا politics, but the politics of South Sudan does not work. Like brother Nasser Gabrishai mentioned a very important thing. That بلد ده كان ده ناصر الأمور, في ناس mentioned قال بلد ده Kalashnikov. You know, it's now it's the power of a gun that speaks, and this is the reality of this country. But do you think hasta في hybrid court that will be anything will be implemented? Of course not. That's a lie. It will never be implemented because البلد ده وصل لمرحلة يعني إحنا وصلنا لا عودة له, والشعب خلاص وصل لمرحلة اللي انقسمنا حتى في النسيج الاجتماعي. يعني the social fabric is already been, you know, broken, and yet احنا بس قاعدين كقنبلة مؤقتة. It is not really necessary have to be show it in the public, لأن لما القنبلة قاعد يجي يقوم حاجة ده عنده عداد بتاعه بيشتغل, لكن لما نيجي تكفي ساعة الصفر كل شيء بيظهر بوضوح. في ناس عاوزين يلعبوا دور التغطية وكلامات البلبسة, لكن let's be honest, في ناس ماتوا من كلام الحاجات الناس بيغطوها, لأنه already ضحايا بتاعه بملايين, والضحايا بتاعه ما بدأ اليوم ولا بدأ في 2013 ولا بدأ حتى في 2005. ضحايا بتاعه بدأ من بداية تكوين الحركة الشعبية, لأن الحركة الشعبية من بدأ ما كان بدأ بطريقة صحيحة. البداية بتاعه بيختلف من بداية بتاع نيانيا. هسه بقينا نسمع في متشان بقى دخل في نيانيا بتاعنا, إنه أنا استغربت, ما أنا ما بقول نيانيا بتاعنا, لكن ده كان نيانيا لمصلحة الشعب الجنوبي. متشان ده جا من جوا توريد هناك, أنا ما أعرف كان التهيلي كان موجود, كان يقول لي في متشان هناك قاعد معاهم في توريد كان. So anyway, this is a story اللي really it just shows you the mindset اللي احنا عايشين فوقه. Mindset of colonialism in a way يعني واضح, حتى they want to colonize your mind through false knowledge, giving you this notion that انت يا اخي انت ذاته ما عندك كان جزء, انت ذاته كنت يعني still a supporting cast زي ما انت هسه supporting cast, وانت بس انت always depend on us, احنا يا the masters. يا هسه زي زول متى كمان قال يا اخي هم في تشاينا مشوا بنوا حيطه, انا ما رأيت هيتا. المهم حاجات كده يعني انا خايف بكره بيجي
اسمع ده اسمع ده صورة اسمع صورة حسين العظيم من هنا وهنا. ده صورة حسين العظيم
يعني وصلنا كده لكذا خياليه. انا خايف بعد بيجي يقولوا ده نيل ارمسترونج ده كان دنكاوي, ده ما كان من امريكا, دي جانا دنكا. يعني انت تعرف نيل ده نيل ولا نيال, بيجي يقولوا ده نيل ولا كيف يا شاول.
انا يوم هديت الروم كده انا قاعد استغربت, سمعتها انا بستغرب بضحك, بكون قاعد بستمتع يعني. بعد مرات بكون ما عندي هنا, ما عندي نت, يلا بكون عندي بكون بحضر جنب البلاي ستيشن, يلا لو سمعتها بكون احيانا نسمع. لقيت مره كده قمت عليك كده فتحنا قال مريم مزرعه من دين كم عرب وجيس سابوه من ناول لا ناس عجيبين, وده من يوحنا من ابيي. حاجه غريب يا اخي, الناس والله بيستغربوا. انا ما قاعد استغرب سمعتها والله بضحك يعني, سمعتها كده تضحك يعني انه حاجه ده اصلا يعني. انا عشان كده قاعد لو بتكلم في النخب ده كمهنيين يعني تجمع يعني, ولا برضه كنت تجمع بتاع مهنيين في جنوب السودان مثلا يعني ما في. يلا الناس اللي ماسكين السلطه هسه اللي قاعدين في السلطه قاعدين له لا يا انا بعرف 54 وزير, 54 سفير ومدينك. انا بعرف 360 وزير اتحادي, 360 ومدينك. بيجي 200 وشويه كده باذن. طيب انا ما اعرف باقي الناس وينهم. تفضل.
انا داير اعمل تعليق. يا بالنسبه question بتاعك يا جول انت قبل قلت SPLM ده عمل اي حاجه.
لا ما كلام، ما قلت لك كده، انا قلت لك بدا صوره منه التحرير والنضال بدا من وين؟ لا ده السؤال بتاعي، ما قلت لك ما كلمت على SPLM ده جديده انت. انا قاعد اتكلم في نياني وانا نياني شو. انا قاعد اتكلم في نياني، ما كلمت في SPLM ده مساته من حساباتي. SPLM اسمع، SPLM مبيور، ولا اتكلمت عن SPLM ولا قاعد اتكلم عنه ذاته. ده منظومه فاشله، انا ما قاعد اتكلم عنه. انا كلمت لك عن نياني 1 ونياني 2 بدايه التحرير والنضال والثوره. انا قلت لك ده منو اسسه وين؟ في برغزال ولا في اهل النيل؟ انت قاعد تزوق من سؤال ليش؟ انت جيت براك اسي. انت قاعد تزوق من سؤال ليش شنو؟ انا كان سؤالي لك البدا تحرير منو؟ تحرير بتاع الجنوبيين، كان هنا الجنوبيين.
لا انا جاوبت
ما جاوبت وقلت شنو؟ ده منو؟ ازول منو؟ اسمه منو زول لا؟ ولا ايه؟
ده كان مجموعه من العسكر.
ايه منو؟ البدا التحرير منو؟ كان اوكي، كان قائد منو؟ اوكي مجموعه ما في قائد، كان قائد منو؟ قائد بتاع التحرير منو؟ بتاع الثوره بتاع النضال كم منو؟ ممكن تجاوبني؟
ده ما كان اسمه ثوره في البدايه.
ما شمالين بقولوا لنا، ما شمالين بقولوا لنا مرتنا دي. ما شمال بقول مرتنا، بس انا قاعد اقول الثوره ده نضال، ده ثوره يعني تحرير. يلا كان الكان
ناس جبن ناس رينالدو
الكان اوكي الكان القائد منو؟ القائد دي خليك يا مبيور، الكان قائد منو؟ قائد الثوره كان منو؟ قائد تمر اوكي قلت مر كان منو؟
لا شتتوا قبل ما يشكلوا اي حاجه.
كان منو طيب؟ اوكي مره ثانيه، مره اول شتتونا مره ثانيه كان منو؟ برضه ما طريقه
يا جاب قال لاغو
جوزيف لاغو مش من بارخزال ولا من النيل؟
لا من اكواتوريا
يعني من استوايه مش؟ شكرا. هاي ديل نزل الصوره يعني انت مفتح. شكرا.
بتاعت مكيان يوم ده قبل مريال قال جرول مريال قال انتوا عارفين يعني دون dismiss كلام المريال قال انه كان
انت قصدك متيانغانيور مش؟
نو ما متيانغانيور. مريال قال
من مريال دي كمان جاب بداية جديد كده كمان أسوأ ذاته من صورة تشاينا قال تشاينيز من تلك بناوي. قال متيان ده كمان كان ويا واحد المشرف هناك، أنا ما أعرف ميتين ده بدأ ما متيان ولا بدأ ما متيان. نسمع من مبور.
أنا داير أقول don't dismiss it outright like that because حاجة اسمه Equatorial Corps ده ما كان من إكواتوريين براهم، يعني ده كان القوة الوحيدة بتاع جنوب السودان. ده كان القوة العسكرية بتاع هول جنوب السودان، فكان فوق الناس دينكا وكان فوق الناس كله.
يا اخي جيب لي دليل، بس انا داير دليل، ما تقول لي قصص.
لكن شنو؟
زي ما هنا ده قاعد يقول قصص حبوبات.
ابدا جيب ابدا مش جيب ابدا بالتاريخ. هاي ابدا بالتاريخ.
The title of the book, as I told you, you don't come to.
ما عندك انت تايتل للبوك ده تيجي تقول لي انت قريت كتاب وما في تايتل فوقه. what kind of story؟ يلا متى ده كان اسم بتاعه.
You go and search.
انا بدي استرجع باب متى، انا ما عندي علاقه مع متى، انا بس بعرف
Equatorial Corps. No, Equatorial Corps. I'm not saying there was. I haven't read anything that someone called Matiang was there, but I am telling you, don't dismiss that someone by name like a young name or anything like that would be among the Equatorial Corps. Yeah, because that was the can go about University Sudan. The can go about Equatoria. It just was based in Equatoria with majority of from Equatoria. Yeah, so that is the حقيقة تاريخية.
لكن يا مبيور دار اسالك سؤال، اسمع دار اسالك سؤال مبيور، اسمع دار اسالك سؤال دقيقه مبيور. قبل الصوره تاع جسد لاقو ده يعني كان الصوره الاول كان منو بتاع اديني تاريخ بتاع الزمن، ولا انا بعرف صوره انا قريت لي جسد لاقو كثير على فكره وانا بعرفه مره مشيت له زياره. لا دي خليه جسد لاقو قبليه ما انت قلتها ده الصوره الثانيه كان في مجموعه كده. يلا المجموعه كان عم كم كان ناس وبدا من وين؟ كان في النيل 55 جسد لاقو كان ما في 55 جوزيف لاغو ما في 55.
لا جوزيف لاغو was not there. Joseph Lago joined in 63.
63 يا اخي انت مالك انت؟ زولا
يا
مبور انا I don't.
Let me tell you this.
انت ده تكونفيرم حاجه اللي انا listen ده ما موضوع. بعدين نيجي نتكلم عن انيانيا واستابلشمنت. انت ابدا بريسيرش ده. we will have a room اللي بيتوك about انيانيا. تعال جيب لي ناس ماتيان وناس منو هناك و55 ده منو فوق وكان فوق ذاته. You know anybody that
No,
you
في حاجة
know.
شول ما بيعرف هنا. في
المهم
حاجة شول is missing. Shoal thing, Joseph Lago was among the 55, 1955.
اشيل بعرفه يا ما بيور شيل بعرفه.
You think so?
لما نجي نتفاوض مع حكومه الجنوب، مع حكومه الشمال، مع الجنوبيين، جا واحد دينكاوي جسم لاكو قال لي ما ممكن نفاوض مع اخوي جسم لاكو.
خلاص انا قاعد conclude يا جنرال.
خلينا اقول حاجه
انت هتقول انت هتكونفيرم انه في دينكاوي هناك مثل ماتيان. انا فهمت. we don't need to go far with this again.
Joseph Lago joined in 1963 and he became a leader in 1969. Yeah. It only took him 3 years and then we went to the peace agreement.
Okay. Asma.
So you guys, you are making...
No.
Yeah.
Asma, this is
1971.
Asma.
Lago,
please, let's mute.
Lago became a leader in 1971.
Okay, thank you.
It took him 12 months and then he signed the agreement.
Leaders 1971. Thank you, Mabor. I don't think it will get anywhere. I mean, this is what you want to highlight. على أساس أنت صح في كلام ده وده propaganda كله. I'm not gonna buy it. We're not gonna buy it. الكتوري نعرف history بتاعه وأنا قاعد نقول ياهو. أنا قاعد give this evidence because we know some things I don't want to say. Like كده نقول ده for these elders the الكتوري الموجودين والجنسمهم. Into your elders, it's your responsibility to correct these false information that is allowed. And such people who are going to create this false information, but share not subject the hagiga, you know, and we cannot allow this. We cannot allow this mockery and mediocre to come up and make a flawless or luscious kind of like history about us, which is not true. That we know that Equatorian بدو بحاجات كتير. حتى إيكواتوريا ذاته عشان إحنا لما جابونا غصبا عننا نكون جزء من السودان. That was the beginning where Equatoria start talking about they don't want to be part of this because they were forced against their will to be part of a country that called themselves or people called themselves Arab. وبعدين ده remnant Arab ده كانوا موجودين هناك كانوا يعمل abuse to the people اللي كان في للأسف بيسموهم حالهم في Upper Nile ومناطق ده وبحر غزال. أكثر شيء كان slavery. كان تعرفت ناس الزبير وناس كله ده في تاريخ عندهم كتير. الناس عملوا حاجات very horrible. حتى جوبا لما قبل ما يكون عاصمة كان في مناطق ثانية عاصمة كوندوكورو وفي مناطق ثانية. هسه اليوم كمان دينكا عندنا claim كوندوكورو وناس منغلا ده بتاعهم. يعني تخيل عندهم that audacity, which is very shameful and sad. And this is why we Equatorian nationalists, we say that our identity and our history is important because these people are trying to destroy us. They're trying hard. Now Huma dominated the regime. Huma felt like now it's their right to come and also dominate our history by falseness. شكله هم بيشيلوا بقى عندهم الجراءة بيشيلوا مقابر أجدادنا. You the elders are witness to this and you're going to be held responsible لو انتوا ما بديتوا تاخذوا خطوات الصحيح تكتبوا كلمات الصحيح عشان correct such wrong information اللي بكره حيكون dangerous لما generation الثاني اللي كان ما لقى فرصة. لأنه حتى هسه في others they are not willing to sacrifice to stand for Equatorial. Instead they want us to be in this so-called South Sudan. Al-Fadi. South Sudan does not bring us any hope but destruction. And this is the reason why we look at the condition of Fogo in a condition that is not encouraging and is so dangerous that some people are taking it for granted. So we to look at these people who spoke today, those who were trying to undermine Equatorial history, even in Anyanya. Now imagine, now they feel comfortable to even contradict and challenge Anyanya, you know, how they started and who they started. So you guys understand, you guess about it, you know, and let that be a record to history. Our history was not written by Matiang, or written by Majak. Our history to Equatoria, Gablide, Kamfinas, Marufin. Those people who rest their soul have done great. Even Vitanin, Wajaho Britanin, Gabli Mahata Nazel kind of fucker with the Kalamu Ma Britannia. And it can't fit Manatic Hata fit Tarikh. And can get White Nile, the Barao, Khawajat Delphi, 1800, it Kalamu. They describe who's Dinka and who's the other tribes in Upper Nile and Equatorians in particular. Everybody they mentioned. And they never missed anything. And they were clear. And this is the same thing. These people have been in their own entity, their own territory. يعني حتى تدخلنا اليوم ده كان بس من خلال شنو السودان ومن خلال الحاجة اللي اسمه يمتني تا ناس أنيانيا ده اللي brought kind of like solution we thought it's going to bring solution for us لأن احنا شفنا أخواننا التانيين هناك هم تعبانين under the slavery بتاع بقايا عرب الموجودين في شمال السودان. لكن للأسف we failed. Not because we want to fail, it's just we got betrayed. But it was a mishap. مفترض ما repeat mistake ده. حتى جينا نتكلم ذاته what brought Equatorian تدخل في حركة الشعبية. This will be another time we talk about it. وعندنا another one that coming. Didi come and also mention something very important because we want to talk about our people are neglected. عندنا about 2 million في Uganda. These people we need to talk about. And if really it's mind-boggling. I don't want to go far. Like, we have to look at those suffering people. One of it, man, I mean, Equatorians, Bitana, you feel encouraged to come up and speak. My God, quiet, you know. It's important. I know if for Equatorian nationalists, we are not welcomed by many for our hard lining or our strong, rhetoric on independent of Equatoria. Like, we're telling the truth because we know what is in stake here. Al-Khatar win. في ناس عاوزين يجاملوا الخطر لكن انت ما فيك تلعب مع دبيب لما الدبيب قاعد يعديك انت need to know how to rescue yourself before you die. So I'll stop هنا. ديدي انت عندك كان اي شيء. I know you're not feeling well but I hope انت كان عندك حاجة. And I know state also, so please can you say anything?
بس إضافة بسيطة.
اتفضل الأخ محارب.
سامعني كويس؟
صوتك واضح محارب، اتفضل. هاي
أنا بس برضه داير أضم صوتي لصوتك يا أتيكا، حتى ولو إنهم هم طبعا خايفين يجوا فوق في منابر بتاع انفصاليين بعض يعني من الاستوائيين، فهم يمكن يعملوا منابرهم الخاصة. يعني أنت ممكن تعمل لك غرفة وتتكلم عن تاريخ، لأنه نحن هسي كجيل جيل بتاعنا والأصغر مننا والحيجي بعدينا يعني هيكونوا عندهم شوية ما بعرفوا تاريخهم كويس. هسي زي شفنا التضليل الهسي ماشينا من جنرال مريال ديب، ناس مضيور والما ياكل كان جبالك، وثاني ما أعرف منو المسمي نفسه بروفيسور ذاك بروف فقصه، فهم بيحاولوا إنه يضللوا يعني ما حيقدروا، لأنه تاريخ ده حاجة ثابت. أنت ما بتقدر تغير التاريخ بتاع الزول إلا لو الزول ده سمح إنه تاريخه يتغير. فأنا بضم صوتي لصوتك إنه لو في ناس مؤرخين وناس عندهم إلمام بالتاريخ برضه يعملوا يعني يفتحوا منابرهم الخاصة وغرفهم ويتكلموا عن تاريخ بتاع نيانيا، تاريخ بتاع الاستوائية، وحتى الاستوائيين اللي في حركة شعبية. أنا بشكر حكيم ومبارح برضه فتح غرفة بعنوان بتاع إنه أبناء بتاع الاستوائية اللي كانوا في حركة شعبية تضحياتهم ومشاركتهم والشهداء والأخواننا اللي كانوا هناك يعني محاربين ومقاتلين. ففعلا كان غرفة يعني كويس شديد. فأنا بضم صوتي لصوتك وإن شاء الله يعني يقدر الاستوائيين المتعلمين يمكن يعني برضو يحاولوا إنه يعرفونا عن تاريخنا بتاع الاستوائية وتاريخ بتاع النضال.
لكن محارب داير اقول لك حاجه، معلش يا محارب. تعرف يعني عشان انت تضم الاستوائيين ديل لازم يكون في ركن سياسي. في ناس ما عارفين، في ناس استوائيه ما عارفين يعني يعني ما في حرب بعواطف. وانت شايف الحاجه اللي في عينك ده شنو قاعد يعملوا؟ حرب بعواطف في الدنيا ده ما في. ما انت قاعد تحارب لو جبتك تقتلني ولا لو جيتك بقتلك، ما تتعاطف معي، ما ممكن تتعاطف. فهمت؟ يعني في ناس استوائيه بيتعاطفوا يعني بطيبه، يعني بطيبه علينا ما داري مشكله. طيب يعني اوكي انت ما داري مشاكل، يلا زول بيجي بيغتصب اختك، بيغتصب امك، بيشيل اراضيك، بيدمر الطعام، دي حاجه داير بيعملوا. طيب انت ما داري مشاكل، داري شنو؟ داري شنو انت؟ احنا ما عندنا شغل بالكلام ده ارض بتاعي. انا بتكلم كجنوبي، انا بتكلم كجنوبي، انا ما بتكلم كان دينكا ولا انا كان.
Sorry guys, sorry. I have issues with my network again. This thing kept kicking me out. Just give me a second.
يعني وانت بتدوس الاحياء يعني انت ويندوس الاحياء ممكن يعمل اي حاجه تفتكر البلد ده يمشي لقدام جيوان ده كله اللي قاعدين ده ما في لك شهر جامعه تقول لك كذابين ويموت على لندن انا بعرف تاريخهم انا قاعد في لندن هنا كلهم كذابين كنا شغالين كان شغالين كارو وش شغالين شنو كله كذب كلام انا بقوله ده زي كذب مش بس ده حقيقه انت والله لازم يكون ده حقيقه ما هو زي غريب جامعه
everyone is كذاب بس انت بس يا زول توحيد
ما عشان دينكا انت قاعد تتكلم بلغه دينكا ما انا قاعد اتكلم بكلام من جنوب السودان ما قاعد اتكلم بلغه دينكا لو لغه دينكا بلد ده حقنا توريد حقنا مول حقنا انزار حقنا اي مال حقنا كله واو ده بلدنا وانا لغه
جول انت بتكسر في الثلج بدون اي
ليه منو يعني منو ده شنو الناس شاهدين انه شنو ما عندهم حاجه كسر الثلج شنو ليه ما عندهم حاجه ناس تعبانين زي
لكن انا عارفك انت زاوي والله
انت قاعد تجي اسمع قاعد تجي مو بتاع دينكا ما مو بتاع بقى
يلا لو قاعد كله كذابين وده كده وده كده
ما في
انت الوحيد
ادينزو الخريطه جامعه في نازل كله
انت الوحيد
ما يقول لي فلان خريطه جامعه كده كده وديني رقم تحرك بتاعه وسي انا بجيبه لك التي اي دي انا بجيبه لك
ما يلدي لما قبل شويه متو ذاك البروفيسور بتاعكم وهم ده لما جاي قاعد يعمل تهديدات انت ما قد تتكلم هنا تناقض حاجه ولا انت بس شايفه ده كلام صح حلو
ما ده الاخوان يا اسمع ده ما هنا
انت اصلا ما وريتنا وشك بوضوح لا انت مرتاح انت في قلبك اي والله الكويس الناقد واسمع الناقد ما يشاور
I'm not losing anything Asma I'm not losing anything and I'm not winning anything to fake a statement or to you know
اسمع
we are here to
انا عارف انت اصلا ما انت ده شنو انا عارفه كويس انت اصلا منافق واحد يعني بكل وضوح انا ما قاعد نجاملك كده انت انا بعرفك كويس كم مره انا شفتك في رومات بتاعت تتكلم طبعا انت سيبرتيست ايكاتوري انت قاعد تقول الناس اللي قاعد يجيب مشاكل في جنوب السودان ده ذاته يا ايكاتوري سيبرتيست الكذب ما معروف منو يا قاعد يجيب مشاكل man come on let's not go far at least انا بريسبكت somebody that be acknowledge something that is wrong you know لو شال ذاته حتى كان قاعد يكسر ثلج حتى لو قاعد يكسر ثلج قاعد تقول ده
I challenge the views of separatists I don't offend them I always challenge their views and I always you know stand on my ground Junub Sudan is belong to us if you want to separate it's your right too I'm not dismissing it either but you know to go for it you have to establish yourself a ground to do it you not just claim it artificial
ما انت ما جيت تعلمني كيف انا بستان وما بستان ما بدي بيعلم قال كيف
لا
اسمع انت هل مشكلتك على النيل ولا بحر الغزال بعدين تعال تتكلم معي انت براك هناك ما قاعد تقعد مع اخوانك اللي انت قاعد تقول ده اخوانك عشان تقول ده توأم بتاعك عشان تقول انت جاي من مصر عشان تقول انت جاي من فلسطين المهم كده figure out where you come from and where actually you have friends in that area ولا لا واهلك
I don't have to worry where I came from
listen قبل ما
I am a South Sudanese
يتكلم عن كلام التحرير في السودان ولا
السودان الجديد we are South Sudanese
Equatorians they already know how to survive and they fought for themselves انتوا ما
my brother Udesi
يا زول اسمع ما تكتر انت ما يا صاحب البرنامج كده بس حاجات بتاعكم تا بورد ما تجيبوا لي هنا بليز فوكس
جينا نطق
يا جينا نطق بس يعني بس كان اسمع
لا الناس تعرف يا وديس لو لقيت اسمع ده اقول لك حاجه شو اسمع نازل جبانين انا قاعد اقول جبانين انا ما قاعد اقول من فراغ تعرف ان زول راجل انت عندي رسائل كميه كده الناس كميه دايرك اي زول دايرك تلني اي دينكا دايرك تلني لو لقيتهم في جينا نطق اسي جنرال لقيت جينا نطق والله كلام الاسي هو خايف اني بقول كلام موزون بس خلينا في جينا نطق بعد شويه انا ممبر هناك عادي بقول قاعد ما بيشتغل ممبر لان هم فاشلين لو قال حاجه بقولها هناك ولا حاجه بقولها هنا بيجي يتكلم كلام موزون يلا لما نمشي هناك ده هاي الناس تعتبر ده نفس السلوك نفس الناس كله يعني هنا بالبلد ده انت بالبلد
شو صاحبه فتح هم صاحبه ده كذا صاحبه ده موضوع لك اسمه ده بتاع استراليا ده جاي متوت ولا منو زول واحد كده المهم زول كده قال انا بما اسمه المهم بتعرفوا انيور ولا منو مدود انيور
مدود
انيور طبعا ده صديق بتاع مثلا بيلموا هناك كلهم يلا يبرجلوا بروتان خلاص
بس زول لك سنتايم بقول تعرف سنتايم زول لك وديس از تعرف مدود ده sometimes بقول حقائق بيشتت الدين كده كلهم هو عارف الناس جبانين والله يقول لك بيقول حقائق بس sometimes راسه بيلخبط حبه بقول لك بيقول حقائق بقول لك تروا
يعني
مان
دول بيشتم دينجا يا بقول حقائق
بقول حقيقة مع الناس سجمانين انت سجمانين
انت مشكله يا جماعه let's focus my friend انا جاينك في الكلاس شكرا لكم الحاجه انا بقى كثير
خليني نقول اخر كلام يا وديتي نقول اخر كلام
go ahead
طيب ده اقول لك حاجه يا
ده ما كلام ده 1 minute بس انا ما اكثر ما تكتر 1 minute please thank you
okay خلاص 1 minute is enough first of all thank you anyway لانه we managed to successfully be civilized you became very civilized today and which is something good you know you are doing something
اولا يا انت يا ده استهتار انت قال انا كان قاعد ادور عريان في هنا ولا جبت تقول لي انا كان ما سيفلايز ما انا بعرف سيفلايزيشن ده شنو انت احترم نفسك احنا ما بنريد زول عمل نفسه ده يتفهم لانه بنعرف كويس حركاتك انت ما جديد
لا
انت يا today انا I supposed to tell you انت today became civilized انت الراي قاعد تسمع انت بس اسمع هنا انت في بيت زول ثاني ما تقدر تقول لي انا كان قلت لك اطلع من البيت اطلع انت احترم نفسك وركز بس ما تقول لي شكرا انت بقيت civilized كلام فارغ ده get to the point thank you
okay the point is this having to listen to opinion and different opinion is not something that you have to be scared of it even your enemy that it is your enemy you always have to communicate talk to your enemy what I want to say we as South Sudanese including you even though you deny yourself that you're not South Sudanese which is totally your right we have a long way to go together like to really establish a ground of this missing point of nationalism, of which you see yourself as a South Sudanese within that geographical sovereignty locality of South Sudan itself that recognizes internationally, and everyone there have a right to protest, to a right of your freedom, freedom of speech, a right, and all. Okay, so I believe we will establish one day a country that we all see ourselves, including you, inside there, and that's it. Yeah. So there's no way that you're saying you're going to run away from your brothers. Thank you.
ده نقول لك انا كان نقول لك
وديس دقيقه لك اسمع دار سير سكند بس ما بعمل دقيقه بس سير سكند
اتفضل
اوكي سوري سكند لجنرال انا بعرف وزير الصحه شخصيا وزير الصحه الاتحادي بعرفه وانا بعرف وزير التربيه والتعليم وزير الصحه بيعالج برا اولاده بيعالجوا برا وزير التربيه والتعليم اولاده قاعدين يقروا برا في برا جنوب السودان معناته في جنوب السودان ما في تعليم وما في صحه ما في علاج فهمت بس ده اقول لك الكلام ده انت رايك شنو في الحكومه بتاعتك الحكومه بتاع مونجان ده مونجان جينا جين كانسلور فالد رايك شنو نكون واضحين لو دار انت تقدر تكون وطني تتكلم واضح ما انا مونجان كانوا يعني مونجان كان مونجان يعني كده دي كده
ما ترد يا ميردي انتهى وقت انا داير نكتب دي عندك اي شيء تقول لانه احنا really we deviate even from the main objective topic هنا انت بتعرف حقيقه يا مريال دي طبعا ده تلعب هنا propaganda but it's not gonna work المهم انا بس قلنا خليك توني يسمع كلام ده كويس and let them take a lesson from this because what we heard today is what we always knew but some people try to play game go ahead brother Muharib and then Didi كنت هناك عامل blink عشان نختم تفضل وكان brother دكتور ده يتكلم دكتور موسيس تفضل محارب
انا بس داير اقول شغل هو ما كان حابب انه تتكلم يعني باللسان بتاع قبيله بتاعك تتكلم بلسان قبيلتك وتفتخر بقبيلتك يعني انت كدنكاوي تتكلم وتفتخر لكن حسي الليله انا لما اتكلم بلسان بتاع استوائيه كنحن امه او مجتمع متجانس مجتمع متوحد عنده وحده يعني بيناتهم انا ما حاضر الناس التانيين انا قاعد اتكلم بس في اطار بتاع استوائيه هنا حقوق بتاعي كأنا استوائي ما عندي يعني تعدي على حقوق بتاع اخرين. انت هسي خطابي ده انت كدنكاوي ما حيضرك، انت كشنكاوي ما حيضرك، لانه ده حقوق بتاعي. انا لما اتعدى على حقوق جسديا او لفظيا او باي نوع من انواع بتاع تعدي، هنا حيجي يكون الغلط هنا. يعني زي هسي ابناء بتاع دينكا زي ناس جنرال مريال دي ده.
What happened? صوتك اختفى يا محارب، انت معي؟ Hello, you guys can hear, right? So anyway, Didi, are you there? So we can conclude. We never heard from Patricia. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for letting me. I think, Didi, if you're there, please, could you? I know. If not, then I want to say thank you to all. Thank you to all for your time and your words. بس حاجة زي ما أنا قلت، الوضع اللي احنا شايفينه يعني بقى في even disinformation against the Equatorians and their history, their efforts. The Gibelic حتى لما واجهنا Miyako and his language is really is not shocking for us because we know who's Miracle and who's others like him who talk in that language, you know, condescending and mocking. And even the speech of Kiir was a proof to it too, because when he was reading that speech, even though he was reading it with difficulty to express, yet you could understand the condescendingness from his language and how he was justifying himself and the movement that have caused many innocent people to die. I wish it was a movement the Anyanya Namankani started to target the enemy, the main enemy, not targeting the people, the local, the civilians, causing division and tribalism. So the legacy of SPLA will always be an ugly legacy. Compared to Anyanya will always be a great legacy, and that legacy have always have empowered the people. حتى أدى hope كان إنه فعلا we can be a nation, but was betrayed, and that betrayal was clear. How they did betray us. So I don't want to continue much, but الفيديو بتاع كير موجود, and then also this recording is there. So anyone who want to listen, you're welcome, and thank you for joining us, all those gracious and you know, we welcome you, all the audiences and viewers. Inshallah next time تلقوا فرصة تيجوا بدري نسمعوا كتير. And really it's sad. I am heartbroken every day because there is no change in the condition of this country, and there is no any solution but the solution we said, because even though we speak to the conscience, you know, you wake up, finance Lisa Alzin, you make the country into a tribal kind of country, and then they will deny. No matter to confront them, they will jump up. You don't call my tribe. Like in your tribe, they commit these crimes, you know, and never condemn. Even naman ahdas biyasal, ما بتلقى قبيلة ده بقوم بقول يا أخي حاجة ده ما كويس. We condemn this son of ours. You know, they don't do that. Even if not even that, حتى لو مشكلة نفرين مفترض ما نجيب الفاميلي كله. هم بيجيبوا the whole tribes and to cause chaos. يلا هم قاعدين يقول they lead the country. They failed economically. They failed socially. They failed even politically. They failed. So there's nothing else. And the legacy of SPLM, as we said, is a tribal legacy. When هنتكلم فوق إن شاء الله وهن continue. But أنا بقول my message also to the elders, and Brother Muharib also agree with me that the elders of Equatoria need to step up. لأنه عشان ما يحرفوا تاريخنا قدامهم هم لسه أحياء. Let them speak whatever they can. Write, even if they want. We can help them in writing the stories. يكتبوا لنا حاجة إحنا بنقدر نكتب أو record something إحنا بنكون بنكتبه لمتهد. Because writing our history is a documentation that need to be, you know, saved and protected. يعني حتى أنا ذكرت في record بتاع إنه في Equatorian come from World War I and II, and that was an evidence. These people are now in the archives of these histories. You know, some of them even when they joined the military, some of them joined through other countries. Some they joined Khartoum, like some other joined it through Uganda. Some joined it through Congo. Some joined through Central Africa, and some of us, our families or people, joined through Sudan. But they were never acknowledged, even for their sacrifice in Europe. And some of them came back and they died. But they had the moment of awakening that, you know what, we need to be free. When Equatorian freedom, it was a big thing, and they were more Pan-Africanist than they were pro-Arab because they knew who they are as an identity. وهم كان very much also aware of the history of the land اللي شالوه غصبا عنهم يكونوا part of Sudan لأنه ما كنا جزء من Sudan. We were automatically free, different people, because أراضي بتاعنا الثاني ودوا لمناطق أخرى في هنا في مناطق Congo, Central Africa, East Africa, Central Africa and Kenya and Uganda. So 5 countries, if I'm not mistaken, those countries were spread. And then our people were the one who joined to Khartoum. And later our people had to fight. But Hassa, a separation to Sudan, it became a burden to Equatoria. So Equatoria have to continue another journey of struggle to get out of this unholy union اللي احنا شايفينه. لأنه عندنا all the capability. وزي ما احنا شفنا أهلنا زمان جاهدوا من أجل أرضهم من أجل freedom town. We will be. ما تقول لي سلام. Salam cannot come without freedom, and cannot come without, being liberty get, secured. So peace without liberty is just false. It's like almost you're going to church and you don't believe, or you're going to a mosque, you don't believe in God. So this is the truth. Ana begifena, ubashkurak, everyone, Didi, and thank you. I know you might not be able to speak, but I want to say thank you so much. And God bless you guys. Until next time. And don't take it offense, anyone. احنا بنتكلم بكل honesty. انت كان قاعد تاخدها معانا بجبينة, that's your problem. لكن احنا بنتكلم معاك بكل وضوح, and we don't hold anything against you. We just don't want the wrong to be committed against our people, and we're silent, because that would be even ungodly and unjust for me to sit and watch my people suffer while you here try to be my friend, but in a false way. I have to submit to your abuse. No, I have to stand up for my people. because احنا ما رفعنا سلاح ضدكم, احنا فكرنا اخوان, like to betray us. So I'll stop here until next time. Let me play this music. I remember one time when Chang was mocking us, قال وين أغنية تاكم تا إكواتوريا ده نشيد الوطني بتاعكم. So let me play this song.
Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina ikotori. Na sawa. Anina ikotori. Bele dwahid. Anina ikotori. Anehna. Anina ikotori. Oh yeah, kanita minyambio, kanita mintori, weleta minjuba, yeah. Anina ikotori, keresia sama kesi wanena. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina guluwahi, ikotori ya birapa. Yabirwa pijama, asan belet na biraba. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina ikotori. Nasawa, anina ikotori. Belet wahid, anina ikotori. Anehna, anina ikotori. Oh yeah, kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye, anina ikotori, kelene na hivo nyafusina, kebili ya kede maferiganina, salam wa sahaba, behaja delino, hasan belet na biraba, arif mabisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh, yeah. Give us ipanabule. Oh, ikotori nasawa anina ikotori Beled wahid anina ikotori anena ikotori
Nina kulu sawa jama So my prayer fanangala I love my people and I'm the voice
Acholi ya buga ya baka Kuni kabalanda bari Kakuwa kini kukuku Lambo lumoya Asante tokosa mundo Nyambara morobe mali Mundare Nyambara Otumu pari makujudo Lubara bunga ya lobe Lodo zinari
Mundo
Nare
Anna kulu nasi sawa Mafi hata bigesi manena Siasa ma bigesi manena Anina wahi
Next time, God bless, be safe, and enjoy your day. Bye for now. And good night for those who are sleeping. Good morning to you, those in the morning. Good afternoon to you, those in the afternoon. Bye for now.